Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku inherited Alucard's powers? This is movie. And for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. Izuku Midoriya had trained himself to flinch quietly. Not because it hurt less, nothing about being laughed at ever hurt less, but because flinching loudly was an invitation. A spotlight. A reason for the whole class to turn and decide, all at once, that today would be a good day to remind him where he belonged. At Aldera Junior High, where the walls were a tired beige and the windows were always half dusty, where you belonged, was decided early. Usually by the time you were 4. Definitely by the time you were 14. Izuku's belonged word was quirkless. And in Japan, in a world where people could freeze cities or ignite their veins into living weapons, being quirkless wasn't just unlucky. It was wrong. Like a missing tooth in a smile. Like a song with the last note cut out. Izuku sat at his desk with his hero notebook open, pretending he wasn't Lee. Standing to the teacher's voice drift around the classroom like background noise. His pencil moved almost on its own, sketching a familiar silhouette in the margin. Broad shoulders, a grin like sunrise, hair like a flame. All Might. Under it, Izuku had written one line in block letters, and then erased it until the paper thinned. Can someone like me still be a hero? He replaced it with what he always replaced it with, facts. Stats. Notes. Anything that didn't sound like a plea. All Might. Recorded jump height estimate Camino footage. Symbolic impact. Public morale spike after appearances. Weakness. Keeps hand on side sometimes. Hypothesis. Internal injury. No evidence. He paused, chewing his pencil, and glanced toward the front row. Katsuki Bakugo was slouched like a king bored with his own throne. Bakugo didn't need to try to be intimidating. He was built for it, sharp eyes, sharper grin, palms that could spark and pop even when he wasn't thinking. He had the kind of quirk people talked about. The kind that made teachers beam and classmates orbit. And Bakugo knew it. When the teacher finally got to the part of the announcement everyone cared about, the room snapped awake. UA. High school has released their recommended examinees list, Mr. Aizawa. No, Aldera didn't have that Aizawa. This was Mr. Kobayashi, a man with a tired mustache and a voice that always sounded like it was running out of patience, tapped the board. As usual, Aldera is proud to send a few promising students. Bakugo, Katsuki, Midoriya, Izuku. Izuku's head shot up so fast he nearly cracked his chin on the desk. Bakugo's chair scraped. The class erupted. Midoriya. No way. He can't even. Mr. Kobayashi cleared his throat loudly. Quiet. Midoriya is not on the recommendation list. He has submit. TED an application for the general entrance exam. Anyone can apply. The laughter hit like a wave. It wasn't a new kind of laughter. Izuku had lived inside it for years. Still, something about today, maybe the word UA, hanging in the air like a promise, made it twist deeper. Bakugo turned his head slowly, like a predator noticing movement. What was that? He said, voice sweet in the way poison could be sweet. Izuku swallowed. I'm just applying. That's all. Bakugo stood. The air around him felt hotter, like the room's oxygen had decided to pay attention. He leaned over Izuku's desk, hands planted hard enough that tiny pops of nitroglycerin sweat sparked at his palms. You're applying, Bakugo repeated. To UA. Izuku's throat tried to close. He forced it open. Why yeah, I mean, why not? I've been studying. Bakugo's smile widened, all teeth and cruelty. Why not? He echoed. Then, softer, so only Izuku could hear, because you're extra baggage. Because you'll embarrass me by standing in the same place I'm going to stand. Because you're, you. A spark snapped. Not a big explosion, Bakugo didn't need that. Just a sharp crack that singed the edge of Izuku's notebook and made his heart jump into his throat. The class laughed again, and this time it didn't feel like a wave. It felt like drowning. Bakugo leaned closer. Do everyone a favor and take a swan dive off the roof, Deku. The word hit harder than any blast. Deku. Useless. Doomed. A joke that had become a name. Izuku stared at the burned corner of his notebook, the little curl of smoke rising like something trying to escape. He wanted to say something, anything, about how heroes didn't say things like that, about how All Might would never, about how. But the words stuck. They always did. By the time the final bell rang, Izuku's hands were shaking so slightly he had to grip his backpack strap until his knuckles turned pale. He left the classroom with his head down, like always. But today, he didn't feel small. He felt crowded, like there was something behind his ribs pressing outward, restless, irritated by the way the world fit around him. Outside, the late afternoon sun washed the street in gold. The air smelled like exhaust and convenience store fried food and the sweet, faint scent of spring trying to start early. Izuku walked his usual path home, avoiding the clusters of kids in the corners where Bakugo's friends liked to hang out. He told himself he was being smart. Strategic. A hero analyzed risks. That was what he told himself. Halfway down an alley that cut between two buildings, a shortcut he usually avoided but today took because he couldn't stand the main street's noise. Izuku heard it. A wet, slithering sound. A low, delighted chuckle. And then, a voice like someone gargling mud. Well, look what wandered in. Izuku froze. The alley was narrow, shadowed by tall buildings. A few trash bags sat piled near a dented dumpster. The air was cooler here, the sunlight cut into sharp angles. Something moved near the trash. It rose. It wasn't a person. Not anymore. It was a mass. Semi-liquid, gray-green, with a mouth that split too wide and eyes that floated like oil slicks. It had arms. But they weren't arms so much as suggestions of arms, shapes it could form when it wanted. The sludge villain. Izuku's stomach dropped so hard it felt like it left his body. He'd seen news footage earlier, some villain caught by a hero, contained in a bottle. A walking environmental hazard. The kind of villain who didn't punch you, he occupied you. Ah, the sludge villain crooned, voice bubbling. Perfect. A weak little body in a quiet little alley. No heroes. No witnesses. Izuku stepped back, bumping the wall. His brain tried to find a plan, but every thought slipped like soap. His quirkless body screamed one instruction over and over. Run. He turned. The sludge hit him like a wave. Cold, filthy, heavy. It wrapped around his legs, his waist, climbed his torso. It shoved itself into his mouth, his nose, forcing him to inhale mud. Izuku gagged. The world narrowed to panic and pressure. The sludge pressed into his ears, into his eyes, into every opening. It wasn't just suffocating him, it was searching, probing for something inside him to grab and use. Don't fight, it whispered, inside his skull and outside it at the same time. Just let me in, let me wear you. You'll be warm, you'll be useful, you'll. Izuku's hands clawed uselessly at his own face. His fingers slipped, sliding on slime. His lungs burned. His mind flashed, absurdly, to Bakugo's words. Take a swan dive. No, not like this. Not like a joke. Not like. Something snapped. It wasn't a sound. It was a shift. Like the world tilted and suddenly there was a new direction gravity could pull. Izuku felt his heartbeat thud once, hard, violent, and then his blood did something blood wasn't supposed to do. It answered. Heat surged through his veins, but it wasn't heat of adrenaline. It was ancient. It was hungry. It was awake. In the blackening edges of his vision, Izuku saw, no, not saw, remembered words he'd never read. A phrase etched into the inside of his skull like a brand. The bird of Hermes is my name. His body convulsed. The sludge villain hissed, suddenly startled. What? Izuku's back arched, and the shadows behind him, shadows that should have been pinned to the alley floor, rose. They peeled up like living ink. They unfurled like wings. And then they became teeth. A massive black shape erupted from Izuku's spine, not flesh but darkness so dense it looked solid. It split into 10 rills that whipped outward with whip-crack speed, wrapping the sludge villain's arms, and yanking hard. The sludge villain screeched. No, what is that? Izuku couldn't breathe, but somehow he could move. His hands clenched. The shadows clenched with him. They weren't random. They weren't flailing. They moved like they had trained for this for centuries. Two shapes formed at Izuku's sides. Hound-like silhouettes with glowing crimson eyes, as tall as wolves and twice as wrong. Their bodies were made of shadow, but their jaws were real enough to leave marks. They lunged. They tore into the sludge. Not with gore the way a knife tears flesh, but with something worse, like a creature ripping apart a cloud, shredding it into pieces that couldn't hold together. The villain's sludge body split. Chunks splattering against the alley walls, sliding down like dirty paint. Izuku gasped as air finally hit his lungs. It hurt. His throat burned. His eyes watered. But he was breathing. He staggered forward, and the shadows moved with him like they were attached to his bones. The sludge villain tried to reform, tried to pull itself back together. One of the shadow hounds snapped again, and the villain screamed as a large portion of it was pinned to the ground by a spear-like tendril. Izuku's mind was chaos. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. How am I doing this? A sharp, metallic scent filled the alley. Blood. Izuku looked down and realized the sludge had scraped his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. The blood was warm as it trickled. And the moment he registered it, something inside him turned its head. A presence. A vast thing behind his eyes, amused and patient. Izuku's stomach lurched with sudden, violent craving. Not for food. For more. His fingers twitched toward his face like his body wanted to lick the blood. The shadowed tendrils twitched too, excited, eager. The sludge villain noticed. It stopped struggling long enough to laugh, bubbling and wet. Oh, it whispered. I see. I see. You're not clean, are you? You're not normal. You're. Izuku's mouth opened. His teeth felt sharper. He swallowed hard, forcing his hands down. No, he rasped, voice hoarse. No, I'm not. The shadows surged anyway. Not at the villain, at the walls, at the air, filling the alley with writhing darkness, cutting off escape routes, cornering the sludge villain completely. It was Lick. His power had its own instincts. Isolate, contain, dismantle. The sludge villain panicked. Stop. Stop. I'll take someone else. I'll leave you. Izuku's eyes burned. Red flickered at the edges of his vision. Like someone had lit a match inside his skull. The presence behind his eyes hummed, satisfied. He heard a voice that was not his own, deep, smooth, almost playful. Good boy. Izuku stumbled, clutching his head. And no. His voice cracked. The shadows hesitated. Just for a fraction of a second. And in that second, a blast exploded at the mouth of the alley. Get away from him. Bakugo. He stood there, one arm raised. Palms smoking from the small explosion he'd fired in panic. His eyes were wide, not with fear for Izuku, but with fury at the villain daring to exist near him. The sludge. Villain's attention snapped to Bakugo like a starving animal smelling meat. Ah, it purred. You. The spicy one. Perfect. It surged, trying to launch itself toward Bakugo. But the shadows moved first. A tendril shot out, wrapping Bakugo's ankle like a snake. Bakugo yelped, not because it hurt, but because he wasn't used to being grabbed. Deku. His voice was sharp, disbelieving. What the hell? Izuku didn't have time to explain. His shadows yanked Bakugo backward, out of the alley's mouth, and slammed him against the outer wall, hard enough to make him grunt but not hard enough to injure. Bakugo's eyes flashed with rage. Don't touch me. He tried to blast the tendril off. The tendril didn't burn. It rippled, absorbing the heat like it was swallowing it. Bakugo froze, stunned by High's own power not working the way it always did. The sludge villain lunged again. Izuku reacted without thinking. His shadow hounds tackled the sludge villain mid-surge, dragging it back like a dog yanking a leash. The villain's body splattered, struggling, reforming. Izuku clenched his fist again, and 3 tendrils stabbed down like stakes, pinning the sludge villain's core to the ground. The villain screamed. Bakugo stared. Izuku stared too. Because he realized he wasn't scared of the villain anymore. He was scared of himself. The craving pulsed again, stronger now with Bakugo's presence. The tiny cuts on Bakugo's arms from debris, with the scent of blood mixing in the air. Izuku's mouth filled with saliva. His throat tightened. The presence behind his eyes leaned forward like it wanted to look through him. Drink, it seemed to say. Izuku shook his head hard, like he could dislodge it. No, 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 no. The shadows wavered. The sludge villain laughed through the pain. You can't hold me forever, kid. You'll slip. You'll get tired. And then I'll crawl inside your friend and make him. Izuku's eyes snapped to Bakugo. Not my friend, Bakugo spat instantly. The words should have hurt. They didn't. Not right now. Because Izuku saw something else in Bakugo's face. Fear. Not fear of the villain. Fear of Izuku. A siren wailed in the distance. Pro-heroes. Police. The alley sudden. Lee felt too small to contain what was happening. Izuku's shadows tightened, compressing the sludge villain into a smaller mass, squeezing until the villain's screaming became gargled. It wasn't killing, but it looked like it wanted to. Izuku's hands shook. His breathing came in sharp, ragged pulls. And then, a shadow fell across the alley mouth, broad, unmistakable. A voice like thunder wrapped in warmth. I am here, All Might. He stepped into view, larger than life, cape fluttering like he'd brought his own wind. His smile was present, because it always had to be, but Izuku's sharp, newly tense senses picked up something else behind it. Shock. All Might's eyes moved from Bakugo, restrained and furious, to the pinned sludge villain, then to Izuku. To the blood on Izuku's face. To the shadows that clung to Izuku like living armor. All Might's smile twitched, almost imperceptibly. What happened here? All Might asked, voice carefully controlled. Behind him, other pros arrived, Death Arms, Backdraft. A couple of local heroes Izuku recognized from small-time TV. They stopped short at the alley entrance. Because the alley looked like a crime scene. Not with bodies. With fear. The slew. DGE villain's containment bottle, All Might's usual method, was not here. Instead, the villain was pinned by black stakes of shadow, writhing like a captured animal. And the one holding it down was a Embling 14-year-old boy everyone had labeled harmless. Izuku opened his mouth. No sound came out. All Might stepped forward slowly, palms open in a calming gesture. Midoriya, he said, and Izuku's heart jolted because All Might knew his name. You're safe now. Release the villain. I'll take it from here. Izuku wanted to obey. He tried. He loosened his fist. The shadows didn't immediately move. Then Izuku's conscious mind. The presence behind his eyes stirred again, amused. Symbol, it purred silently. So bright. So fragile. Izuku's stomach twisted. He forced the thought away with sheer panic. Let go, he whispered to himself. Let go, let go, let. Finally, the shadows withdrew. Not all the way. They didn't vanish. They retreated behind him like a cloak. The sludge villain slumped, weakened, trembling. All Might acted fast, producing the familiar reinforced bottle from a utility pouch and capturing the villain in one smooth motion. The sludge shrieked as it was sucked inside. All Might sealed the cap. The alley exhaled. Bakugo yanked his ankle free as the shadow tendril released him. He stumbled forward, face red with rage and confusion. What the hell was that? He shouted, pointing at Izuku like Izuku had personally insulted physics. You didn't have a quirk. Izuku flinched. The shadows behind him flinched too, rippling like something living reacting to a threat. Bakugo stopped mid-step. Because he saw it. The shadows, watching him. All Might stepped between them, still smiling, but his voice dropped into something sterner. Bakugo. Enough. Bakugo clenched his fists. Little sparks popped. He's Deku. He's supposed to be. Enough, All Might repeated, harder. Bakugo's mouth snapped shut. But his eyes never left Izuku. The other heroes whispered among themselves. I've never seen that kind of quirk. Is it even a quirk? Those shadows, they moved like. Kid looked like he was about to. Izuku heard every word. Because his hearing was sharper now. Everything was sharper. Even the blood smell. He swallowed, nauseated. His knees buckled. All Might caught him before he hit the ground. For a second, just a second, Izuku was pressed against All Might's chest. And it felt like leaning into a wall that held the world up. And then Izuku felt something else. A thin, strange scent behind the hero's cologne and clean sweat. Medicine. Old blood. Pain. All Might stiffened. His hand tightened just a little too much on Izuku's shoulder. Ambulance, All Might said quickly. Now. The hospital lights were too bright. They made everything look unreal. Like Izuku had stepped into a different world and forgotten to bring the right body. Inko Midoriya arrived in a rush, hair messy, eyes wide with terror. She almost collapsed when she saw Izuku sitting on the bed with bandages on his cheek. Izuku, she cried, grabbing his face gently like she needed to confirm he was solid. Oh my baby, what happened? They said, they said there was a villain. Izuku tried to speak. His voice came out small. Mom, I don't know. Because he didn't. Not really. Doctors came and went. They took blood. They scanned him. They asked questions Izuku didn't have answers for. All Might was there too, standing near the door like a shadow that didn't know where it belonged. He'd signed some paperwork and spoken with police. He kept his hero form, smile fixed, but there was tension in his shoulders like he was bracing for impact. A doctor finally entered with a tablet and a face that said he'd rather be giving any other news. He adjusted his glasses. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku sat straighter. Why yes. Inko clutched Izuku's hand so tight it hurt. The doctor took a breath. You were diagnosed quirkless at age 4, he began, careful. That diagnosis was based on standard quirk factor scans and skeletal markers. Izuku's heart thudded. He heard All Might shift behind him. The doctor continued. Today's incident suggests, those tests did not detect what you have. Inko's eyes filled. What does he have? The doctor hesitated. A mutation, but not like anything in our database. It presents as a biological alteration that can manifest external constructs, shadow-like matter. Rapid regeneration. Enhanced physical resilience. Izuku's mouth went dry. He remembered the shadows tearing. He remembered the hunger. And, the doctor added, voice lower now. Your bloodwork shows something deeply irregular. Your body is consuming red blood cells at an abnormal rate, as if your metabolism is designed to process blood as a primary fuel source. Inko made a choking sound. Blood. Izuku stared at his own hands. They looked normal. They weren't. The doctor looked from Izuku to Inko. If Midoriya continues to activate this mutation, he will experience severe fatigue, dizziness. And, based on the hormone spikes we observed, intense cravings. Izuku's stomach twisted. Cravings. He could still smell Bakugo's blood in his memory like it was on his tongue. All Might's voice cut in. Quieter than usual. Is there treatment? The doctor nodded slowly. We can manage symptoms. Nutrient support. Blood substitutes, medical blood packs, if necessary. Strict monitoring. But I need to be clear, we are dealing with something that does not behave like a standard quirk factor. Izuku's throat tightened. Am I dangerous? The doctor didn't answer quickly. And that silence was an answer. Inko pulled Izuku into a hug so tight he could barely breathe. You're not a monster, she whispered fiercely into his hair. You're not. You're my baby. You're. Izuku stared past her shoulder at All Might. All Might met his gaze. For the first time, Izuku saw the symbol of peace look, uncertain. Not scared, not disgusted, but like a man realizing he might not know what to do. Izuku's chest ached. Inside his skull, that vast presence stirred again, amused by the fear in the room. And in the back of Izuku's mind, those words glowed brighter, like a title being written onto his bones. The bird of Hermes is my name. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't want to be a bird. He didn't want to be a monster. He wanted to be a hero. But heroes weren't supposed to need blood to breathe. All Might's smile returned, slowly, carefully, as if he could paste it back over the uncertainty and make the world safe again. Midoriya, All Might said gently. Rest. We will talk soon. Izuku nodded because he didn't trust his voice. All Might turned toward the door. And as he left, Izuku felt something cold and hungry behind his eyes watch him go. Like a predator watching the sun, Izuku learned, very quickly, that the worst part wasn't the pain. The worst part was how normal everyone tried to act around it. The hospital room smelled like disinfectant and plastic curtains and a faint, constant hum of machines that didn't care whether you were terrified or not. Nurses smiled. Doctors spoke gently. His mom kept saying, it's okay, Izuku, like the words could wrap around him and make him safe again. But inside Izuku's skin, nothing felt safe. Because the hunger didn't care that he was scared. It didn't care that he was a kid who loved heroes. It didn't care that he had spent 14 years wishing for a quirk and then, when something finally answered, wanting to push it back into the dark. It pulsed behind his ribs like a second heartbeat. At first, it was easy to ignore. Shock did that, turned everything into a distant echo. But as the hours passed, and adrenaline drained away, the hunger stopped being background noise. It became a voice. Not words. Not exactly. More like, a sensation with opinions. When the nurse changed his bandage, Izuku watched the small red stain on gauze, and his mouth watered so suddenly he felt sick. He jerked his gaze away and clenched his jaw until his teeth ached. When his mom brought him a warm rice ball from the vending machine corner, because she couldn't stand the idea of him being hungry, Izuku took one bite and nearly gagged. The taste wasn't bad. It was worse. It was nothing. Like chewing paper that remembered being food. Inko's eyes widened, terrified. Is it hurting you? Izuku forced himself to swallow. No. It's just, I'm not hungry. That wving. He was just starving for the wrong thing. The doctor came back in the evening with a small cooler and a face that said he'd had this conversation with the ethics board, the hospital director. And probably God. Midoriya-san, he said to Inko gently, this is a temporary measure. We are not encouraging anything dangerous. But based on his metabolic ready NGS and stress responses, he needs a more compatible nutrient source until we understand the mutation better. He opened the cooler. Inside were sealed, labeled medical blood packs. Not a lot. Not a dramatic pile. Just enough to look clinical instead of monstrous. Izuku stared at them. Inko made a strangled sound, one hand flying to her mouth. Tears welled instantly, like she was trying not to cry and failing. Izuku's stomach flipped. The hunger surged like it had been waiting. His hands trembled. His skin felt too tight. The doctor spoke quickly, as if speed could make it easier. You're not being asked to, he paused. Choosing the word carefully, to feed on anyone. This is medically screened blood used for emergency transfusions. If he consumes it, it should stabilize him and reduce the cravings. Inko looked like she might faint. He consumes it. Izuku's throat closed. He couldn't picture himself doing it. Not really. But he could picture wanting to. That was the part that scared him. The doctor turned to Izuku with a professional calm that didn't quite hide his concern. You can decline. But your body is already showing signs of strain. We can't keep you in crisis mode. If you want to function, if you want to go home, you need to stabilize. Izuku heard the word function like it was a verdict. Heroes functioned. Monsters fed. Inko wiped her cheeks, trying to straighten her posture. Izuku, you don't have to. I do, Izuku whispered. His own voice surprised him. He looked at his mom, and the shame hit so hard his eyes burned. If I don't, I'll lose control again. I can't risk. Inko's face crumpled, but she nodded. Izuku picked up the blood pack with hands that didn't feel like his. It was cold through the plastic. He brought it close. The smell was faint, medical, clean, still. His body reacted like it was perfume. His mouth watered again. He hated himself for it. He punctured the seal the way the nurse showed him, like drinking from a straw, and took a small sip. It didn't taste like a movie vampire fantasy. It didn't taste like violence. It tasted like iron and warmth and something so right that his whole body loosened in relief. His shoulders dropped. His vision stopped buzzing. His heartbeat steadied. The hunger, that constant pressure, eased back like an animal lying down. Izuku closed his eyes and breathed. For the first time since the alley, he felt, not normal, but in control. When he opened his eyes, he saw his mom watching him with the kind of fear that love couldn't hide. Izuku swallowed. I'm sorry, he said, immediately. Because apologizing was the only thing he knew how to do when he didn't understand what he was. Inko shook her head fiercely, grabbing his hand. Don't you apologize. Don't. You didn't choose this. Her voice broke. We'll figure it out. Okay. We will. Izuku nodded, but his stomach was hollow again, not from hunger, but from dread. Because what if they couldn't figure it out? What if this was just who he was now? All Might returned the next morning. Izuku knew before he even saw him. The air changed. Not literally. No wind blew through the hall. No music started playing, but the feeling did. Like the hospital itself straightened up. Like the world remembered the symbol of peace existed and decided to behave. Inko stood so fast her chair scraped. All Might stepped into the room in his hero form. Too big for the doorway, smile bright enough to make a weak person believe everything would be okay. Good morning, he boomed softly, and even when he tried to be gentle, his voice was still a stadium speaker. Midoriya, young man, how are you feeling? Izuku sat up, heart hammering. I'm okay. I mean, Better. Thank you for saving. All Might held up a hand. Ah, you saved yourself first. That's impressive. The word impressive should have made Izuku glow. Instead, it made his skin prickle. Because the heroes yesterday had looked horrified, not impressed. And All Might's eyes, though kind, kept flicking to Izuku's hands, his shoulders, like he was studying him the way Izuku studied heroes. Like he was analyzing a threat. All Might turned to Inko. Midoriya-san, could I speak with your son alone for a moment? Quote. Inko hesitated. Izuku squeezed her hand. It's okay, Mom. Inko's eyes searched his face, then she nodded, voice shaking. I'll be right outside. If you need me, I will, Izuku promised. When the door shut, the room suddenly felt too quiet. All Might's smile remained, but something about him shifted. Like the performance dimmed just a fraction. He sat on the chair near the bed carefully, like furniture might not survive him, and folded his hands. Midoriya, he said, using Izuku's name without the booming hero voice. I owe you an apology. Izuku blinked. For what? All Might's eyes narrowed, pained. For being late. Izuku's throat tightened. It's not your fault. You're All Might. You have. I am still responsible, All Might cut in, and their W. As a steel in his tone Izuku had never heard on TV. A villain like that should not have been loose. A child should not have been in danger. You should not have been forced to awaken, whatever that was, in a dirty alley. Izuku's fingers curled into his blanket. Whatever that was. All Might watched him for a long second, then spoke carefully. The doctors told me what they found. Izuku's stomach sank. All Might continued, voice low. A mutation. Rapid regeneration. Shadow manifestation. A dependency on blood. Izuku flinched as if struck. All Might's gaze softened. Listen to me. This does not make you evil. Izuku's eyes stung. Then why does everyone look at me like I'm a danger? All Might finished. Izuku froze. All Might exhaled slowly. Because they don't understand. And because fear makes people unkind. Izuku stared at the blanket, at his own hands. Am I a danger? All Might didn't answer immediately. And Izuku felt that pause like a knife sliding under his ribs. All Might leaned forward slightly. You have a power that responded to stress with violence. You dismantled a villain in seconds. You restrained Bakugo. You created constructs that moved like trained predators. His eyes sharpened. If you lose control, Midoriya, you could hurt someone very quickly. Izuku's vision blurred. He forced himself to look up. But I didn't kill him. No, All Might agreed quickly. You didn't. Izuku's voice cracked. I tried not to. All Might nodded once, as if that mattered more than anything else. Good. Izuku swallowed. His heart pounded. The question he'd held in his chest since yesterday clawed its way up. All Might, he whispered. Can someone like me still be a hero? All Might's smile faltered. It wasn't the big, dramatic falter Izuku imagined when a hero lost hope. It was subtle, like a curtain shifting in a draft. But Izuku noticed. He always noticed. All Might stood. He walked to the window, staring out at the city like he was searching for the right words in the sky. When he finally spoke, his voice was heavy. Yes, All Might said. A monster can be a hero. Izuku's breath hitched with relief. But, All Might continued, and the relief died mid-breath, I cannot give you my power. Quote. Izuku went still. The room seemed to tilt. All Might turned back, eyes serious. Midoriya, one for all is not just strength. It is a legacy. A burden. It changes you. It amplifies what you Allredingers dug into the blanket. I can handle it. I'll train. I'll do anything. Please. All Might raised a hand, firm. This is not about effort. Izuku's voice rose, panicked. Then what is it about? All Might's jaw tightened. For a second, the symbol of peace looked like a tired man in a too bright costume. It is about risk, All Might said. Your power is unstable. It has a hunger component. It has a predatory instinct. It is not something erasure can easily shut down, not something handcuffs can easily stop, not something a standard support course can easily regulate. Izuku's chest burned. I'm not going to hurt people. All Might's gaze softened again, but it didn't change the decision in it. I believe your heart is good. Izuku's eyes widened. Then, but I also sensed something. All Might said quietly. Izuku's blood went cold. All Might's voice dropped to almost a whisper. When you held that villain down, for a moment, your eyes changed. Your shadow moved on its own. The air felt heavy. Like there were more people in that alley than there should have been. Izuku's throat closed. The presence behind his eyes stirred faintly, amused, like a cat waking up. All Might looked at him with something that wasn't disgust. It was fear, not of Izuku's face, of what might be inside him. I have carried one for all for years, All Might said. I know what it is to have other wills echoing behind your own. And Midoriya, he swallowed. If your power already carries voices, already carries hunger, already carries something ancient, then a DDING one for all could create something the world cannot stop. Izuku's hands shook. So you're saying I'm too dangerous? All Might's shoulders slumped, just a fraction. I am saying I cannot gamble. The future of this country on hope alone. The words hit like concrete. Izuku's lungs forgot how to breathe. All Might stepped closer, reaching out as if he wanted to put a hand on Izuku's shoulder, comfort, reassurance, anything. Izuku flinched away instinctively. All Might froze. The distance between them widened into something awful. Izuku's voice came out small, broken. So, you won't. All Might closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, the decision was final. I cannot give you power, he said. Izuku stared. He wanted to scream. He wanted to beg. He wanted to laugh hysterically. At how cruel the universe was, how it had finally given him something and made everyone recoil from it. Instead, he did what he always did. He swallowed the pain until it tasted like metal. All Might straightened, smile returning like armor. But you can still go to UA. You can still become a hero. Izuku's gaze snapped up, raw. How? All Might hesitated, just long enough for Izuku to hear the truth behind the encouragement. Because All Might didn't know. All Might wasn't offering a plan. He was offering a distance. You will have to master control, All Might said. You will have to prove restraint. You will have to show them you are not your hunger. Izuku laughed once, sharply, because it hurt. And if I fail? All Might's eyes hardened. Then you will be stopped. The room felt colder. Izuku's mouth tasted like blood. And he realized he'd bitten the inside of his cheek. All Might's gaze flicked to it. His expression tightened. Izuku wiped his lip quickly, ashamed. All Might took a step back. As if he'd decided the safest distance was farther than comfort allowed. I am sorry, All Might said. And for once, it sounded real. I truly am. Izuku nodded, because what else could he do? All Might turned toward the door. He paused with his hand on the handle, voice softer than before. Midoriya, he said, do not hate yourself. Izuku didn't answer. Because if he opened his mouth, he might say something he couldn't take back. All Might left. The door clicked shut. And Izuku Midoriya sat in a two-white hospital room, staring at his hands, and felt something inside him curl tighter. Not the hunger. Something else. Something colder. Something that whispered, fine. Then I'll prove it without you. He went home 2 days later. Inko tried so hard to make it normal. She cleaned the apartment until everything smelled like lemon and detergent. She fussed over Izuku's pillow. She made miso soup, then panicked when Izuku couldn't eat it. She cried when she thought he wasn't looking. Then smiled too brightly when he turned around. Izuku pretended he didn't notice. Because if he acknowledged it, he'd break. They had rules now. The doctor had given them a schedule and strict instructions. Blood packs, sealed, measured, kept in the fridge in a locked container like dangerous medicine. Izuku was supposed to drink small amounts at set times to prevent cravings from spiking. It felt humiliating. It also worked. Mostly. The first night, Izuku lay in bed staring at the ceiling while the city's distant noise filtered through the window. He expected nightmares. He got something worse. He closed his eyes and found himself standing in a place that wasn't a dream and wasn't awake. A flat, endless surface like black glass. A red sky with no sun. And in the distance, an ocean, not water, blood. It moved in slow waves. And when it crashed, it didn't splash. It whispered. Millions of whispers layered over each other, so many that none were distinct. Not words, not names, just sound. A crowd, a cemetery that could talk. Izuku stood frozen. He tried to move, and his feet stuck to the glass like it wanted him to stay. Then, from behind him, something breathed. A presence, so huge it made him feel like an insect. He didn't turn. He didn't want to. A voice slid into his mind like velvet over steel. Little hero. Izuku's hands clenched. Who are you? The voice chuckled. Not kindly. Not cruelly. Just amused. You are awake, it purred. At last, Izuku forced himself to speak. I don't want you. A pause. Then, softer, like the voice was leaning close to his ear. Liar. Izuku's stomach twisted. He felt the hunger flare, sharp, sudden, like a flash of flame. The ocean roared, and the whispers rose into something almost like laughter. Izuku jolted awake in his bed, gasping. His room was dark, quiet. His heart hammered like it wanted out of his ribs. He clapped a hand over his mouth, terrified he'd wake his mom. The hunger was there, real, present. Izuku sat up, shaking. ND stared at the faint outline of his hero notebook on his desk. He got out of bed. He didn't turn on the light. He sat at his desk in the dark and opened the notebook to a blank page. His pencil moved before his mind caught up. He wrote a sentence he didn't recognize as his own. The bird of Hermes is my name. He stared at it, breath shallow. Then, under it, in smaller letters, his handwriting this time, he wrote. Eating my wings to make me tame. The words made his skin prickle. He didn't know what they meant. But his bones did. Izuku slammed the notebook shut, breathing hard. He wasn't going to let some ancient thing inside him write his life. He wasn't. He stood, went to the fridge, and pulled out a blood pack with hands that didn't shake as much as they had in the hospital. He drank just enough to steady himself. Then he went back to bed. And this time, he didn't sleep. He planned. The next morning, he started training. Not the kind of training All Might had wanted him to do, lifting weights. Building muscle for one for all. Izuku did something harder. He learned to say no to himself. He set rules the way a hero would set mission parameters. 1. No feeding on people. Ever. 2. 3. Use blood packs only. 4. 5. No fighting if hunger is high. Stabilize first. 6. 7. No using power in public unless life is at risk. 8. 9. If shadows move without permission, stop, breathe, regain control. 10. He wrote the rules on the inside cover of his notebook. Then he went to the abandoned playground behind the apartment complex, Earler, when the swings were still and the air was cold. He stood in the sand and took a slow breath. Okay, he whispered. Show me. Nothing happened. He frowned, focusing harder. His back prickled. A shadow under his feet deepened. Then, like ink spreading through water, a tendril rose. Izuku's heart jumped. It was thinner than yesterday. Less confident. Like it was testing him. He held out his hand. The tendril leaned toward his palm as if sniffing him. Izuku swallowed. Stay, he said. The tendril stilled. Izuku exhaled shakily. He tried again, more deliberate. Form, he whispered. The shadow rose higher, splitting into 2, then 4, then 2 small hound shapes formed near his feet. Not as big as yesterday's monsters. More like medium dogs made of smoke, eyes faintly glowing red. They looked up at him. Izuku's stomach tightened, not with hunger, this time with emotion. Because they felt loyal. Like pieces of him that wanted to protect. Okay, Izuku said, voice trembling. We're going to do this right. He practiced basic commands. Move, stop, return, disperse. At first, the shadows resisted dispersing, clinging like stubborn ink. Izuku learned quickly, forcing it didn't work. He had to calm down. He had to breathe. He had to lead. It was like handling an animal that could become a weapon. By the end of the first week, Izuku could form a tendril without panicking. He could make one hound reliably. He could harden shadow into a blunt shish. Ape like a shield for a second or two before it melted. He also learned what happened when he trained too hard. The hunger would spike. His vision would tint red at the edges. His mouth would water. The whisper behind his eyes would purr with satisfaction. More. Izuku would stop, immediately, and drink a measured blood pack, then sit with his back against the swing set and breathe through the shaking until the world returned to normal. It wasn't glamorous. It was discipline. It was being a hero when nobody was watching. A week before the UA entrance exam, All Might appeared again. Not in person. On TV. Izuku sat on the living room floor, hero notebook open, watching All Might announce something with his usual grin. UA. High school is known for producing the finest heroes. All Might said. But what makes a hero is not only strength. Izuku's pencil hovered over the page. Not only strength. Izuku stared at All Might's smile and felt something sharp twist in his chest. Because All Might had smiled when he left that hospital room too. And Izuku had understood, then, that heroes could smile and still break you. He turned the TV off. Inko looked up from the kitchen doorway, worried. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku forced a small smile. Yeah, Mom, I'm okay. He wasn't. But he could be. He stood. He grabbed his shoes. He grabbed his notebook. And he walked out into the early morning air. The sky was pale, like it hadn't decided whether to be blue yet. The streets were quiet. The world felt like it was holding its breath. Izuku went to the playground. He stood in the sand and closed his eyes. He breathed in. And for the first time, he didn't feel like he was begging his power to appear. He felt like he was calling it. The shadows rose. 2 hounds formed instantly, larger than before, eyes brighter. A cloak of darkness draped behind him like wings that didn't flap. Izuku opened his eyes. They weren't glowing red. Not yet. He kept them steady, human. I'm going to UA, he said out loud, voice firm. I'm going to prove it. The whisper behind his eyes stirred. Prove what? Izuku's jaw tightened. He stared straight ahead, toward the distant skyline where UA stood like a fortress of dreams. That I'm not your puppet, Izuku said. That I'm not hunger. That I'm not fear. The shadows rippled, eager. Izuku took a slow breath and whispered the words in his notebook, this time like a promise, not a curse. The bird of Hermes is my name, he murmured. Eating my wings to make me tame. Then he clenched his fist. And the shadows obeyed. The morning of the UA exam didn't feel like the start of something glorious. It felt like walking into a storm with an umbrella made of paper. Izuku stood in front of the bathroom mirror and stared at his own reflection like it might blink first. Same messy green hair. Same freckled face. Same shoulders that weren't built for hero posters. Bandage on his cheek long gone, but the memory of that alley still lived behind his eyes, like a stain you couldn't scrub out. The only real difference was in his gaze. Because now, when Izuku looked at himself, he could feel something looking back. Not his eyes. Something behind them. A quiet patience. A hungry amusement. Izuku tightened his grip on the sink until his fingers ached. Not today, he whispered to the mirror. Not ever. Behind him, in the soft shadow of the doorway. The darkness pulled a little deeper, like it was listening. Izuku didn't flinch anymore. He had a routine now. A real one. Not just exercise and hero analysis, but the unglamorous discipline of staying in control. He checked the notebook first. Rules written in neat, stubborn handwriting inside the cover. 1. No feeding on people. Ever. 2. 3. Use blood packs only. 4. 5. Stabilize before fighting. 6. 7. No power in public unless life is at risk. 8. 9. If shadows move without permission, stop. Breathe, regain control. 10. Then he checked the cooler in the fridge. 1 blood pack was missing from last night. He needed it after a nightmare, after waking up gasping with that ocean of blood roaring in his head. 2 packs remained for today. Izuku took one out and held it for a moment, feeling the cold through the plastic. He hated that his body recognized it as comfort. He hated it, but he hated the alternative more. He drank half, measured, controlled, then sealed the rest carefully. Not too much. Just enough to keep the hunger quiet. Inko watched from the kitchen doorway, hands clenched around a dish towel. She didn't cry today. She just looked at him with the kind of fear that tried to disguise itself as strength. Do you have everything? She asked. Izuku nodded, forcing a smile. Pencil. ID. Exam slip. Notebook. He tapped his backpack. And, emergency. Inko's lips pressed together. They both knew what emergency meant. He'd packed the half-blood pack in an insulated sleeve, tucked deep in his bag like contraband. Not because he was ashamed, though he was, but he didn't want anyone seeing it and deciding he was something to be handled before he even got a chance to stand. Inko stepped forward and adjusted his tie, even though he wasn't wearing one. A nervous habit. Izuku, she said softly. You don't have to prove you're human to anyone. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to say, I do. He wanted to say, All Might already decided I wasn't safe. He wanted to say, UA will decide too. Instead, he nodded. I'll be careful, he promised. Inko hugged him fiercely, like she was trying to squeeze the fear out of his bones. Come home, she whispered into his hair. Izuku hugged back. I will. He didn't say, even if I have to crawl. He stepped out into the bright morning air and started walking. UA. High school looked like the kind of place the sky respected. Massive walls. Clean lines. Gates that seemed designed to make villains feel small and students feel chosen. Everything about it screamed this is where heroes are made. Izuku stood outside the entrance with dozens, no, hundreds, of other applicants, and he had the strange sensation of being a drop of ink in a glass of clear water. They were loud, excited, nervous in the normal way, joking, boasting, comparing quirks. A boy with engine-like parts in his legs stood stiffly, posture perfect. A girl with a constant sparkle in her eyes bounced on her heels. Someone's hair floated like it was underwater. Someone's hands flickered with tiny flames. And Izu stretched slightly longer than it should. He tightened his backpack straps and kept his gaze forward. A voice boomed through speakers. Welcome, young hopefuls. Today you will take your first step toward becoming pro-heroes. Present Mike's voice hit the crowd like a flashbang. Students cheered and winced at the same time. Izuku flinched automatically, then caught himself. Control. He breathed. In. Out. The hunger stayed quiet. The shadows behaved. He moved with the crowd into the main building. The halls were spotless, polished to a shine that made Izuku's shoes squeak slightly with each step. It felt like stepping into a world where mistakes weren't allowed to exist. Which was funny, because Izuku had been built out of mistakes. He found his assigned room. He sat at a desk. And for a moment, he felt almost normal. Until he noticed the way a few students glanced at him, at nothing specific, just the air around him. Like they could tell something was different. Izuku stared straight ahead and opened his pencil case. The written exam was exactly what he expected, difficult, time-pressured, designed to filter out people who relied only on flashy quirks. Math, science, hero law basics, situational ethics. Izuku loved it, not because it was easy, UA didn't do easy, but because it was honest. Answers were answers. No one laughed at your blood. No one watched your shadow. When the proctor called time, Izuku set his pencil down and exhaled slowly. One test done. One to go. The practical. The part that mattered. The part where the world would look at him and decide if he belonged. Outside, applicants gathered again, directed toward the mock city training grounds. Huge gates slid open. The practical arena was massive, concrete streets. Fake buildings, intersections, alleys, open plazas. A place built to break you safely. Present Mike stood on a raised platform, grinning like chaos had paid him sponsorship. Listen up. This is the practical exam. You will earn points by taking down robots. 3 types. 1 point, 2 point, 3 points. Be heroic. Be flashy. Try not to die. Laughter rippled through the crowd. Izuku didn't laugh. He didn't look at the robots. He looked at the shadows. Because even in bright daylight, the mock city had pockets of shade, under ledges, beneath cars, inside doorways. His territory. Present Mike continued, waving his arms. And remember, there is no point value for rescue. This is combat, baby. Izuku's stomach tightened. He knew this. He'd studied the UA entrance exam system for years. No rescue points. Just take down robots. But the words still felt like a test inside a test. Would you ignore a person in danger because the rules said it didn't count? Izuku's hands clenched. He heard All Might's voice from the TV. What makes a hero is not only strength. He heard Bakugo's voice from the classroom. Take a swan dive. He heard the whisper behind his eyes. Little hero. Izuku exhaled slowly. Okay, he whispered to himself. Plan. He opened his notebook one last time, not to write, but to steady his brain. He'd drawn a small diagram of his power with labels. Shadow tendrils. Grab, bind. Blunt impact, limited range, sunlight resistance moderate. Shadow hounds. Autonomous constructs, bite equals tear metal, follow command, must not, feed. Regeneration, automatic, spikes hunger. Must stabilize. Triggers, Blood scent, fear, anger, high stress. Safety protocol. Breathe, command, return, drink pack if needed. He closed the notebook and slid it back into his bag. This wasn't analysis time. This was execution. The gates behind them clicked. Present Mike raised a hand like a judge about to start a race. Ready. Izuku's heart hammered. Go. The gates burst open, and the crowd exploded forward like a wave. Izuku ran. Not fast enough to outrun the speed quirk kids, not powerful enough to launch himself with engines or blasts, but fast enough. He didn't rush into the center of the chaos. He went where heroes survived. Edges, alleys, shade. Robots stomped into view almost immediately, boxy, loud, painted in bright colors like they were intended to be less intimidating than they were. A one-pointer clanked around a corner, scanning for targets. A student with a blade-like quirk sliced it cleanly and whooped. Izuku didn't stop to watch. He turned into a side street and found his first target, a two-pointer, heavier armor, sturdier joints. It swung an arm at him. Izuku ducked. His shadow deepened. Form, he whispered. The darkness behind him surged outward, splitting into two hounds that hit the pavement running. They weren't as massive as the alley beasts. Izuku didn't want massive. Massive meant hunger. Massive meant loss of control. These hounds were efficient, lean shapes made of ink and smoke, eyes glowing faint red. They snapped at the robot's legs. Their jaws didn't crunch flesh. They bit metal, and the sound was like tearing a thick sheet of aluminum. The robot stumbled as one leg joint was shredded. Izuku extended his hand. A tendril shot out, wrapped the robot's torso, and yanked hard. The robot hit the pavement. Izuku didn't gloat. He didn't smile. He made a fist, and the tendril tightened, crushing vital internal wiring. The robot's eyes went dead. Points chimed on a screen overhead. Izuku's breath came out steady. No hunger spike. No red haze. Good. He moved. Another robot. Another corner. Another quick dismantle. He worked like a surgeon. Not flashy. Not loud. Effective. The other students began to notic. Something was happening at the edges of the arena. Robots disappearing into alleyways, crushed and torn apart with no visible attacker. A girl with vines paused, frowning as she watched a two-pointer stumble out with one leg missing. Then collapse as if its insides had been squeezed. What the? She murmured. Izuku kept moving. He avoided direct sunlight when he could, not because it burned him. He wasn't that kind of vampire, but because the shadows felt better in shade. More responsive. More stable. He took down another three-pointer by pinning it to a wall with 4 tendrils, then letting He hounds tear its arm joints until it collapsed. The points kept ticking up. 1, 2, 3. His body stayed calm. His mind stayed sharp. This was working. Then chaos shifted. A loud explosion echoed across the arena. Bakugo. Izuku didn't need to see him to know. The sound was familiar, confident, violent, like firecrackers with purpose. A part of Izuku's chest tightened, old reflexes trying to drag him toward the blast. He forced it down. Focus. He rounded a corner and almost collided with another applicant, a girl with brown hair and bright eyes, moving with anxious urgency. They both stumbled back. Sorry. She blurted quickly. Izuku blinked. It's okay. She looked at him, then her eyes flicked, just for a second, to the shadows at his feet. Izuku held still. The hounds had dissolved, but the shadow under him was deeper. She didn't comment. Instead, she smiled nervously. Good luck. Let's do our best. Yeah, Izuku said, and he meant it. She ran off toward the center. Izuku hesitated, watching her go. His hero instincts, those stubborn, impossible things, flared. That's Uraraka. Ochako Uraraka. Quirk. Zero gravity. She's nervous but brave, likely to take risks, might get hurt. He shook his head. He wasn't here to babysit anyone. He was here to pass. He turned away. And the moment he did, the ground trembled. A deep, heavy vibration that made the mock city's windows rattle. Every student slowed, confused. Then a shadow fell over an entire street. Izuku looked up. His stomach dropped. The zero-pointer. A massive, towering robot, so big it made the 3 pointers look like toys. It stomped into view like a walking building, gears whining, heavy footsteps cracking pavement. Students screamed. Some ran. Some froze. Present Mike's voice blared overhead, half thrilled, half warning. Oh. Looks like we have a SR, kids, there are no points for that big guy. No points. No reason. Just danger. The 0-pointer's head turned, scanning, and then it lifted one massive arm and swung. A building facade shattered as the arm clipped it, concrete and debris raining down. Students scattered. Izuku's heart hammered. He could leave. He should leave. No points. No reward. Just risk. His own power was dangerous enough. He didn't need to push it. Then he saw it. Down the street, near the building the 0-pointer had just damaged, Ochako Uraraka had stumbled, trapped under a slab of concrete. She tried to lift it. But her arms shook. Her face twisted in fear and stubbornness. She wasn't screaming for help. She was trying to solve it alone. Izuku's feet moved before his brain finished arguing. Idiot, he whispered, but there was no cruelty in it. Just recognition. He sprinted. The 0-pointer shifted again, and the building groaned like it might collapse more. Izuku skidded into the debris zone. Eyes scanning. Ochako looked up, eyes wide. Hey. Don't. Stay still, Izuku said, voice firm. Don't make it worse. He crouched beside the slab. His shadow pulled. He felt the darkness respond eagerly, too eagerly. The whisper behind his eyes stirred, purring at the danger. Ah, a rescue. How noble. Izuku swallowed hard. Form, he whispered. Tendrils rose, thickening. Under the slab like hydraulic jacks made of shadow. They pushed gently, lifting just enough to create space. Ochako gasped, trying to pull her leg free. The 0-pointer's foot came down nearby, an earthquake impact. The tendrils wavered. Izuku's jaw clenched. More, he whispered. The shadows thickened. The slab lifted higher. Ochako yanked her leg free and scrambled backward, breathing hard. She stared at him, confused. Your quirk. Later, Izuku snapped, because there wasn't time. The 0-pointer turned fully toward them. Its massive head angled down. Target acquired. It lifted an arm for a direct strike. Ochako froze. Izuku stood in front of her without thinking. Hero instinct. Stupid, stubborn hero instinct. He raised both hands. Restrictions, he whispered, and the words felt strange in his mouth. Not like a spell, more like a lock turning. He didn't know what level he was talking about. He only knew that part of his power had doors, and he was opening one. The shadows behind him erupted. Not wings this time, a wall. A massive shield of darkness that rose like a tide and slammed into the 0-pointer's descending arm. The impact shook Izuku's entire body. His feet dug into the pavement. Cracks spider webbed outward. Pain burst up his legs. But the shield held, barely. Ochako stared, mouth open. You just stopped it. Izuku gritted his teeth. Move. Ochako snapped out of it and ran. Izuku tried to pull the shield back. The 0-pointer pushed harder. The arm pressed down, grinding the shadow shield into the ground. Izuku's muscles screamed. His shadow responded, but it wasn't enough. The massive arm crushed through. Izuku threw himself sideways. Too slow. The arm clipped him. For a split second, Izuku felt his body break. Not metaphorically. Bone, muscle, skin. A shock of pain so sharp it turned white. He hit the pavement hard, skidding, vision buzzing. And then, regeneration kicked in. Izuku's body surged with heat. The broken pieces knit together. He felt bone snap back into place with a sickening click. His skin stitched itself. His muscles tightened. He gasped, choking on the sudden rush of sensation. And the hunger exploded. It hit like a wave, violent and immediate. His mouth flooded with saliva. His vision tinted red at the edges. He smelled Ochako's scraped knee, just a tiny cut, and his body reacted like it was perfume. Izuku's hands trembled. The whisper behind his eyes purred, delighted. Now that's a wound worth paying for. Izuku clenched his teeth so hard his jaw ached. No, he hissed. The shadows around him surged anyway, eager. Crawling across the pavement like living ink. Izuku forced himself to breathe. In, out, in, out. He fumbled his backpack open with shaking hands and yanked out the half-blood pack. He punctured it and drank fast, not because he wanted to, but because he had to. The hunger eased just enough for his mind to snap back into focus. Izuku wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, breathing hard. The 0-pointer lifted its arm again. Preparing to finish the job. No points. No reason. Just a kid in the street and a giant machine deciding he was in the way. Izuku stood. His shadow rose with him, cloak-like, heavy. He didn't have to beat the zero-pointer. He just had to buy time. He glanced toward Ochako. She was safe now, scrambling away, looking back over her shoulder with panic and disbelief. Good. Izuku turned back to the giant robot. Okay, he whispered. No biting. No feeding. No, losing myself. His hands lifted. The shadows behind him spread across the street like a flood. Tendrils shot upward, latching onto the zero-pointer's joints, wrapping around its ankle, its knee, its elbow. The hounds formed, larger this time, 6 of them, circling like wolves around an elephant. They didn't bite flesh. They bit hydraulics and wiring, tearing into the joints, slowing the machine. The zero-pointer staggered, trying to step forward. Izuku's tendrils pulled, hard, dragging the leg backward. The robot's balance shifted. It leaned. Izuku strained, sweat running down his face. He wasn't strong enough to topple it completely. But he could make it hesitate. He could make it miss. The zero-pointer tried to swing again. Izuku yanked one tendril and redirected the arm's motion, just enough that the massive strike smashed into a building instead of the street. Concrete exploded. Dust filled the air. The vibration rattled Izuku's teeth. His shadow shield rose automatically to protect him from debris. He felt the whisper behind his eyes laugh softly. Look at you, playing hero. Izuku's eyes burned. He pushed harder. Move, he commanded his shadows. Hold, hold. The tendrils tightened. The hounds tore deeper into the joints. The zero-pointer's foot slipped. For one glorious second, the giant machine actually stumbled. Students far away screamed in shock. Present Mike's voice exploded overhead. Whoa. Whoa whoa whoa. WHO is that? Izuku's arms shook violently. His body tried to warn him, this is too much. Stop. But Izuku couldn't stop. Not until he was sure Ochako, and anyone else in this street, was out. He glanced quickly. No civilians, no trapped students. Just dust, chaos, and his own stubborn heartbeat. Okay. Time to disengage. Izuku snapped his fingers. Return, he ordered. The shadows hesitated, like an animal refusing to leave a fight. Izuku's voice sharpened. Return. The tendrils released. The hounds dissolved into smoke. The darkness peeled back into his own shadow like it had never left. The zero-pointer regained its footing, confused, turning its head to reacquire targets. Izuku was already running. He sprinted into an alley, staying low, moving fast, forcing his breathing steady. He didn't collapse until he was 3 streets away, hidden behind a fake building where the sunlight didn't reach him directly. He slid down the wall, chest heaving. His hands shook again, not from fear, but from the aftershock of regeneration. The hunger growled, low and irritated. Izuku pressed his forehead to his knees. Not today, he whispered again. Not today. Above, the exam timer blared its final warning. Then, the horn. Time over. Students froze, panting, battered, exhilarated. Izuku stayed where he was, breathing hard, letting the shadows remain quiet. He didn't feel like a winner. He felt like someone who had barely held a leash. The next part was the worst, because it was quiet. Applicants gathered outside again, some cheering, some slumped, some bragging about points. Everyone compared numbers, compared moments. Izuku didn't join edge of the crowd, keeping his face neutral. Backpack straps tight in his hands. A few students glanced his way. Not with admiration, with uncertainty. Like they couldn't decide if he was impressive or disturbing. Izuku kept his gaze down. Aizawa Shota watched from the staff viewing room with half-lidded eyes that missed nothing. He didn't have his capture scarf out. He didn't look dramatic. He just looked tired. Tired and sharp. Beside him, other teachers watched the recorded feeds. Present Mike replayed a clip with dramatic commentary. And here we have, what even is this? The kid summons dogs made of darkness like it's Tuesday. Midnight frowns slightly. Shadow constructs, but they move with independent behavior. Smintos leaned forward, and he sustained direct impact from the zero-pointer's arm he should have broken. Recovery Girl's eyes narrowed. He did break. The room went silent. Nezu, small, smiling, eyes too intelligent for his adorable face, watched quietly, paws folded. His gaze nerd on Izuku's expression in the footage, not triumphant, not feral, just determined. Nezu tilted his head. Interesting. Aizawa's voice cut through the room, flat as stone. That boy is a liability. Present Mike blinked. Dude. He held back a 0-pointer long enough for evac. No, Aizawa said, tone unchanged. I'm not talking about strength. I'm talking about control. His quirk doesn't behave like a standard quirk factor. It responds to instinct. It moves without full conscious command. Midnight's gaze sharpened. You're saying it's dangerous. Aizawa stared at the screen. On it, Izuku drank from a sealed pack in the alley after regenerating, caught by a camera angle most students would never notice. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He stabilized himself with something, and then kept fighting. Nezu's smile widened slightly, which suggests self-awareness. Aizawa's jaw tightened. Dependence. Nezu clasped his paws together gently. Dependence can be managed. Lack of empathy cannot. Aizawa's gaze slid to the clip of Izuku shielding Uraraka. He didn't soften, but something in his eyes recalculated. He saved someone, Aizawa admitted reluctantly. That doesn't mean he won't lose control tomorrow. Nezu's voice was light, almost playful. That is what education is for, Eraserhead. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. If he loses control, people die. Nezu didn't blink. If we refuse to teach anyone with dangerous potential, we hand them to the villains. That landed. The staff room stayed quiet. Aizawa exhaled slowly through his nose. Fine, he said. Admit him. Present Mike grinned, relieved. Yeah, welcome to UA. Spooky kid. Aizawa's stare turned icy. But I want him watched closely. Nezu's smile never changed. Of course. Izuku didn't know any of that. He went me with dust on his shoes and exhaustion in his bones and a strange hollowness in his chest. Inko met him at the door like she'd been holding her breath for hours. Well, she asked immediately, voice trembling. Izuku tried to smile. I think it went okay. Inko hugged him so hard he squeaked. You're safe, she whispered. That's what matters. Izuku hugged back, eyes stinging. That night, he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling again, waiting for the ocean of blood. It came, but quieter. The whispers didn't roar. They watched. The presence behind his eyes purred faintly, like it was entertained. You acted like a hero today. Izuku swallowed. I am a hero, he whispered into the darkness. A soft chuckle answered him from inside his own skull. We'll see. Izuku's jaw tightened. He rolled over and forced his eyes shut. Days passed. Each one felt like a stretched wire. Izuku trained lightly, careful not to spike regeneration or hunger. He followed his schedule. He kept to his rules. He waited. And then, one afternoon, a letter arrived. It wasn't a normal envelope. It was thick, official, and stamped with the UA high school crest like it carried gravity inside paper. Inko stood beside him, hands trembling. Open it, she whispered. Izuku's fingers shook as he tore it open. A small device slipped out, metallic, rectangular. A screen flickered to life. All Might's face appeared. Izuku froze. All Might smiled, bright. Practiced. Young Midoriya. All Might boomed from the screen. Thank you for applying to UA high school. I have the results of your exam. Izuku's breath caught. All Might continued. And Izuku noticed something, the way All Might's eyes looked at him through the screen. Not judgment. Not fear. Something complicated. You scored well on the written portion, All Might said. But that's not what I want to talk about. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might's smile softened. Young Midoriya, you earned villain points. Izuku's heart sank. He knew he had. He'd taken down robots. Plenty. Then All Might leaned closer, expression turning more sincere. And, you earned rescue points. Izuku blinked. Rescue points. All Might grinned. Yes. You see, UA does not only test combat capability. A true hero moves without calculating reward. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might's voice grew warm. You risked yourself to save another student. You held back the 0-pointer long enough for evacuation. That is the heart of a hero. Izuku's hands trembled. All Might straightened, smile bright again. Therefore, welcome to UA high school. The words hit Izuku like sunlight after years underground. Inko cried instantly, grabbing Izuku's shoulders and shaking him gently. Izuku, you did it. Izuku stared at the screen, unable to breathe. All Might's face on the device shifted slightly. And his expression became just a little more serious. One more thing, young Midoriya, All Might said, quieter now. UA is a place for growth, but also for accountability. Your path will not be easy. Izuku swallowed hard. I know. All Might nodded as if he believed him. Good. Then take this seriously. Prove yourself. Control yourself. Izuku's fingers tightened around the device. I will, he whispered. All Might smiled, bright again, but Izuku could feel the weight under it. I'll be watching, All Might said. The screen went black. Izuku sat on his bed with the acceptance device in his hands. Heart pounding so hard it hurt. He had made it. He was in. But the words I'll be watching echoed in his skull like a warning. And deep behind his eyes, something purred in satisfaction, like UA had just opened its gates, and the knight had been invited inside. UA's front gates didn't just open. They judged you as you walked through. Izuku felt it in the way the morning sun hit the steel and glass buildings like the campus was too clean for mistakes, and in the way the other first years stood in clusters, laughing, bragging, arguing, like their confidence was a shield. Izuku didn't have that kind of shield. He had rules scribbled into a notebook and blood packs tucked where nobody could see. He stepped onto campus with his backpack pulled tight against his shoulders and forced himself to breathe like a normal boy who had earned his spot. In, out. The hunger stayed quiet. The shadows behaved. Most of the time, he found Building A, Class 1A, and paused outside the door. The hallway buzzed with the energy of new beginnings, the kind of excitement that made people louder than they meant to be. Izuku's heart thumped like he was about to step into a battlefield instead of a classroom. He had dreamed of this. He had bled for this. He reached for the handle. A voice cut through the hallway like a blade. Move. Izuku flinched instinctively and stepped aside as Katsuki Bakugo shoved past him like Izuku was a piece of furniture. Bakugo was wearing the UA uniform too, but he wore it like an insult. Jacket unbuttoned, tie loose, expression all ready for existing slowly. He didn't look back, but Izuku felt it anyway, the way Bakugo's anger always seemed to find him, like gravity. Izuku swallowed. Ignore it. Control. Don't spike anything. He followed into the classroom. Class 1A was bright and wide, rows of desks, large windows letting in clear morning light. The room smelled like new books, polished wood, and ambition. Students were already inside, and Izuku's brain, traitor that it was, instantly started cataloging. Tenya Iida stood near the front like a walking rulebook, posture perfect, glasses gleaming. Ochako Uraraka waved awkwardly to a group, cheeks pink with nervous excitement. Eijiro Kirishima grinned and slapped someone's shoulder with friendly enthusiasm. Denki Kaminari looked like he was trying to make friends without seeming like he was trying. Momo Yaoyorozu sat calm and composed, as if she'd always belonged in places like this. Shoto Todoroki sat alone, expression unreadable, half his face lit by sunlight like a quiet warning. And then, Tokiyami. A boy with a bird's head and a shadow that moved wrong. His eyes flicked toward Izuku for half a second and lingered, not scared, interested. Izuku took the nearest seat he could find and sat down carefully. As if movement itself might set something off. He kept his hands folded on his desk. He kept his breathing slow. He didn't look at Bakugo. Bakugo, unfortunately, looked at him. Not openly. Not with a big scene. Just the way a predator tracks prey even while pretending to do something else. Izuku ignored him. He opened his notebook and wrote one line, quietly, like it was a prayer. Today, be normal. Be controlled. Be human. The door slid open, and the atmosphere in the room changed instantly. A man walked in with messy black hair, tired eyes, a capture scarf draped around his neck. And the posture of someone who had no patience for children with dreams. Shota Aizawa. He didn't smile. He didn't greet them like they were precious future heroes. He looked at him like they were a problem waiting to happen. Sit down, he said flatly. The class snapped into place like someone hit a switch. Aizawa dropped a sleeping bag onto the floor like he'd rather be anywhere else, then looked around. You're here to become heroes, he said. If you think this is a place to play pretend, leave now. Silence. Aizawa's gaze dragged over them, slow and heavy. His eyes paused for half a heartbeat on Bakugo, then on Izuku. Izuku felt his skin prickle. Not hunger. Recognition. Like Aizawa's stare was a spotlight that found every crack. Orientation is a waste of time, Aizawa continued. So we're skipping it. Quote. A few students blinked. Iida raised his hand so fast it was practically a salute. Excuse me. But, Aizawa cut him off with a look. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. Murmurs rippled through the room. Aizawa reached into his pocket and tossed a ball onto the desk. This is your first lesson. He pointed at the chalkboard where a list of activities appeared on a screen. 50 meters dash. Standing long jump. Grip strength. Softball throw. Repeated side steps. Sit-ups. Toe touch. Your performance will be evaluated, Aizawa said. The one with the lowest overall score will be expelled. The room went dead. Expelled. Someone yelped. Aizawa's expression didn't change. Yes. Kaminari's face went pale. On the first day, Aizawa's eyes half-lidded. If you can't handle pressure, you can't be a hero. Uraraka's hands clenched at her sides. Isn't that too harsh? Aizawa stared at her like she'd asked if gravity was optional. Villains don't care if you just got here. Izuku's stomach tightened. Not from fear, from understanding. Because Aizawa wasn't wrong. He was just, cruelly honest. Aizawa's gaze swept them again. Outside. Now. The class scrambled. Chairs scraped. Shoes scuffed. Izuku stood slowly, letting the crowd flow around him. Bakugo brushed his shoulder as he passed, deliberately. Izuku didn't react, but his shadow deepened by half an inch. He forced it back down. The training field behind the building was huge, an open expanse with equipment stations set up like a grim obstacle course. The sky was bright and clear. The kind of day that made people think nothing bad could happen. Izuku knew better now. Aizawa stood at the edge, capture scarf fluttering slightly in the breeze. You can use your quirk, he said. Obviously. I want your best. He pointed at Iida. You. First. 50 meters dash. Iida practically launched himself, engines roaring from his legs. He tore down the track like a missile, stopping perfectly at the end, chest heaving. Students cheered. Aizawa's expression stayed neutral, but he scribbled the time down. One by one, they went. Kirishima punched the air in excitement. Yaoyorozu performed calmly, efficiently. Todoroki barely moved and still scored high, Ice assisting his jump like it was effortless. Uraraka floated herself to improve distance, then blushed when she overdid it. Then Bakugo's turn came. He blasted himself forward with controlled explosions, not full power, just enough to dominate. He grinned like it was his birthright. When it was over, he glanced back at the class. Gaze sliding immediately to Izuku. Like the real test hadn't started until Izuku stepped up. Izuku kept his expression blank. Inside, he repeated his rules. No feeding. No public loss of control. Minimal constructs. Don't spike regeneration. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter. Midoriya. Izuku's head lifted. Aizawa pointed at the 50 meters track. Show me. Every eye turned. Izuku felt it like heat on his skin. He stepped forward, heart steady but heavy. He had trained. Not like the others, but he had trained. He crouched at the starting line. Aizawa held the timer. Go. Izuku ran. His legs moved faster than they used to, not superhuman speed, not Iida speed, but better than a normal kid should manage without a speed quirk. His body felt stronger, denser, like his muscles were wrapped in something resilient. He hit the finish line, slowed, and turned back. The class murmured. Kinda fast, Kaminari said. Quirks gotta boost him, Kirishima muttered. Izuku didn't answer. He didn't smile. He just walked back to the line. Aizawa wrote down the time. His eyes narrowed slightly, like he'd expected something else. Or like he was waiting for the real problem to show itself. The next events rolled quickly, long jump. Grip strength, side steps. Izuku kept it controlled. He didn't summon hounds. He didn't lash tendrils. He used subtle reinforcement, his shadow thickening under his feet for stability. His body's enhanced strength carrying him just beyond what a normal human should do. Enough to score well, not enough to scare them. But subtle didn't mean invisible. Tokiyami's head tilted slightly as Izuku's shadow moved in ways shadows shouldn't. He didn't look afraid. He looked like someone seeing a familiar language. Finally, Aizawa reached the last test. The softball throw. The one that mattered. Because this was where students showed range, power, creativity. And where Aizawa could judge if someone's quirk was a liability. Aizawa tossed the ball once in his hand. Bakugo. Bakugo stepped up like he owned the field. He took the ball, rolled his shoulder, and glanced at Izuku again, deliberate, challenging. Then he threw. Not a normal throw. He launched the ball with an explosion, sending it screaming into the distance like a rocket. The number displayed on the screen was huge. Students gasped. Bakugo smirked. TCH. Easy. Aizawa called the next name. Midoriya. The air sharpened. Izuku stepped forward, took the ball, and held it in his palm. It felt ordinary. A simple object. But Izuku's mind saw it as something else. A trigger. A moment where everyone would decide what he was. He rolled the ball between his fingers and forced his breath at him with those tired, sharp eyes. Izuku had a plan. He had rehearsed it. No dramatic transformation. No blood. No hounds. Just a tendril assist, like a slingshot. He took a stance. He raised the ball. He started the throw. Aizawa's hair lifted. His eyes glowed. And Izuku felt a sudden, strange pressure, like the world tried to reach into him and turn something off. Aizawa. Erasure. Izuku's heart jolted. For a split second, his mind flashed. If he erases it, I'm safe. I'm normal. Then the shadows behind him stirred anyway. Not violently. Not hungry. Just, there. Still. Present. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's gaze hardened. The pressure remained, but nothing shut down. Izuku's body didn't go weak. His shadow didn't flatten. The faint prickling presence behind his eyes didn't retreat. Erasure wasn't working. The class noticed too. Because Aizawa never used erasure like this unless he meant it. Someone whispered, "Isn't his quirk erased? Why is he still?" Izuku swallowed. The hunger flickered, intrigued by the tension. He forced it down. He completed the throw. And at the last second, his shadow snapped forward. A thin tendril wrapping the ball like a whip handle. It cracked. The ball launched like it had been fired. Not Bakugo level absurd, but farther than Izuku should have been able to throw. The number appeared. High. Respectable. Aizawa's eyes narrowed into something dangerous. He lowered his head slightly, still staring at Izuku. Erasure still on. Still not working. Aizawa let it drop. His hair settled. The glow faded. He stared at Izuku for a long moment as the class buzzed. Then Aizawa spoke, voice flat and cold. "Everyone else, finish the remaining stations and wait." The class hesitated. Aizawa's gaze flicked toward them. They moved fast. Because no one wanted to be the one standing between Aizawa and whatever he was about to do. Izuku stood still at the throwing line, ball gone, hands at his sides. Aizawa walked toward him. Each step was unhurried, unrushed, like a man walking toward a problem he intended to solve. Izuku's spine stayed straight. His heart hammered. Aizawa stopped in front of him, close enough that Izuku could see the tiny red veins in his tired eyes. "You're the one from the entrance exam footage," Aizawa said. Izuku didn't pretend ignorance. "Yes, sir." Aizawa's eyes sharpened. "Your quirk doesn't respond to erasure." Izuku swallowed. "It's not a standard quirk factor." Aizawa's gaze cut deeper. "What is it, then?" Izuku's mouth went dry. He didn't have the perfect answer because the truth sounded insane even to him. "A mutation," Izuku said carefully. "That behaves differently. It's biological. But it's also," he hesitated, then forced the word out. "Because lying would be worse, strange." Aizawa's eyes didn't blink. Strange how? Izuku's fingers curled. He could feel the shadows beneath him, listening. He could feel the hunger testing the edges of his control. He breathed, steady. "It responds to blood," Izuku admitted quietly. "And stress. And it tries to protect me. Sometimes too aggressively." Aizawa's mouth tightened. "It tries." Izuku nodded. "Shame burning. I'm working on control." Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then he leaned forward slightly, voice dropping so low it felt like a threat whispered directly into Izuku's bones. "If you lose control for 1 second, Aizawa said, I won't expel you." Izuku's blood went cold. Aizawa's gaze turned lethal. "I will put you down." The words didn't feel like bluster. They felt like a promise. Izuku's heartbeat thudded. The presence behind his eyes stirred, amused. Izuku crushed that amusement down with sheer will. Yes, sir, Izuku said, voice stead. Why, even though something inside him wanted to shake. Aizawa didn't look satisfied. He looked like a man deciding where to place a loaded weapon. Your classmates are not training dummies, Aizawa continued. This isn't a horror movie. You don't get to try to control yourself and hope no one gets hurt. Izuku's jaw tightened. I won't let it happen. Aizawa watched him, expression unreadable. Then he straightened. Good, Aizawa said. Because if you do, you won't get a second chance. He turned away like the conversation was done. But before he walked back to the class, he added one final line, quiet, almost casual. In Midoriya, Izuku looked up. Aizawa's eyes flicked back to him, sharp. I'm not scared of your quirk. I'm scared of the part of you that might start liking it. Izuku froze. Aizawa walked away. Izuku stood there, staring after him, the words sinking into him like stones. Because the worst part was, Aizawa wasn't entirely wrong. When the test ended, the class gathered, exhausted and uneasy. Aizawa stood in front of them, hands in his pockets like this was boring. You all passed, he said. A wave of relief surged through the group. Some students laughed nervously. Kaminari nearly collapsed. Uraraka exhaled so hard she swayed. Iida straightened. Sensei. With respect, the expulsion threat was extreme. Aizawa's eyes slid toward him. Welcome to UA. The relief didn't fully settle because something in the room was still wrong. Eyes kept flicking to Izuku. Whispers started. He doesn't get erased. What is that? Did you see the shadows? Mineta shrank behind someone taller, peeking at Izuku like Izuku might bite him. Aoyama's smile was too stiff. How mysterious. Tokiyami approached Izuku slowly, not aggressive, not fearful. You wield darkness, Tokiyami said, voice calm. It obeys you. Quote. Izuku didn't know what to do with the statement. It sometimes does, Izuku answered carefully. Tokiyami nodded like that was enough. Darkness is not evil, he said. Only misunderstood. Izuku almost laughed, almost. Because darkness, in his case, definitely had opinions. Before he could respond, Bakugo slammed a hand onto Izuku's desk. The sound cracked through the classroom. What the hell was that? Bakugo snarled. The room went silent. Bakugo leaned in, eyes wild. You lied. You acted quirkless. You. Izuku's pulse spiked. The hunger stirred, smelling anger like it was food. He forced himself to breathe. Bakugo's voice rose. Since when do you have some creepy shadow quirk? Since when do you get to stand here like you belong? Izuku lifted his eyes slowly. He didn't look scared. He didn't look apologetic. He looked tired. You told me to jump off a roof, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo froze. The class stiffened. Izuku's voice stayed calm, too calm. And you're angry I didn't obey. Izuku continued, still quiet. Is that what this is? Bakugo's face flushed red with rage. Don't talk back, Deku. Izuku stood. Not abruptly. Not aggressively. Just stood. And the shadow beneath his feet deepened. The lights in the room didn't flicker. But it felt like they did, because the air changed. Bakugo took a step forward, hands sparking. You think you're scary now? You think this makes you? Izuku's eyes lifted fully. For a heartbeat, they weren't green. They were red. Not glowing like a flashlight, just a deep, predatory crimson that made the room feel colder. Bakugo's mouth stopped mid-word. Because for the first time, Bakugo looked at Izuku and didn't see a weak kid. He saw something that could survive his explosions and laugh. Izuku's voice was almost gentle. You've spent years treating me like I'm nothing, Izuku said. So here's the truth. He leaned closer just slightly, enough that only Bakugo could hear. I'm still me, Izuku whispered. But I'm not your prey anymore. Bakugo's pupils tightened. His breathing hitched. Izuku straightened and stepped back. The red faded. His shadow settled. The room exhaled as if it had been holding its breath. Bakugo trembled with confusion. He forced himself to scoff, but the sound didn't land the way it used to. TCH, Bakugo spat, backing away like he'd decided attacking right now was a bad idea. Whatever you are, I'll still beat you. Izuku didn't respond, because he didn't need to. Aizawa's voice cut in from the front of the class, flat as ever. Sit down, Bakugo. Bakugo hesitated. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. Bakugo sat. The class slowly returned to its nervous hum, but the shape of the room had changed. Izuku could feel it. He wasn't quirkless Midoriya anymore. He was something else. Something people didn't know how to categorize. And those categories mattered at UA, because here, your label could decide whether you were trained or contained. After school, Izuku walked home alone. He didn't join the excited conversations. He didn't celebrate passing the first day. He just kept his pace steady and his breathing controlled. The sun was lower now, painting the city in orange. His shadow stretched long behind him. Too long. He paused in a quiet side street and looked down. The shadow didn't just stretch. It watched. Izuku swallowed. Not here, he whispered. The shadow settled. Obedient, for now. He got home. Inko greeted him with anxious eyes. How was it? Izuku forced a small smile. Hard. Inko nodded, like hard was expected. But you're okay. Izuku hesitated. Then he nodded. I'm okay. He went to his room and sat on his bed. He pulled his hero notebook out, flipped past the analysis pages, past the rules, and opened to a blank sheet. He wrote one sentence. Aizawa can't erase me. Then, after a long pause, he wrote another. All Might was scared of what's inside me. Aizawa is scared I'll like it. His hand tightened. He wrote a third line, slower. Then I'll prove them wrong. Even if I have to chain myself to my own rules. He closed the notebook. And in the quiet of his room, with the evening light fading, Izuku felt the presence behind. His eyes purr softly, like it had been listening the whole time. Chain yourself if you want, it seemed to whisper. Chains are just another kind of leash. Izuku clenched his fists. He stared into the dim corner of his room where shadows gathered. Next time, he whispered, voice steady, I decide what I am. The shadows didn't argue. They simply waited. The first thing Izuku noticed was that UA smelled different. Not in a poetic way. Not in a dreams and destiny way. In a real way. Concrete warmed by sunlight. Metal railings. Freshly cut grass from the training fields. The faint ozone snap of quirks being tested somewhere far away. The clean, sharp scent of a place that expected explosions and repaired itself afterward. And underneath it all, so faint that nobody else would notice, Izuku caught the scent of blood. Not fresh blood. Not danger blood. Just human blood. Normal. Existing. Pumping through people's bodies. It was like living in a city where every street had a bakery you could smell but weren't allowed to enter. Izuku kept his breathing steady and walked into class 1A with his hands in his pockets. Control. Always control. He sat, opened his notebook, and looked at the rules inside the cover like a soldier checking his safety before a mission. 1. No feeding on people. Ever. 2. 3. Use blood packs only. 4. 5. Stabilize before fighting. 6. 7. No power in public unless life is at risk. 8. 9. If shadows move without permission, stop, breathe, regain control. 10. He underlined rule number 1 again, harder than necessary. Across the room, Bakugo was already loud. Not talking, Bakugo didn't talk. He declared. Like I said, Bakugo snapped at Kaminari, voice carrying, I'm gonna be number 1. Anyone in my way is getting blown off the map. Kirishima laughed, but it sounded a little nervous. Man, you're intense. TCH. Izuku didn't look up. He could feel Bakugo's gaze anyway, like heat on the side of his face. Uraraka sat 2 desks away, fidgeting with her pencil. When she noticed Izuku, she gave a small wave and a tentative smile, like someone approaching a stray animal without wanting to scare it. Izuku returned the wave. Small. Polite. Tokiyami observed Th.M. both like he was taking notes in his head. Then the classroom door slid open. And the room went quiet as if someone had lowered the volume on the world. All Might stepped in. Not in his skinny form. Not in private. Full symbol of peace. Golden hair. Bright smile. Presence so big that the air felt like it made room for him. Good morning, young heroes. All Might boomed. A few students practically sparkled with excitement. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Kirishima looked like he might cry. Iida stood so straight he could have been measured with a ruler. Even Todoroki's eyes lifted a fraction. And Izuku. Izuku's heart tightened in a way that wasn't simple joy. Because he remembered the hospital. He remembered the pause. He remembered the words, I cannot give you power. All Might's eyes scanned the room. They landed on Izuku. Only for a second. But Izuku caught it. Not fear. Not disgust. Something like vigilance. All Might moved on as if he hadn't looked. Today, All Might announced, clapping his hands together. We will be beginning practical combat training. Excited murmurs. All Might grinned wider. Specifically, hero versus villain battle training. He gestured grandly toward the window. Outside, the massive training complex loomed like a block of the future. A building designed to be broken safely. A building that would not care what kind of monster you were inside, as long as you followed the rules. All Might continued. In real life, villains don't stand still and wait to be arrested. Heroes don't get timeouts. So today, you will learn to think, move, and act under pressure. Aizawa wasn't in the room. But his influence still was. The class sat straighter, the earlier panic from yesterday's expulsion threat still lingering like a bruise. All Might pointed at the board, where a diagram appeared, a building with a weapon, a mock bomb, inside. Here is the scenario, All Might said. Villains have taken a building and placed a weapon inside. Heroes must infiltrate and secure it. Villains must defend it until time runs out, or incapacitate the heroes. He chuckled. Of course, we won't be using lethal force. Izuku's shadow shifted subtly under his desk like it found that sentence funny. Izuku tightened his fist under the table. No. All Might started dividing them into teams. 2 by 2. Names flashed on the board. As he read them, Izuku's stomach got tighter. Because with every pair, the possibilities narrowed, and he could feel fate, annoying, dramatic fate, lining up the most stressful matchups like a cruel joke. Team 1, Yaoyorozu and Aoyama. Team 2, Kirishima and Sato. Team 3. Then All Might's voice hit a specific combination, and the room's atmosphere sharpened like a blade. Team 7, Midoriya and Uraraka. Izuku blinked. Uraraka squeaked, All Might continued smoothly. And the blade turned. Villain Team 7, Bakugo and Iida. The room exploded into murmurs. Bakugo's head snapped toward Izuku like he'd been summoned. His grin wasn't happy. It was hungry in its own way. Iida stiffened. Be Bakugo. Villain Team. Bakugo slammed his palm into his desk with a spark. Finally, Uraraka leaned toward Izuku, whispering urgently, we're together. Do you have a plan? Izuku stared at the board. Midoriya plus Uraraka versus Bakugo plus Iida. Bakugo, who wanted to destroy him for breathing. Iida, who would treat rules like religion. And Uraraka, who had been kind to him during the exam, but had also seen him get hit and regenerate like something that didn't break the way humans did. Izuku breathed in slowly. Yeah, he whispered back. I have a plan. Uraraka's eyes widened. Really? Izuku nodded once. We don't fight them head on. Bakugo would He always did. Izuku wasn't going to give him one. All Might clapped. Everyone, to the training building. We begin shortly. Chairs scraped. Students hurried out, buzzing with energy. Izuku stood and adjusted his backpack strap. He felt Bakugo's presence behind him before Bakugo even spoke. Hey, Deku. Izuku didn't turn. Bakugo's voice was low and sharp, meant for Izuku alone. Don't hold back like you did yesterday. Izuku's fingers tightened around his strap. Bakugo leaned closer, his breath hot with anger. I want to see what you really are. Izuku turned his head slightly, just enough to meet Bakugo's eyes. He kept his voice calm. Then don't bleed, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo's expression flickered, confusion for half a second, then rage returned twice as strong. TCH, Bakugo spat. I'll make you bleed first. He walked ahead. Izuku watched him go and felt the hunger behind his ribs stir, not in response to blood. In response to stress. He forced it down. Control. Always. The training building was enormous, gray and blocky, built like a fortress. Inside, it was a maze, hallways, stairwells, mock offices, open rooms, narrow corridors. A perfect playground for tactics. A perfect hunting ground. All Might stood near the entrance with a set of cards and a grin. Heroes and villains will prepare separately. Villains go in first and set up defense positions. Heroes will enter after. Iida adjusted his glasses sharply, already in strategy mode. Bakugo. We should establish a defensive perimeter around the weapon. Bakugo didn't even look at him. Shut up. We're hunting. Iida froze. Excuse me. Bakugo's grin widened. They're coming to us. We'll break them before they even reach the weapon. Iida's jaw tightened. He clearly hated the attitude, but he also wasn't a fool. Bakugo's quirk was explosive. In tight hallways, it was terrifying. And Izuku's new power. Iida's eyes flicked briefly toward Izuku across the room. He looked unsettled. All Might called, Villain Team 7, go. Bakugo and Iida entered the building. The doors shut behind them. All Might turned toward Izuku and Uraraka. Hero Team 7, you will enter in 2 minutes. Uraraka swallowed hard. 2 minutes. Izuku nodded, mind already running through a map he'd never seen. Uraraka shifted her weight anxiously. Midoriya, Bakugo is going to, go really hard. Izuku's eyes stayed on the building doors. I know. Uraraka hesitated, then asked softly, are you okay with that? Izuku thought of Aizawa's words. I'm scared of the part of you that might start liking it. He thought of the alley, the laughter in his skull, the way the shadows had moved like eager teeth. No, Izuku said truthfully. But I can handle it. Uraraka's hands clenched. I'll help. I can float things, I can. Izuku nodded. Your quirk is the key. Uraraka blinked. Mine. Izuku finally looked at her properly. You can change the battlefield. That's how we win. Uraraka stared, surprised, and then her expression steadied. Oh okay, she said, voice small but firm. Then tell me what to do. All Might raised a hand. Time. The doors slid open. All Might's grin flashed. Hero Team, go. Izuku stepped forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, the building swallowed sound. Outside noise vanished. The air became cooler, still. Every footstep echoed faintly. Uraraka moved beside him, trying not to look nervous. Izuku listened, not with his ears alone. He could feel the buoy. Elding's shadows like dark water pooling at corners. They responded to him quietly, as if acknowledging a familiar predator. He kept them leashed. Okay, Izuku whispered, voice low. Rule 1, we don't go down the main hallway. Bakugo expects that. Uraraka nodded quickly. Izuku pointed to a side corridor. We circle. We move through the shaded hallways. If Bakugo tries to corner us, you make space. Uraraka whispered back. Float something. Float me, Izuku said. Uraraka blinked. Wait, what? Izuku didn't smile. If I'm weightless, I can move through vents, jump higher, land silently. I can do things. Uraraka swallowed. Okay, I can do that. They moved. Quiet. Izuku kept his steps light. He didn't summon hounds yet. The more he used, the more hunger pushed back. He didn't want to start this fight with the leash already fraying. They reached a corner and paused. Izuku raised 2 fingers. Uraraka froze. Izuku listened. A faint pop, like a firecracker muffled by walls. Then another. Bakugo. Closer than he should be. He's moving, Izuku whispered. Uraraka's eyes widened. Already. Bakugo doesn't defend, Izuku said, voice steady. He attacks. He wants to find us before we plan. Uraraka swallowed. So what do we do? Izuku looked at the shadow in the corner of the hallway. It looked back. He breathed. Step 1, Izuku whispered. We let him think he's winning. Uraraka stared. That's scary. Izuku didn't argue. Because it was. They moved again, deeper into the building. The corridor narrowed, then opened into a larger room, mock office space with pillars, desks, and a stairwell at the far end. Uraraka stopped suddenly. Izuku's senses pricked. A faint wind, warm and sharp. Bakugo. Down. Izuku snapped. Uraraka dropped. An explosion tore through the room. N.O.T. directly at them. Bakugo was too smart for that. He hit the ceiling near them, showering debris and dust. Uraraka screamed softly as chunks of plaster rained down. Izuku raised an arm instinctively. Shadow surged from his sleeve like a cloak, wrapping over them like a quick shield. Debris bounced off the darkness and fell harmlessly. Uraraka stared at the shadow cloak like it was alive. Izuku kept his voice calm. Move. They sprinted toward the stairwell. Bakugo's laughter echoed from above. There you are. He dropped from the upper level like a meteor, palms sparking. Iida appeared on the opposite side, blocking the stairwell path with rigid stance. Midoriya. Uraraka. Iida barked. You are the heroes. You should proceed toward the objective, not Bakugo's explosion cut him off. Bakugo fired at the floor near Izuku, forcing Izuku to jump sideways. Uraraka stumbled. Iida recoiled. Bakugo. That was reckless. Bakugo snarled. Shut up and block the door. Iida's jaw clenched, but He moved into position, villain duty versus personal frustration. Izuku's mind calculated instantly. If they fought both here, Bakugo would escalate, and tight corridors meant collateral damage. If they ran, Bakugo would chase. But Izuku didn't need to win the fight. He needed the weapon. He leaned toward Uraraka. Touch me, he whispered. Uraraka blinked. Now. Uraraka slapped her palm against his sleeve. Zero gravity, she whispered. Izuku felt his stomach lurch as his weight vanished. For a moment, it was like his body forgot it belonged to Earth. His shadow, however, did not forget. It clung to the floor like an anchor. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? Izuku bent his knees and jumped. He didn't leap like a normal person. He glided. Silently. He floated upward toward the upper walkway, moving like a shadow across the air. Bakugo reacted fast. He blasted upward, trying to intercept. Izuku's shadow snapped from his sleeve, forming a thin tendril that latched onto the railing and yanked him sideways midair. Bakugo's blast missed, exploding behind Izuku, sending dust and smoke across the upper level. Izuku landed softly on the walkway, still weightless, still quiet. He looked down. Bakugo stared up, eyes blazing. You. Izuku didn't answer. He moved. His feet barely touched the ground as he drifted down the hallway, using the railings and walls to redirect himself like a pinball with a brain. Uraraka remained below, breathing hard. Iida watched Izuku with stunned confusion. Rate of strategy. Bakugo snarled. Don't analyze it, nerd. Move. Bakugo blasted up again. This time, he reached the walkway and chased. Izuku turned a corner and vanished. Not by sprinting, by stepping into shadow. The hallway lights were on, but shadows existed anyway, in corners, under fixtures, behind pillars. Izuku let the darkness fold around him, and for a heartbeat he wasn't a boy in a school uniform. He was a smear of ink sliding along a wall. Bakugo skidded around the corner. Where'd you go? He barked. He fired explosions down the corridor, blasting dust and smoke like he could force the shadows to confess. Izuku watched from inside the darkness, pulse steady. This was the part he hated. Because it felt good. It felt natural. Hunting. Stalking. Waiting for the moment to strike. Behind his eyes, the presence purred faintly. Yes, like that. Izuku crushed it down. No. He wasn't here to enjoy this. He was here to win. Bakugo stomped forward, hands sparking. You think you can hide from me? Bakugo snarled. Come out. Izuku's shadow moved. Not outward. Inward. He slipped behind Bakugo without a sound, emerging from the shadow cast by Bakugo's own body like it was a doorway. He stood behind Bakugo, close enough to touch his shoulder. Bakugo stiffened, sensing him. Izuku spoke softly. You're loud, Izuku said. Bakugo spun, blasting. The explosion hit Izuku square in the face. Uraraka, far below, screamed Izuku's name. For a split second, everything went white hot. Izuku's skin burned. His head snapped back. He flew into the wall. His skull hit concrete. His vision went black at the edges. Then, regeneration. Heat surged. Flesh knitted. Pain reversed itself like time rewinding. Izuku's eyes opened, and something inside him laughed. Not him. Not really. A sound that bubbled up from deep behind his ribs, low and amused, like a predator entertained by a failed kill. Izuku heard it come out of his own mouth. A quiet chuckle. Bakugo froze. Because he had never seen anyone take a point-blank blast like that and laugh. Izuku pushed himself off the wall, dust falling from his hair. His face was already uninjured, only a faint redness that vanished as he blinked. Bakugo's pupils tightened. What are you? Bakugo whispered, voice almost involuntary. Izuku's smile twitched. Not kind. Not cruel. Just wrong for a boy Izuku's age. He hated it. He wiped it off his face like it was dirt. I'm still me, Izuku said, voice controlled. Bakugo's fear transformed instantly into rage. Rage was safer. He roared and lunged. Explosions tore through the corridor as Bakugo unleashed a storm of blasts, trying to overwhelm Izuku's regeneration with sheer force. Izuku moved. Not faster than Bakugo. Smarter. He melted into shadow, reappeared behind a pillar, then behind Bakugo again, forcing Bakugo to turn, forcing him to waste momentum. Every time Bakugo blasted, Izuku's shadow cloak absorbed part of it. Rippling like dark water, taking heat and refusing to burn. Bakugo snarled, "Stop moving." Izuku didn't respond, because he could feel it. Bakugo's anger was spiking his sweat production. And Bakugo's blasts were causing micro cuts, tiny burns and scrapes from debris. Izuku's senses sharpened. A faint metallic scent drifted into the air. Blood. Not much. Just enough. Izuku's stomach dropped. The hunger stirred like it had been asleep and just woke up smiling. His shadow twitched. A thin tendril slid from his sleeve without him meaning it to, like a tongue tasting the air. Izuku clenched his fist. The tendril kept moving. No. His breath hitched. Bakugo lunged again, and in the chaos, a chunk of broken plaster clipped Bakugo's arm. A shallow cut opened. One line of red, that was all. But to Izuku, it was a bell ringing in a silent church. His throat tightened. His mouth watered. The presence behind his eyes leaned forward, delighted. There it is. A shadow hand formed, fast. Hungry, reaching toward Bakugo's bleeding arm. Izuku's eyes widened. No, he hissed. The shadow hand kept going. Bakugo saw it and his face twisted, both disgusted and furious. Don't you dare. Izuku snapped. Not at Bakugo. At himself. He grabbed his own wrist with his free hand, physically locking his arm in place, like holding back a reflex. At the same time, he commanded his shadow with a voice that shook. Return. Quote. The shadow hand trembled, resisting like a muscle refusing to relax. Izuku's jaw clenched until it hurt. Return, he repeated, harsher. The shadow hand stopped. Slowly, reluctantly. It dissolved back into his shadow cloak like a restrained animal. Izuku exhaled shakily. Bakugo stared. He had seen Izuku laugh off an explosion. He had seen Izuku appear from shadows like a nightmare. But what shook him most was seeing Izuku restrain something inside himself. Bakugo didn't understand it, so he attacked harder. He blasted again, a wide explosion meant to pin Izuku against the wall. Izuku took the hit. His coat tore. His shoulder dislocated. Pain flared. Regeneration snapped it back into place. And the hunger surged again, angry now, offended by restraint. Izuku's eyes burned red at the edges. He swallowed hard. He needed to end this quickly. Not for points. For safety. For control. Izuku stepped backward into shadow and vanished. Bakugo spun, searching. Where are you? Bakugo roared. Izuku didn't answer. He moved through the building like ink through cracks, heading not away from Bakugo, but toward the objective. Because while Bakugo hunted, Izuku could win. Uraraka was still below with Iida. Izuku could hear them faintly through floors, Uraraka's anxious breathing, Iida's strict voice. We must protect the weapon, Iida insisted. We should not pursue separately. Bakugo wasn't listening. Good. Izuku emerged on a different floor, near a stairwell that led down toward where the weapon likely was. He checked himself. Breathing fast. Hunger irritated. Shadow restless. He needed a stabilizer. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the insulated sleeve. His hands shook as he brought the half-blood pack to his mouth. He drank quick. Kaylee, just enough to calm the growl behind his ribs. The relief hit immediately. The red haze faded. The shadow stopped twitching. Izuku exhaled slowly. Okay, he whispered. Back on the leash. He moved down the stairwell. Quiet. Controlled. He turned a corner. And nearly ran into Iida. Iida blocked the corridor like a wall, stance perfect, eyes sharp behind glasses. Midoriya, Iida said, voice tense. You have circumvented our defensive line. Izuku didn't waste time. Move, Iida. Iida's jaw tightened. As villains, our role is to prevent you from reaching the weapon. I will not. Izuku's shadow stirred. He kept it quiet. He didn't want to scare Iida. But he also didn't have time for a debate. Uraraka appeared behind Iida, peeking around nervously. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku nodded once. I'm fine. Uraraka's eyes flicked to his torn uniform, then to the faint scorch marks that were already fading. Her face tightened. Bakugo's voice echoed from upstairs, furious and loud. Deku, I'm gonna. Uraraka flinched. Iida's posture shifted. Bakugo is a distraction, Izuku said. Iida, you're smart. Don't throw yourself into Bakugo's chaos. You're better than that. Iida hesitated. That hesitation cost him. Izuku's shadow tendril snapped out, not at Iida's throat, not violent, just wrapping around Iida's ankle and yanking. Iida stumbled, arms flailing. Uraraka gasped. Izuku slid past, sprinting toward the weapon room. Iida recovered instantly, engines roaring. Midoriya. That was underhanded. Izuku didn't look back, so is being a villain. He hit the weapon room door. It was marked clearly, UA. Didn't hide objectives too much. This was training, not a real hostage situation. Izuku slammed the door open. And froze. Bakugo was there, waiting. Somehow. He SMB on a pedestal. Grinning like he'd predicted every move. How? Izuku breathed. Bakugo laughed. I didn't predict you, idiot. He tapped his temple. I predicted Uraraka. She's too soft. Too scared. She'd yell your name. She did. Izuku's stomach tightened. He had underestimated Bakugo's instincts. Bakugo raised his hands, palms sparking. Now you're trapped. Izuku glanced around. Single entrance. No windows. Tight room. Bakugo had the advantage. Bakugo stepped forward slowly, grin sharp. This time, I'm gonna blow you apart until you stop healing. Izuku's shadow deepened. He felt the hunger stir again, sensing the coming violence. He forced himself calm. He didn't want to fight here. But he could end it. Quickly. Cleanly. Izuku's eyes flicked to the bomb. Win condition. Secure the weapon. He didn't need to beat Bakugo unconscious. He just needed to touch the objective. Bakugo read his gaze and laughed. You think you can sneak it? Not happening. Bakugo lunged. Explosion. Izuku dodged sideways, shadow cloak rising like a shield. The blast washed over him, ripping fabric, slamming him into the wall. Pain. Regeneration. The room filled with smoke. Bakugo charged through it, furious. Izuku disappeared into the smoke like a ghost. He stepped into shadow. But the room was bright. Minimal shade. Bakugo had chosen this spot on purpose. Izuku felt the shadow struggle, irritated. Behind his eyes, the presence purred. Cornered. Perfect. Izuku clenched his jaw. No. He didn't need to be stronger. He needed to be smarter. He whispered, Uraraka. Not loud. Just enough for the hallway microphones maybe. Uraraka, outside the room. Hearing his voice, reacted. Zero gravity. Uraraka shouted, because she had to speak her quirk to activate it reliably in training. The effect hit Izuku like a sudden lift. His body went weightless again. Bakugo's eyes widened. What? Izuku jumped. Not upward, forward. Like a bullet. Weightless meant no traction, no resistance. He glided through the air, twisting in a way a normal body couldn't. Bakugo blasted toward him. Izuku rotated midair and let the explosion push him like wind. He used Bakugo's own force as propulsion. Bakugo's blast shoved Izuku sideways. Right toward the bomb. Bakugo realized too late. No. Izuku reached out. His fingers brushed the weapon pedestal. He didn't need to grab it. He just needed to make contact. His shadow snapped. D from his sleeve and wrapped the mock bomb like a ribbon, yanking it off the pedestal and into his arms. All Might's voice boomed through the building speakers. Hero Team 7 has secured the weapon. Match end. Silence hit the room like a curtain dropping. Bakugo froze mid-step, hands still sparking, face twisted in disbelief. Izuku landed lightly, still weightless, holding the bomb against his chest. His breathing was heavy. His uniform was torn. His shadow was restless. And the hunger hated that the fight ended before it got satisfaction. Izuku's jaw clenched. Bakugo's fists trembled. You, Bakugo rasped. You didn't beat me. Izuku's voice was quiet. I didn't have to. Bakugo's eyes went wide with rage. He took a step, then stopped, because his cut arm still bled faintly. And he saw Izuku's gaze flicker, just for a fraction, toward it. Bakugo's expression shifted. Not just anger now, wariness. Because he remembered that shadow hand reaching. Because he saw Izuku swallow hard like he was tasting something. Izuku turned away first. He walked out of the room, forcing himself not to look at blood. Not to breathe too deep. Not to let the leash slip. Outside, the Halwa Y was crowded with watching students and cameras. Uraraka stood near the entrance, breathing hard, cheeks pale. When she saw Izuku, she rushed forward. You're okay. She blurted, then stopped, staring at his torn uniform and the way his shadow clung too tightly to his feet. You're really okay? Izuku nodded. Yeah. Uraraka's eyes flicked to his face. To his eyes. She'd seen them go red in class. She'd heard the laugh over the building speakers when Bakugo blasted him. Uraraka swallowed, trying to smile. We won. Izuku nodded again. We did. All Might appeared with a grin, clapping. Excellent work, Midoriya. Uraraka. Splendid coordination. The class murmured. Some impressed, some unsettled. Kaminari whispered, he got blasted point blank and just got back up. Mineta squeaked, that's not a quirk. That's a horror movie. Tokiyami's beak dipped slightly, solemn. The darkness protects its chosen. Aizawa stood at the back with arms crossed, eyes half-lidded. He didn't look impressed. He looked watchful. All Might turned to the villains. Bakugo. Iida. Good defense and pressure. Bakugo snarled. He cheated. All Might blinked. Cheated. Bakugo jabbed a finger at Izuku. He didn't go down. He doesn't. Bakugo couldn't find the words for, your body breaks the rules. Iida stepped forward, posture rigid. All Might, with respect, Bakugo's approach was tactically unsound. He abandoned the weapon defense repeatedly. If we had maintained formation. Bakugo snapped, shut up. Iida recoiled, furious. This is exactly why villain teams fail. You refuse structured strategy. All Might laughed awkwardly, trying to soften it. Aha, a lesson learned. But Izuku wasn't listening, because Uraraka was still looking at him. Not with disgust, not with fear, exactly. More like someone trying to fit a puzzle piece that didn't match any shape she knew. Midoriya, Uraraka said quietly, voice small enough that only he heard, when Bakugo hit you, you laughed. Izuku flinched, just slightly. Uraraka's eyes softened, but she didn't look away. Was that, you? Izuku swallowed. He could lie. He could say it was shock. He could say anything. But Uraraka was kind, and kindness deserved honesty. No. Izuku admitted quietly. Not all the way. Uraraka's lips parted. Izuku kept his voice low. I'm working on it. I'm trying to stay, me. Uraraka nodded slowly. Like she accepted the effort even if she didn't understand the problem. I'm glad you saved me at the exam, she whispered. And I'm glad we won today. She hesitated, then added, softer, but, please don't scare me on purpose. Izuku's chest tightened. I won't, he promised immediately. And he meant it. Behind his eyes, the presence chuckled faintly like it found promises adorable. Izuku ignored it. He had to. That night, Izuku sat at his desk and wrote in his notebook with a hand that didn't shake, but wanted to. Battle trial notes. Bakugo's blood scent equals major trigger, even minor cut. Shadow attempted autonomous reach, unacceptable. Stabilize before match next time, not during. Avoid bright rooms with limited shadow coverage, plan escape routes. Winning clean greater than fighting long. He stared at the page. Then wrote one more line, slower. I didn't feed. I didn't lose control. That counts. He closed the notebook and leaned back, staring at the ceiling. In the dim corner of his room, his shadow stretched a little too long. He watched it. It watched back. Izuku whispered, voice steady, you don't get to choose for me. For a moment, silence. Then, so faint it might have been imagination. He felt a purr behind his eyes. Not yet, it seemed to say. But you're learning. Izuku tightened his fists. He wasn't going to be proud of learning not to become a monster. He was going to become a hero. Even if the hero had to keep the monster on a leash forever. The bus ride to the USJ was loud in the way only teenagers with adrenaline in their veins could manage. Kaminar. I was talking too fast about real disaster training. Kirishima was hyping everyone up with manly. Every 10 seconds, Mineta was doing that thing where he tried to act brave while CE and Iida was touring the entire back half of the bus about proper field trip behavior like he'd been elected as the human embodiment of safety rails. Izuku sat by the window. He wasn't sulking. Not exactly. He was listening. Because the more time he spent around Class 1A, the more he realized how alive everyone sounded. They talked like the future was normal. Like hero work was dangerous but still, doable. Izuku wanted that. He wanted to laugh about training instead of silently calculating how many blood packs he had left and whether the shadows in the corner of his vision were behaving. Uraraka sat a few rows ahead, chatting with Tsuyu Asui in a softer tone. Uraraka turned once, spotted Izuku, and gave him a small, cautious smile, like she didn't want to startle him. Izuku nodded back. He meant it as reassurance. It probably looked like distance anyway. Across the aisle, Bakugo was radiating violence without saying a word. Every now and then he'd crack his knuckles and glare at the bus ceiling like it had personally offended him. Aizawa sat at the front, scarf loose, eyes half closed, looking like he'd rather be asleep on concrete than supervising a class of future disasters. And then there was All Might. He wasn't there. Izuku kept catching himself looking toward the front, expecting that bright laugh, that impossible presence. Instead, the teacher in charge of today's trip was Aizawa alone. Which somehow made the air feel heavier. Because Aizawa wasn't a comfort. He was a warning with a sleeping bag. When the bus finally rolled to a stop, the chatter spiked. Outside, the USJ facility stood like a huge dome of steel and glass, built to simulate chaos safely. The entrance sign was clean, official, unforeseen simulation joint, but the shape of the building screamed something big happens here. Iida stood up like he was about to lead a parade. Everyone, remember to disembark in an orderly fashion. Bakugo shoulder checked past him. Iida spluttered. "Be Bakugo." That was not. Aizawa's voice floated back without him turning. "Iida, sit down." Iida froze. "Yes, sensei." Izuku stepped off the bus with the others and felt the air change the moment his feet hit the ground. Not because of villain danger. Because of space. The USJ didn't feel like a school. It felt like a place built for emergencies. Wide platforms, big doors, reinforced structures. Everything about it said, "This is where heroes learn what their bodies can survive." Izuku's shadow stretched a little too long. He pulled his jacket sleeve down like fabric could hide it. Aizawa led them inside. The main dome opened. Up in front of them, an enormous artificial environment with sections. A mock city, a landslide zone, a flood zone with wrecked ships, a mountain area. Huge, layered, designed to simulate disasters. Standing at the center platform was 13, the spacesuit hero, waving enthusiastically. "Welcome, everyone," 13 said brightly. "Today you'll learn about rescue and disaster response, how to save lives, not just win fights." Some students cheered. Izuku's chest loosened slightly. Rescue. That word always made him breathe easier. He watched 13's gloved hands move as they spoke, and his mind automatically filed it away. 13's quirk. Black hole. Extremely dangerous. Control-focused. Rescue specialist. 13 continued, "A hero's job isn't to defeat villains, sometimes the villain is the situation. Floods. Fires. Collapsing buildings. And your job is to." Aizawa yawned. It was almost comedic. Almost. Izuku's senses prickled. Because Aizawa wasn't yawning from boredom. He was yawning like someone whose instincts had already stood up. Aizawa's head tilted slightly toward the far side of the dome. Izuku followed his gaze. The air looked wrong. Like heat haze, but colder. A ripple in reality. 13 paused mid-sentence. Aizawa's voice went flat. "Everyone, get behind me." The class froze. The ripple widened. And then the floor split open like a mouth. A black-purple fog poured out, swirling. And from it stepped a man made of mist. Kurogiri, his body wrapped in a bartender's suit and a clouded collar like a living portal. Behind him, shapes spilled out. Dozens. Villains. Real ones. Not training bots. Not school exercises. Real humans with real malice and real intent. The dome's chatter died instantly. 13's cheerful tone vanished. Villains. Aizawa stepped forward, capture scarf lifting like it smelled violence. "Stay here," he ordered the students. Shigaraki Tamura stepped out of the portal like a glitch in the world, a pale, thin young man with a hand gripping his face like he was choking himself. His eyes swept the room, then narrowed. "Where's All Might?" Shigaraki rasped, voice dry like sandpaper. Kurogiri's polite voice followed. "Our intel stated All Might would be present." Quote. Aizawa didn't answer. 13 raised an arm, the nozzle on their suit shifting as if preparing to use their quirk. "Students, run." The villains surged, and the air shattered. Kurogiri's fog exploded outward, portals opening like wounds in space. Warp gate. Someone screamed. Izuku's stomach dropped. This wasn't a normal attack. This was coordinated. A trap. Aizawa shouted. Protect yourselves. Too late. The world twisted. Izuku felt his feet leave the ground as if gravity got angry. Cold hit him, like diving headfirst into ice water. He tried to breathe. Water slammed into his mouth. His lungs seized. For a terrifying second, all he knew was drowning in darkness. Then his shadow reacted, not thoughtfully, instinctively. A dense cloak of darkness wrapped around his face and chest. Forming a tight pocket, air trapped like a bubble. Izuku coughed violently, sucking in the air the shadows held for him. His eyes snapped open. He was floating. No, bobbing. On water. Around him, broken ship hulls rose like ribs from the surface. The smell of salt and rust filled his nose. The shipwreck zone. And he wasn't alone. Mineta was thrashing nearby, screaming, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Quote. Tsuyu Asui was calmer, but even she looked startled, tongue flicking as she oriented herself. Ribbit, we got separated. Izuku forced his breathing steady. In, out. The hunger stirred, not from blood, but from stress. Danger, it purred behind his eyes. Good. Finally. Izuku swallowed hard. Everyone okay? Tsuyu turned her wide eyes to him. Midoriya, you're breathing. Mineta clung to a piece of driftwood like it was salvation. How are you breathing? Izuku glanced down. The shadow around his face was still holding that air pocket, like a mask made of darkness. He hated how natural it felt. Don't worry about me, Izuku said quickly. We need to get to safety. Then he saw them. Villains, on the wrecked ships, in the water, climbing over debris. A group of them, grinning. Like they'd been placed here for a reason. One of them laughed. 3 kids. Seriously. Another cracked his knuckles. This is easy money. Mineta made a small choking noise. We're dead. Tsuyu's posture tightened. We should regroup with the others. Izuku scanned. The central platform where Aizawa and 13 were would be across sections, too far to swim in open water while being hunted. But there were wrecks. Cover. Shadows under broken hulls. His terrain. He looked at Mineta and Tsuyu, voice steady. Stay close to the wreckage. Don't get pulled into open water. Mineta stared at him, trembling. What are you going to do? Izuku felt the familiar pull, his power waking up like a predator stretching after a nap. He clenched his fists. Hero work, Izuku said. And he stepped forward. The first villain leapt from a broken boat, aiming for Izuku's head with a metal pipe. Izuku didn't dodge like a normal kid. He sank into shadow, and appeared a half-step to the side. Water rippling as if reality hiccuped. The pipe slammed into nothing. Izuku's shadow like a spear, smacking the villain's wrist hard enough to make the pipe fly. The villain recoiled, eyes wide. What the? Izuku didn't answer. He brought 2 shadow hounds up from the dark water, sleek, half-formed shapes, eyes glowing faint red. They didn't bite flesh. They hit like wolves made of rubber and iron, slamming into knees. Knocking balance, dragging enemies off the wrecks into the shallow water. The villains yelled, splashing, flailing. Izuku kept it controlled. No tearing, no gore. Just dismantle, disable, neutralize. He moved fast, using the wrecks like stepping stones, shadows hooking onto broken beams and yanking him across gaps with unnatural ease. Mineta watched with horror and awe. Deku is scary. Tsuyu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He's holding back. Izuku didn't have time to respond. More villains circled. One tried to grab Tsuyu from behind. Izuku's shadow snapped like a whip, wrapping the villain's ankle and yanking them into the water with a heavy splash. Tsuyu blinked. Thanks. Izuku nodded once. Then it happened. A villain threw a jagged piece of metal, fast and desperate. Izuku twisted, but the metal clipped his shoulder. Pain flared. Not catastrophic, but enough for blood to bloom in the water as red threads. The moment the blood hit the water, everything inside Izuku stood up. His pupils tightened. His throat tightened. The world sharpened into cruel clarity. And the water around him didn't just smell like seawater anymore. It smelled like food. The hunger surged hard, suddenly furious, suddenly awake. Behind his eyes, the presence purred like a satisfied king. There it is. The ocean welcomes you. Izuku froze for half a second too long. Mineta screamed, "Midoriya, look out." A villain lunged, aiming to slam Izuku's head underwater. Izuku's body reacted, not with hero training, with predator instinct. A shadow hand shot out, not to block, but to grab the villain's throat and slam them against the wreckage. The villain gagged, eyes bulging. Izuku's mouth watered. His shadow pressed harder. Izuku heard a whisper in his skull like velvet. "Drink." Izuku's hands shook. His rules flashed in his mind like a siren. No feeding on people, ever. His shadow didn't care. It tightened. Mineta stared, horrified. Deku. Suyu's eyes widened. "Midoriya, stop." Izuku blinked hard. He felt himself on the edge of a cliff. One step and he'd become what All Might feared. One step and Aizawa's threat would stop being a threat. Izuku forced a breath. In, out. He didn't loosen his grip on the villain. He adjusted it. He changed the intention. The shadow hand shifted into a pinning hold, pressure on joints, not throat. Control, not cruelty. Then Izuku did something he hadn't wanted to do. He spoke like he was giving himself permission to be clinical. "I'm neutralizing you," Izuku said, voice cold. His shadow formed thin, needle-like tendrils, sharp, precise, and jabbed into the villain's arm. Not deep, not lethal, just enough for the villain to scream and go pale as their strength drained rapidly, like their body suddenly couldn't remember how to fight. The villain collapsed, shuddering, too weak to move. Izuku swallowed hard. He hadn't bitten, he hadn't fed, but his body still felt the rush, warmth spreading through his veins as his own injury sealed faster. The bleeding stopping, the pain fading. The hunger eased, purring like it had gotten what it wanted without forcing him to cross the line completely. Mineta's voice shook. "You, what did you?" Izuku didn't look at him. He couldn't. "Stay behind me," he ordered. Suyu stared at the downed villain, then back at Izuku, quiet, unreadable. Izuku felt ashamed. He also felt steadier. That terrified him more, because it meant his body would learn this. It would remember it, and someday, it might ask for it again. They fought their way across the shipwreck zone, moving from wreck to wreck, using cover and shadow and Suyu's mobility to avoid being surrounded. Mineta's sticky balls actually helped, blocking paths, trapping villains who tried to flank. Suyu pulled Mineta out of danger twice, tongue snapping like a lifeline. Izuku kept the villains at bay with shadow constructs that slammed and pinned and disabled. But every time someone bled, every time a cut opened, every time the water darkened even slightly, Izuku felt his control strain. The hunger wasn't screaming anymore. It was smiling. They finally reached the edge of the zone where broken concrete met dry ground. Izuku dragged himself up onto the platform, water dripping from his uniform. Mineta collapsed, sobbing. "I'm alive, I'm alive." Suyu steadied herself, breathing hard. "We need to help the others." Izuku nodded. He turned toward the central dome. And then he heard it. The sound of battle. Not training impacts. Real impacts. Aizawa's scarf snapping like a whip. Villains screaming. 13 shouting. Shigaraki's rasping laugh. Izuku's jaw tightened. He took one step, and the shadow behind him surged, eager. Yes, it purred. Go to the center. Go to the feast. Izuku clenched his fists. Stay here, he told Mineta and Suyu. Find a safe route back, avoid open zones. Don't engage. Suyu blinked. Midoriya, you're going alone. Izuku nodded once. Suyu studied him for a heartbeat, then said quietly, be careful, Ribbit. You don't have to do everything yourself. Izuku didn't answer. Because he knew he did. Not because he was a martyr. Because if Aizawa saw him hesitate, if he saw Izuku fail to act like a hero, then everything would collapse. He moved. Fast. Silent. He cut through corridors and disaster zones, staying in shade where he could, using shadow tendrils to pull himself across broken terrain like a grappling hook made of darkness. As he got closer, the air smelled worse. Smoke, sweat, fear, blood. Izuku's stomach turned. He stabilized himself with a quick sip from his emergency blood pack, just enough to keep his hunger from jumping at the wrong scent. Then he stepped into the main dome. And saw hell. Aizawa was in the center like a lone blade, scarf whipping, limbs moving with brutal efficiency. Villains were down around him, but more kept coming, like waves. 13 had been forced back, trying to keep students out of reach. Shigaraki stood near Kurogiri, watching like a bored god. Aizawa's eyes glowed as he erased quirks, forcing villains to fight without their advantages. And still they kept coming. Izuku's heart hammered. He moved without thinking. A.S. Hado Hound slammed into a villain about to stab Aizawa from behind, knocking them off balance. Aizawa twisted and dropped them with one clean strike. Aizawa's gaze flicked toward Izuku, sharp, assessing. Not thankful. Not relieved. Just measuring. Izuku met his eyes for half a second, then looked away and kept fighting. Because this wasn't about approval. This was about survival. Shigaraki noticed. His head tilted slightly. Who's that? He rasped. Kurogiri's polite voice answered instantly. Midoriya Izuku. Student. Noted as anomalous. Shigaraki's fingers flexed on the hand gripping his face. His eyes glittered. Anomalous. Shigaraki repeated, like it tasted good. Izuku felt it, being looked at like an object. Like a weapon someone wanted to claim. Aizawa shouted, Midoriya. Get back. Too late. Shigaraki moved. Fast. He crossed the distance like he didn't believe in physics. Izuku threw a shadow tendril at him. Shigaraki twisted and let it pass, then reached out with 5 fingers. Decay. Izuku's instinct screamed. He tried to pull back. Shigaraki's fingertips grazed Izuku's forearm. For one horrifying second, Izuku felt his skin die. Not pain. Something worse. A crumbling sensation, like his arm was turning into dust from the inside out. Izuku's breath caught. Shigaraki's grin widened. Oh, Shigaraki whispered, delighted. You regenerate. Izuku's mind snapped. Decay spread. Regeneration might not outpace it. If it reached his shoulder, his chest, his heart. No. Izuku didn't hesitate. He didn't dramatize. He did what his body and his shadows were built to do. A shadow blade formed instantly, clean, sharp, precise, and Izuku sliced his own forearm off at the elbow. It was fast enough that it didn't become gore. It became a single, brutal motion, arm gone, stump sealed in shadow like a tourniquet. Shigaraki blinked, surprised. Izuku staggered back, eyes wide, breathing hard. The severed arm hit the floor and crumbled to gray dust. Silence fell around them for half a heartbeat. Then Izuku's stump moved. Flesh crawled back like time reversing. Bone reformed. Skin knit. A new hand flexed. Izuku stared at it, horrified and relieved at once. Shigaraki stared too. Hi's smile slowly stretched into something hungry. Yeah, Shigaraki rasped, voice almost reverent. You're not normal. Izuku's eyes burned. Not green. Red flickered at the edges, anger, fear, hunger, everything mixing into one dangerous heat. Aizawa's voice cut in, furious. Midoriya, move. Kurogiri's fog swelled behind Shigaraki like a curtain about to drop. Shigaraki's eyes stayed locked on Izuku. I'm gonna take you apart. Shigaraki whispered. Piece by piece. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing the red down. He raised his hands. Shadows rose behind him like a storm. And for the first time since the alley, Izuku realized something with absolute certainty. UA wasn't just training him to be a hero. It had just introduced him to a war. The moment Izuku's new arm finished forming, the air around him changed. Not because the limb was there, he'd already accepted that his body could do impossible things. Because Shigaraki looked at him like Izuku wasn't a student. He looked at him like Izuku was loot. Aizawa's scarf snapped, dragging Izuku sideways just as Kurogiri's fog surged between them like a closing curtain. Izuku stumbled back, boots scraping concrete. Aizawa didn't even glance at him. His eyes were still glowing, erasure active, locked onto Shigaraki and Kurogiri like he was holding back a tidal wave with one exhausted stare. Don't engage him alone, Aizawa barked, voice raw. You're not built for that fight. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm not built for this life either, but here we are. Before Izuku could answer, Shigaraki lifted one hand and pointed, casually, like he was choosing what to break next. Nomu. He rasped. The word landed wrong, like it didn't belong in a school. Like it belonged in a lab. The fog behind Shigaraki twisted. Something huge stepped out. At first, Izuku's brain refused to categorize it properly. Because it was humanoid, but not human. Because it was muscular, but wrong, stitched and swollen as if someone had tried to build a body out of spare parts and anger. Because its face had no expression beyond a blank, slack jaw and dead eyes. And then Izuku saw the beak-like mouthpiece. The hoses. The scars. The purple skin. The thing looked like a nightmare designed on purpose. Nomu. The ground seemed to vibrate slightly under its weight. And Izuku realized what Shigaraki had done. He hadn't brought the League for Class 1A. He'd brought Class 1A as bait. This creature, this weapon, was meant for one person. All Might. Shigaraki's voice scratched like broken glass. Where is he? Aizawa didn't answer. 13, still on the platform, shouted to the students, everyone, get back. Stay together. But the dome was chaos now. Students were scattered across zones from the warp. Some had regrouped, others were still stranded. And Aizawa. Aizawa was still fighting. Because even now, with blood running down his face and villains circling, he was the only wall between the class and slaughter. Izuku's shadow stirred. Not from fear. From recognition. This is a predator. The presence behind Izuku's eyes purred, delighted. Finally. Something worth tearing. Izuku clenched his fist so hard his knuckles hurt. No, he whispered through his teeth. We're not doing that. He stepped forward anyway. Because restraint didn't mean cowardice. It meant choosing your violence carefully. Nomu moved. Not slowly. Not like a big monster in a movie. It moved like a bullet. One step, then it was in front of Aizawa, fist already swinging. Aizawa tried to dodge. He was fast. But he was tired. Nomu's punch slammed into the ground where Aizawa had been a heartbeat ago, shattering concrete. A shockwave rippled. Students screamed. Aizawa's scarf lashed out, trying to bind the creature. Nomu grabbed the scarf midair like it weighed nothing. Aizawa's eyes widened. Nomu yanked. Aizawa's body flew forward like a ragdoll. Izuku's instinct screamed now. He didn't think. He acted. Shadow erupted from Izuku's feet like a rising tide. Tendrils snapped out, wrapping around Aizawa's torso mid-flight and yanking him sideways, out of Nomu's follow-up strike. Aizawa hit the ground hard, rolling. He coughed once and looked up, eyes still glowing, still erasing. Midoriya, he started. Izuku cut him off, voice low and urgent. Keep your eyes on Shigaraki. If you blink, he kills someone. Aizawa's expression tightened. He hated being helped. Izuku could tell. But he didn't argue. Because he knew Izuku was right. Nomu turned toward Izuku. Its blank face didn't change. But the pressure in the air did, like the creature had identified a new obstacle. Izuku felt the weight of its attention. This wasn't like fighting villains in the shipwreck zone. This was like standing in front of a train and hoping your willpower counted as steel. The presence behind Izuku's eyes chuckled softly. Run, little hero. Or become interesting. Izuku breathed in slowly. The hunger was quiet, not because it was asleep, but because it was watching. Waiting to see what Izuku would do. Izuku raised his hands. Shadows pooled around him, thickening like armor. Stay back, he told the students behind him without looking. Get to 13. Now. He heard frantic footsteps as some moved. But some couldn't. Because fear makes statues. Nomu moved again. It lunged, fist coming down like a hammer. Izuku brought up a shadow shield. The punch hit. The shield didn't shatter. It collapsed. Like someone had punched water into steam. Izuku flew backward, slamming into a wall. Pain exploded across his ribs. His vision flashed white. Then regeneration surged. Heat flooded his chest. Bones knit. Muscles tightened. Pain rewound. Izuku gasped, inhaling sharply. And Nomu was already there again, faster than he should be, fist raised for a second strike. Izuku barely had time to lift his arms. The punch landed, and Izuku's head snapped sideways. He hit the ground. His hearing rang. The world tilted. And deep inside him, something laughed. Not because it was funny. Because it was familiar. Because getting hit didn't scare the thing inside him. It thrilled it. Izuku pushed up, spitting dust. Nomu stood over him, blank, patient. Then Nomu grabbed Izuku by the collar and lifted him like he weighed nothing. Izuku's feet dangled. His shadow reacted violently, tendrils snapping up around Nomu's arm, trying to pry the grip loose. Nomu ignored them. It cocked its head slightly, as if considering Izuku like a toy. Then it hurled him. Izuku flew across the dome, hit a pillar, and cracked it. He slid down the concrete, breathing hard. His body repaired itself again, but each regeneration spike poked the hunger awake. Not screaming. Just, smiling wider. Izuku forced himself up. Okay, he whispered, wiping blood from his lip with the back of his hand, his own blood this time, already stopping. So you're like me. Nomu charged again. Izuku didn't meet it head on. He slipped sideways into shadow, emerging behind a chunk of rubble. Nomu's fist smashed where he'd been, pulverizing concrete. Izuku lifted both hands. Bind. Shadows surged up from every patch of darkness in the dome, under Brebris, inside cracks. Tendrils wrapped around Nomu's legs. Its torso. Its arms. Like dozens of black ropes. Nomu paused, resisting. Muscles bulged. The tendrils stretched. Izuku strained, sweat dripping down his temple. Hold, he gritted. Nomu pulled. The tendrils creaked like cables under a crane load. Then, one snapped. Another. Another. Nomu stepped forward anyway, tearing through the restraints with brute force. Izuku's heart sank. Too strong. Too durable. Too fast. And worst of all, Nomu didn't bleed. No scent. No leverage. Just raw force. The presence behind Izuku's eyes purred, amused. No feast. How boring. Izuku's jaw tightened. Shut up. Nomu reached him again. Izuku raised a shadow blade, sharp, clean. He slashed across Nomu's chest. The blade cut into purple skin. And bounced. Not because it wasn't sharp. Because Nomu's body absorbed impact like it was built to ignore damage. Izuku's eyes widened. Shock absorption. That was the rumored counter for All Might. But it also countered Izuku's quick kill options. Nomu's fist slammed into Izuku's stomach. Izuku folded, flying backward again. Regeneration sparked. Hunger surged. Izuku's breathing grew harsher. He wasn't losing because he was weak. He was losing because Nomu was made to win. And Izuku realized the terrifying truth. This fight wasn't designed for heroes. It was designed to kill a symbol. Aizawa's voice shouted from behind, strained. Midoriya, don't fight it like a person. Izuku coughed, forcing himself upright. Then how? Aizawa's eyes flicked toward Nomu, then to Shigaraki. Delay, Aizawa snapped. Buy time. That's all. Buy time. For what? Izuku knew the answer. For All Might. Izuku's stomach twisted. Because that meant the villains still expected All Might to come. And if All Might didn't, everyone here died. Izuku looked at the students again. Some were trying to drag others back. Some were frozen. Some were crying. 13 had moved closer, trying to shield the regrouping students, voice urgent through the comms. Everyone stay behind me, 13 ordered. If it gets closer, I will use black hole, so move. That alone told Izuku how bad this was. 13 didn't threaten casually. Nomu lunged again. Izuku raised his hands. Not a blade. Not a shield. A wall. A web. Shadows burst out and filled the space between Nomu and the students like a rising flood, tendrils thickening into heavy bands that wrapped around Nomu's body. This time, Izuku didn't try to pin the creature. He tried to bury it. Shadows piled on top of shadows, compressing like layers of rubber and steel. Nomu roared, its first real sound, deep and animal. It thrashed. Izuku's arms shook violently. He felt his shadow stretching beyond what it wanted to hold. His body trembled. His hunger stirred, irritated by the strain. Hold. Izuku snarled. Nomu's arms tore free, ripping tendrils apart like vines. It reached for Izuku. Izuku stepped into shadow again, emerging on the other side of the dome, forcing Nomu to turn, forcing it to chase. He wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to redirect. Every time Nomu aimed for the students or Aizawa, Izuku dragged it away. Every time Nomu tried to return to Shigaraki, Izuku blocked with shadow walls and forced it into a longer path. It wasn't heroic in a glamorous way. It was ugly, tactical, desperate, and the longer it went, the more Izuku's body punished him. Regeneration spiked every time Nomu landed a hit. Hunger rose like a tide behind his ribs. Izuku's mouth tasted metallic. His vision flickered red at the edges. He kept repeating the rules like a mantra. No feeding, no losing, no slipping. Nomu caught him again, grabbed him mid-dodge and slammed him into the floor. Concrete cracked. Izuku coughed, pain exploding, then rewinding. Nomu raised its fist for a finishing blow. Izuku's shadows surged up and wrapped the arm, yanking it sideways. The punch missed and shattered a pillar instead. Izuku rolled out from under the debris. He staggered to his feet. And for the first time, He understood something about being a monster. It wasn't the power. It was the endurance. The way your body could keep going long after your mind begged for mercy. Nomu didn't tire. Izuku didn't tire. But Izuku's self-control did. Behind him, Kugo screamed in frustration somewhere, trapped, separated, fighting his own cluster of villains. Todoroki's ice had created a barrier for another group. Kirishima's voice roared in panic and anger. Chaos, everywhere. And at the center of it all, Shigaraki watched Izuku like a child watching an insect refuse to die. "You're not supposed to do that," Shigaraki muttered, annoyed. "You're not supposed to keep standing up." Izuku's eyes locked on Shigaraki. "You're not supposed to bring that thing into a school," Izuku shot back, voice shaking with rage. Shigaraki's lips twitched. "School," he rasped. "This is a hero factory. I'm just breaking the machine." Kurogiri's fog swirled, polite voice calm as ever. "Tamura Shigaraki. Focus. All Might should arrive soon." Shigaraki clicked his tongue. Yeah. Izuku's stomach sank. "Soon. Not here yet." Nomu lunged again. Izuku turned, shadows rising. His body moved on instinct. His mind felt like it was balancing on a wire. Then, a sound cut through the dome like thunder. A booming crash, not from an explosion, not from concrete, something else. A presence. The air changed again, like the world straightened up in fear and hope at the same time. And a voice, bright, massive, impossible, shook the building. "I am here." For half a second, everything stopped. Students froze. Villains flinched. Izuku's chest tightened so hard he couldn't breathe. All Might. All Might had come. The symbol of peace dropped into the dome like a meteor of sunlight, cape flaring, smile blazing so wide it seemed to erase despair. The class erupted in cries of relief. "All Might." Uraraka shouted somewhere, almost sobbing. Kirishima yelled, "Yes." Even Bakugo's furious screaming paused, replaced by a wild, vicious grin. Shigaraki's eyes widened with excitement. Finally. Kurogiri's fog pulsed with satisfaction. Nomu turned its head slowly toward All Might. Like a weapon recognizing its target. All Might's eyes scanned the scene. He saw the students. The destruction. Aizawa bleeding and still standing. 13 shielding. Then his gaze landed on Izuku. Izuku stood between Nomu and the regrouping students, uniform torn, shadow cloak writhing at his feet like living darkness. His eyes weren't fully red. But they weren't fully green either. He looked like a kid who'd been hit by a truck 50 times and refused to lie down. All Might's smile flickered. Just slightly. He didn't lose it. But Izuku saw it. That micro pause. That same calculation from the hospital. Then All Might's smile snapped back into place like armor. "You've done well," All Might said, loud enough for the class to hear. But directed straight at Izuku. "Now step back." Izuku swallowed. He wanted to obey. He wanted to be the good student, the safe one, the controlled one. But Nomu moved. The moment All Might appeared, Nomu lunged for him with insane speed. All Might stepped forward to meet it. Shigaraki's voice rasped, thrilled. "Nomu. Kill him." Nomu's fist collided with All Might's forearm. The impact shook the dome. Dust rained from the ceiling. Students screamed. All Might didn't move. But Izuku saw it, All Might's eyes narrowing, realizing what this creature was built to do. Shock absorption. A counter. A trap. All Might shoved Nomu back with brute force, the creature skidding across the floor. All Might's grin sharpened. "So you're the one they sent." Nomu roared and launched again. All Might met it with a punch that could have cracked a mountain. Nomu's body absorbed it and barely budged. All Might's eyes widened, but he didn't lose control. He pivoted, using TNG different angles. Nomu matched him, like it had been made from a blueprint of All Might's worst day. Izuku's shadows stirred, reacting to the sheer violence in the air. The hunger inside Izuku surged in response, not to blood, but to dominance, to battle, to the feeling of titans colliding. Izuku forced himself to breathe. All Might told him to step back. He should. But Izuku also knew Somethi. All Might didn't, something his body had learned through pain. Nomu's shock absorption wasn't perfect. It didn't negate everything. It just made damage inefficient. But restraint wasn't damage. Restraint was control. Izuku took a step forward. Aizawa snapped, "Midoriya, don't." Izuku didn't look away from Nomu. If it reaches him too often, It learns, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. What? Izuku's voice stayed steady. It's not human, but it adapts. It's following instructions. If it keeps connecting hits, it'll find All Might's weak spots. Aizawa swore under his breath. Izuku raised his hands. Shadows surged outward again, stronger than before, fueled by urgency and the massive presence of All Might's battle shaking the air. Tendrils shot toward Nomu's legs, wrapping around its ankles. Nomu roared and tried to tear free. Izuku added more. Thicker bands, like industrial cables. Nomu's movement slowed for a heartbeat. All Might's eyes flicked to Izuku. There it was again, vigilance. But also, recognition. All Might used the opening, slammed Nomu across the face with a brutal hook that sent it staggering. Izuku tightened the shadow restraints, holding Nomu's feet in place. Nomu fought the tendrils, muscles bulging, but now it wasn't just fighting All Might. It was fighting the environment. All Might shoved forward, driving Nomu back. Shigaraki's voice snapped, irritated. Get that kid out of the way. Villains moved, some trying to rush Izuku. Aizawa whipped his scarf and dropped them instantly, eyes still erasing. 13 created a defensive zone, keeping students behind. The dome became a layered battlefield. All Might versus Nomu at the center. Aizawa versus the swarming villains keeping the line. Izuku anchoring the fight with shadow restraints, trying not to collapse into hunger. And in the middle of it, Izuku felt his control cracking, not because he wanted to feed, but because power like this always demanded payment. Nomu tore one leg free. Izuku's shadows snapped tighter, wrapping higher, binding its knee. Nomu roared and grabbed a tendril with both hands, yanking. Izuku felt the pull in his bones, like the creature was tugging directly on his spine. Izuku gritted his teeth and held. All Might glanced at him again. Midoriya. All Might shouted over the chaos. You're pushing too far. Izuku shouted back, voice rough. So are you. Nomu bridge. Oak free partially, its arms swung toward Izuku, aiming to remove the anchor. All Might lunged to intercept. But Nomu's other fist slammed into All Might's ribs. A sound like a cannon. All Might's body slid back half a step. Just one. But Izuku saw it. And Shigaraki saw it too. Shigaraki's grin spread. There it is. Izuku's heart slammed. All Might was strong. But he was not endless. Izuku didn't know All Might's secret, his injury. His time limit, but he could sense something. A tightness in All Might's movement. A fraction of strain. A moment of forced breath. Nomu hit him again, and again, grinding the symbol of peace down with sheer repetition. Izuku felt the hunger inside him surge violently at the sight of a stronger predator being pushed. The presence behind Izuku's eyes purred like a cat watching a dog fight. He bleeds eventually. Izuku snapped internally. Shut up. He tightened his shadow grip again, forcing Nomu's legs down. All Might used the opening to slam Nomu upward, lifting it off the ground. Izuku's shadows followed, wrapping around Nomu midair like chains, dragging it down. Nomu crashed onto the floor. All Might stomped forward, and for a moment, All Might and Izuku fought in sync. All Might delivering the brute force. Izuku delivering the containment. It worked. It really worked. But the cost. Izuku's vision swam. His throat burned. His stomach twisted. His body wanted blood like a drowning man wanted air. He could smell it now. Aizawa's blood, villain blood, his own blood. The dome was saturated with it. Izuku swallowed hard, jaw trembling. He couldn't feed. Not here. Not now. If he slipped even once in front of everyone, he wouldn't just scare his classmates. He'd prove All Might right. And then, Nomu roared and released a surge of force, ripping Thrug. The shadow restraints like tearing cloth. Izuku stumbled forward, almost falling. The leash snapped loose for a second. Shadows surged violently at his feet, thicker, darker, more aggressive. A few students screamed when they saw it. Uraraka's voice called, Midoriya. Izuku forced himself to breathe. In, out, in, out. The shadows settled, barely. All Might's gaze locked onto Izuku again. This time, All Might's expression wasn't just vigilance. It was concern, but also, fear. Because All Might wasn't only watching Nomu anymore. He was watching Izuku. Shigaraki noticed too. He laughed quietly, delighted. Symbol of peace. Shigaraki rasped. You brought a monster to fight my monster. All Might's smile sharpened. He's my student. Shigaraki tilted his head. Is he? All Might didn't answer. He threw himself back into the fight, smashing Nomu through a wall, sending debris raining. Students screamed again. Aizawa staggered, finally, knees bending slightly. He'd been running on sheer will. Kurogiri's fog surged to protect Shigaraki from debris, calm voice still polite. Tamura, your objective. Shigaraki's eyes stayed on All Might, and Izuku. To break the symbol, he whispered. And steal the anomaly. Izuku's blood went cold. He felt the threat like a knife at his back. All Might could fight Nomu. But Izuku was also a target now. And Izuku realized something worse. If All Might won, Shigaraki would retreat. If All Might lost, everyone died. Either way, Shigaraki would try to take Izuku. Izuku's shadow stirred like it understood. All Might slammed Nomu again, hard, forcing it back, buying another second. Izuku took that second and made a decision. He didn't push his shadows bigger. He didn't try to kill Nomu. He did what Aizawa had told him. Delay. Buy time. Izuku's shadows spread low across the floor like tar, forming a wide net under Nomu's feet. Nomu stepped and sank, not literally, but the shadows clung, dragging, slowing, turning every movement into resistance. Nomu roared, fighting the floor itself. All Might used the slowed motion to land a heavy punch that launched Nomu upward again. All Might looked at Izuku, just once, and Izuku saw it. All Might understood what Izuku was doing. Not just fighting, supporting, holding the line. All Might didn't smile wider. He didn't praise. He simply nodded. A single, sharp nod. And Izuku's chest tightened with something that almost felt like relief. Then Kurogiri's fog surged suddenly, portals opening around Shigaraki like exit wounds in the air. Shigaraki clicked his tongue. Not done yet. Aizawa tried to step forward. His body finally gave. He dropped to one knee. Erasure flickered. For half a second, Shigaraki's eyes widened with opportunity. Then Izuku's shadow snapped out and wrapped Aizawa's waist, yanking him backward to safety like a tether. Aizawa coughed, glaring. Don't. Izuku cut him off, voice rough. Shut up and live. Shigaraki laughed. Cute. Kurogiri's voice remained calm. Tamura. Reader. Eat as advised if All Might remains capable. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. He stared at All Might, then at Izuku. Next time, Shigaraki rasped. I'm coming for you, vampire. Izuku's stomach dropped at the word. Not, student. Not, kid. Back like a hook. All Might heard it. His shoulders tensed. He didn't turn. But Izuku felt the rift widen anyway. Because now All Might wasn't just afraid of Izuku's power. He'd heard a villain claim it. Kurogiri's fog wrapped Shigaraki. Nomu roared, still fighting All Might. Shigaraki smiled behind his hand. Nomu. Hold him. Then the portal closed. Shigaraki vanished. The villains that remained scattered, some fleeing, some still fighting Aizawa's allies. Nomu, however, did exactly what it was told. It charged All Might with renewed fury. All Might planted his feet. Izuku's shadows spread again, trying to slow Nomu's legs. All Might's face tightened, not from fear, from time, from effort, from something hidden behind his heroic smile. And Izuku realized, with a cold, sinking certainty, that this fight was not going to end cleanly. Not with victory music, not with a simple, plus ultra. It was going to end with a cost. And Izuku, standing in the wreck, age with his shadow moving like a living thing at his feet, understood that the symbol of peace and the no-life king were now in the same arena. Only one of them was allowed to look like a hero. After the USJ, the world didn't end. That was the strangest part. UA didn't crumble into ruin. The sky didn't crack open. The streets didn't fill with screaming headlines that named every student and every mistake. The sun still rose the next morning like it hadn't watched teenagers nearly die inside a dome. But something had changed anyway. Because the class had seen real villains. Because they had seen death close enough to smell it. And because they had seen Izuku Midoriya stand in the middle of it with shadows crawling at his feet like a living warning sign. The bus ride back was quieter than the ride there. Some students were crying softly. Others stared forward like they were trying not to think. Even Bakugo was silent, jaw clenched so tight it looked like his teeth might crack. Aizawa was half-conscious, bandaged, leaning against the seat with his scarf wrapped around him like a cocoon. 13 sat rigid, silent, the suit's helmet resting on their lap like they didn't trust their own breathing. Izuku sat by the window again. Only now the window reflected him more clearly because the bus interior lights were on. His own face stared back. Pale, exhausted, eyes a little too sharp. And when the street lamps outside flickered past, his reflection's shadow moved half a beat slower than it should. Izuku looked away. Control. Always control. But control was harder now. Because in the USJ, the hunger had tasted truth. It had smelled blood in the air and learned that the world wasn't just a classroom with rules. It was prey and predator and survival. And Izuku's body had reacted. Like it remembered being made for the night. The next day, classes were suspended for investigation and evaluation. Which meant the teachers were in meetings and the students were home, left alone with their thoughts. Izuku should have been relieved. Instead, he woke up with his throat burning. Not sick. Hungry. Not the normal kind of hunger that meant he wanted breakfast. The deep kind. The kind that made his bones feel hollow. He sat up in bed, blinking, trying to shake the fog from his head. He could hear the presence behind his eyes like distant laughter. Morning, little hero. Izuku rubbed his face with both hands. His fingertips felt too cold against his skin. He stumbled to the fridge, opened the cooler Inko had bought specifically for him, and stared at the blood packs inside like they were medicine. They were medicine. They were also temptation. He took one out and held it. The plastic was cold. His throat tightened. He drank one full pack, then another. He waited for relief. It didn't come. Instead, the hunger barely softened, like he'd tried to feed a wildfire with a glass of water. Izuku's breath came out shaky. He swallowed hard and closed the cooler. Okay, he whispered. That's not good. Inko was already awake, standing at the kitchen sink with a mug of tea she wasn't drinking. She turned when she heard him. Her eyes flicked immediately to the empty blood-packed sleeves in his hand. Her face tightened. Izuku, she said quietly. How many? Izuku tried to smile. Failed. 2. Inko's fingers tightened around the mug. That's more than usual. Izuku looked down, shame burning. It's not enough. Inko's lips parted slightly. Fear flashed across her expression, quick, controlled, but there. Are you? Inko swallowed. Are you in pain? Izuku hesitated. Yes, but not like a cut. Not like a bruise. Pain like starving. Pain like something inside him scratching at the walls. I'm okay, Izuku lied. Inko didn't believe him. She stepped closer, voice trembling. We can call the hospital. We can call recovery girl. We can. No, Izuku said quickly, sharper than he meant. He softened his tone. No, Mom, not yet. Inko's eyes shimmered. Izuku, you can't just. Izuku's stomach twisted. He could smell her blood. Not strongly. Just faintly. Normal. Human. It made his jaw tense. He took a step back instinctively. Inko saw the motion. Her face went pale. Izuku's throat tightened hard. The shame suddenly crushing. Mom, Izuku whispered. I'm not going to hurt you. Inko swallowed, forcing herself to breathe. I know. But the tremor in her voice said she didn't fully know. Not anymore. Izuku turned away. He grabbed his notebook from the counter, the one he'd been carrying everywhere, and flipped it open, scribbling fast like words could pin down the problem. USJ aftermath. Hunger increased after heavy regeneration plus prolonged combat. Blood packs less effective. Stress triggers more frequent. Smell sensitivity stronger. Then he wrote, slowly. Risk. Becoming dependent on fresh sources. Izuku's pen shook. He crossed the word out hard. No, he wasn't going to write that possibility into existence. Inko reached for his shoulder but stopped halfway. As if she wasn't sure if touching him was safe. Izuku pretended he didn't notice. UA will have an answer, Izuku said, more for himself than her. Recovery girl, someone, they'll know how to stabilize it. Inko nodded, but her eyes looked haunted. Izuku hated that look. He hated that he was the reason it existed. School resumed a few days later. News outlets were outside UA. Gates like sharks smelling blood. UA tightened security. More cameras. More patrols. More teachers visible in hallways. Students whispered in clusters. Some were scared. Some were angry. Some. It looked like they were trying to pretend nothing happened because if they admitted it, they'd crumble. Izuku walked through the gate and felt eyes on him. Not just classmates. Adults. Teachers. Security. He could smell fear on them like sweat. It made his stomach turn. When he entered Class 1A, the room went slightly quieter. Not dead quiet. Just adjusted. People still talked, but voices dropped half a level. Mineta saw him and visibly swallowed. Aoyama gave him a sparkling smile that didn't reach his eyes. Bonjour, Midoriya, you are quite intense, non. Kaminari tried to act normal, but his laugh was too high-pitched. Hey, Midoriya, USJ was crazy, huh? Kirishima looked at Izuku with honest respect. Dude, you were hardcore out there. Shiro scratched the back of his head. Yeah, man, you kind of freaked me out. But, thanks for not letting that thing reach us. Izuku nodded, unsure how to respond. He wasn't used to people thanking him while also looking like they weren't sure he was safe. Uraraka approached slowly, cautious but determined. Hi, she said softly. How are you feeling? Izuku forced a small smile. Fine. Uraraka stared at him for a moment like she could tell he was lying. Then she did something that surprised him. She held out a small packet. A snack. A little sweet bun from a convenience store. Probably can't eat normal stuff much, she said, cheeks red. But, just in case. Sometimes, comfort helps. Izuku stared at the snack. His stomach didn't want it. But his heart did. He took it carefully. Thank you. Uraraka smiled, relieved, and walked back to her seat. Izuku placed the snack in his bag like it was precious. Tokiyami watched all of it with quiet intensity. Then Tokiyami stood and walked over. The class stiffened slightly, as if expecting drama. Tokiyami stopped at Izuku's desk. His bird head tilted. You fight like shadow-made flesh, Tokiyami said calmly. Izuku blinked. Ah, thanks. Tokiyami's voice remained solemn. That is not an insult. Izuku hesitated. I didn't think it was. Tokiyami nodded. Many fear darkness because they believe it is empty. He looked down at Izuku's shadow. But yours is full. Izuku's stomach tightened. Tokiyami held out a hand, not touching Izuku, but hovering near his shadow as if offering something. Dark Shadow and I are not strangers to urges, Tokiyami said quietly. The difference between a monster and a wielder is discipline. Izuku stared. This was the first time anyone had said the word monster without using it as a weapon. Tokiyami's tone wasn't cruel. It was knowing. Izuku swallowed. Discipline is hard. Tokiyami nodded once. Then we train. Izuku didn't know what to say to that. But something inside him, something human, felt less alone for half a second. Then the door slid open. Aizawa walked in like he hadn't almost died last week. He was bandaged heavily. His eyes looked even more tired. But his posture was still iron. The class snapped into attention. Aizawa's gaze swept them. It paused briefly on Izuku. Not softer. Still sharp. But not as lethal as before. Sit, Aizawa said. They sat. Aizawa leaned against the desk. The USJ attack was not your fault. The class blinked. Aizawa continued, voice flat. But your survival is your responsibility. That sounded like Aizawa. He didn't do comfort. He did reality. From now on, Aizawa said, your training will increase. You will learn rescue, combat, and control. Because villains have now confirmed something. He looked at them all, then his gaze locked on Izuku for half a second longer. They want you. The room chilled. Uraraka's eyes widened. Kirishima's jaw tightened. Bakugo's grin twitched, like part of him enjoyed being wanted by villains because it meant he was important. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa's voice remained emotionless. Your targets. Act like it. He straightened. Today, we're doing normal class. A few students exhaled. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Which means no one is getting special treatment. Not because you suffered. Not because you're scared. His gaze flicked toward Izuku again. And not because your quirk is complicated. Izuku's fingers clenched under his desk. After school, Aizawa added, Midoriya. Tokiyami. You're staying. Whispers erupted. Tokiyami nodded calmly as if he'd expected it. Izuku felt his stomach twist. He didn't know whether Aizawa was planning extra control training. Or another threat. After classes, the room emptied slowly. Uraraka lingered near the door, looking back at Izuku, worry written plainly on her face. Izuku gave her a small nod, trying to tell her he'd be okay. She didn't look convinced. Tokiyami remained seated, posture composed. When the last student left, Aizawa closed the door and turned. The silence was heavy. Aizawa walked to Izuku's desk. Tokiyami stood beside Izuku without being told, like a guard made of calm. Aizawa looked at Izuku and spoke directly. How many blood packs did you take this morning? Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't want to answer. But lying to Aizawa felt like signing his own death warrant. 2, Izuku admitted quietly. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And it wasn't enough. Izuku froze. Aizawa didn't ask. He stated. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Tokiyami's head tilted slightly. Your hunger grows. Izuku felt heat rise in his cheeks, anger and shame mixed. I'm controlling it. Aizawa's gaze stayed cold. For now. Izuku's fists clenched. What do you want from me, sensei? Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then he did something unexpected. He pulled a small medical cooler from his sleeping bag. He placed it on the desk. Izuku's eyes widened. Aizawa opened it. Inside were sealed blood packs, fresh, labeled, clinical. Izuku's throat tightened. The smell hit him like a wave. His mouth watered immediately. Tokiyami shifted slightly, watching Izuku carefully. Izuku fought to keep his expression neutral. Aizawa's voice was flat. Recovery girl and the nurse prepared these. They are approved. Izuku's hands trembled. Aizawa watched him like a hawk. You will not obtain blood from students. You will not obtain blood from villains unless you are in a life or death situation and cannot stabilize otherwise. You will not make exceptions because you feel desperate. Izuku's jaw clenched. I know. Aizawa leaned closer, eyes sharp. Do you? Izuku forced himself to breathe slowly. I do, Izuku said, voice steady. I don't want to be that. Aizawa's stare didn't soften, but his voice dropped slightly. Wanting isn't enough, Aizawa said. So we're building systems. He gestured toward Tokiyami. Tokiyami understands restraint. His quirk has a will of its own. Tokiyami nodded solemnly. Dark Shadow has impulses. Aizawa looked back at Izuku. You will train together. Control exercises. Shadow discipline. Stress drills. Izuku swallowed. Okay. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. One more thing. Izuku's chest tightened. Aizawa spoke slowly. At the USJ, you severed your own arm. Izuku flinched. That was fast. Aizawa continued. Efficient. And horrifying. Izuku's stomach twisted. It was necessary. Aizawa's gaze was like stone. Yes. And that's why it worries me. Izuku's throat tightened. Because it was easy. Aizawa didn't deny it. Tokiyami's voice was quiet. Ease is not evil. But comfort can become hunger. Izuku stared. Aizawa closed the cooler and slid it toward Izuku. Take it. Follow dosage instructions. Track your intake. If you feel your control slipping, you report. Immediately. Izuku's fingers hovered near the cooler. He wanted to grab it like oxygen. He forced himself to take it like medicine. Thank you, Izuku whispered. Aizawa nodded once. Don't thank me. Prove it works. He turned to leave, then paused at the door, looking over his shoulder. In Midoriya, Aizawa said. Voice flat, if you ever feel proud of feeding, you tell me. Izuku's blood went cold. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Because that's when I end this. Aizawa left. The door shut. Tokiyami stood in the quiet room beside Izuku. Izuku stared at the cooler. His hands trembled. Tokiyami's voice broke the silence, calm as night. You are not alone, Tokiyami said. Izuku swallowed. It doesn't feel like that. Tokiyami nodded. It never does. Not at first. Izuku finally looked at Tokiyami. Why are you helping me? Tokiyami's beak tilted slightly. Because darkness is misunderstood, he said. And because if you fall, you will not fall alone. You will take others with you. Izuku's throat tightened. He hated how true that was. Tokiyami turned toward the door. We train tomorrow. Izuku nodded. Tokiyami paused, then added quietly, in Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Tokiyami's eyes were steady. Do not starve yourself out of pride. Izuku stared at him, shocked. Tokiyami's voice remained calm. Starvation is a path to madness. Izuku swallowed hard. He nodded. Okay. Tokiyami left. Izuku sat alone in the classroom for a long moment, staring at the cooler like it was as a lifeline and a leash at the same time. Then, a pre-doorway. Shoto Todoroki. He stood there silently, half his face lit by the hallway light, expression unreadable. Izuku blinked. Todoroki. Todoroki walked in slowly, gaze fixed on Izuku with the intensity of someone who didn't waste words. I watched you, Todoroki said. Izuku's stomach tightened. At the USJ. At the battle trial. At the USJ. In class, Todoroki said. Voice calm. You hold back. Izuku frowned. Everyone holds back. Todoroki's eyes sharpened. Not like you. Izuku didn't answer. Todoroki stepped closer. When I use fire, people look at me like I'm dangerous, he said quietly. So I avoid it. Izuku felt a strange chill. Yeah. Todoroki's gaze locked on Izuku. But you avoid yours because you're afraid of what it makes you. Izuku's jaw tightened. What do you want? Todoroki's voice remained even. A fight. Izuku blinked. What? Todoroki's eyes didn't flinch. Not now. But soon. A real fight. Not to win. To test. Izuku's stomach twisted. Why? Todoroki's answer was simple, and it hit harder than Izuku expected. Because if you lose control, Todoroki said, I want to know whether I can stop you. Silence. Izuku stared at him. Not offended. Not angry. Just struck by the honesty. Todoroki turned to leave, then paused. In Midoriya, Todoroki said without looking back, I can smell it too. Izuku's blood went cold. Todoroki's voice stayed calm. Not blood. Fear. People fear you. They fear me. So let's see who we really are. Then Todoroki walked away. Izuku sat there, heart pounding. The cooler in front of him. Aizawa's warning in his ears. Todoroki's challenge in his chest. And the hunger, quiet now, but waiting, coiled behind his ribs like a patient animal. The sports festival wasn't a school event. It was a nationwide audition. That's what Aizawa told them, standing at the front of the classroom with his arms crossed, eyes dull with exhaustion like the world never stopped demanding things from him. The sports festival determines your career trajectory, he said. Agencies recruit from it. Sponsors notice it. Villains watch it. That last sentence sat heavier than the others. Izuku felt it like a hand on the back of his neck. Villains watch it. Shigaraki had called him vampire. All for one had spoken through Shigaraki's comms, interested. Now the whole country would get a close look. Izuku's stomach twisted. The hunger inside him wasn't loud today. It didn't need to be. It was patient. It had learned that public attention didn't feed it, blood did. And the sports festival would have plenty of injuries. Plenty of cuts. Plenty of screaming. Plenty of chances for Izuku to slip. Aizawa handed Izuku a small sealed pack before the festival day. Take it before you go, Aizawa ordered. Not after you start trembling. Quote. Izuku nodded and didn't argue. Because he'd stopped thinking pride was worth starvation. On the morning of the sports festival, UA looked like it had been transformed into a stadium for gods. Crowds poured in, security lines long, pro-heroes visible everywhere, cameras hovering like insects. The air buzzed with anticipation, cheering, shouting, names, banners. Students gathered in the hallway in their uniforms, half excited, half terrified. Kaminari bounced nervously. This is insane. There are so many people. Kirishima grinned. This is so manly. Mineta looked like he might pass out. I'm gonna be famous. Todoroki stood quiet as ever, expression unreadable. Bakugo was vibrating with aggression like he wanted to punch the concept of the festival itself. Uraraka glanced at Izuku cautiously. Are you okay? Izuku forced a smile. Yeah, he had taken the blood pack. He had eaten a normal snack too, Uraraka's bun, more as a symbol than nutrition. He felt stable. But stability wasn't the same as safety. They walked toward the entrance tunnel. The roar of the crowd hit them like a physical force. Izuku's chest tightened. For a moment, his mind flashed to the USJ, crowd screaming. Panic, blood. His shadow deepened. He forced it down. Aizawa leaned in slightly as they waited. Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Aizawa's eyes were flat. Don't perform for the crowd. Izuku swallowed. I wasn't planning to. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Good. Perform for survival. The gates opened. President Mike's voice exploded through the stadium speakers like a shockwave. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the UA Sports Festival. The crowd screamed. The class stepped out. And for half a second, Izuku felt like a bug under a magnifying glass. Cameras zoomed in. Spotlights hit them. The air tasted like sweat and electricity. Present Mike shouted, "Here come the first years. The future of hero society." The students waved awkwardly, some basking, some stiff. Kirishima waved enthusiastically. Kaminari did finger guns. Uraraka looked like she might faint. Tokiyami looked like a gothic statue brought to life. Bakugo didn't wave. He glared at the crowd like they weren't loud enough. Izuku kept his hands at his sides. He didn't wave. Because the more he waved, the more people would watch his shadow. And he didn't want them to notice it moving on its own. They lined up on the field. Present Mike kept talking. Midnight stood beside him, smiling like trouble. Nezu sat in the VIP area like a small, cute war criminal. And in the pro-hero seating, Izuku saw him. All Might. In his hero form. Smiling. Watching. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might's gaze swept the class and landed on Izuku for a heartbeat. That same look. Not disgust. Not hatred. Just, careful. Like All Might was proud Izuku survived but still not sure what he was protecting the world from. Izuku looked away. He couldn't afford to want All Might's approval today. Wanting made mistakes. Mistakes made blood. Blood made hunger. Event 1. Obstacle course. Present Mike practically screamed the rules. It's simple. Reach the finish line. Anything goes. Quirks allowed. Go. The starting cannon fired. The crowd roared. And the students exploded forward like a stampede. Izuku didn't sprint at full speed. He moved smart. He stayed toward the side, letting the first wave crash into each other. Bakugo blasted upward immediately. Flying over heads. Todoroki froze the ground, sliding forward like the world was his. Ida's engines roared. Everyone went loud. Izuku went quiet. The first obstacle appeared. Giant robots. Not exam robots. Bigger. Meaner. Meant to be climbed, dodged, broken. Students screamed as the robots stepped forward, enormous feet shaking the field. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Robots didn't bleed. Good. Less triggers. He moved toward shadow pockets, under robot legs, behind broken pillars. He raised his hands slightly. A swarm of small shadows broke apart from his feet, not full hounds, not tendrils. Bats. Tiny, fluttering shapes made of darkness, low profile. They streamed forward and latched onto the robot's joints, not tearing, just pulling, tugging, shifting balance. A robot stepped. Its foot slipped half an inch. A crowd of students darted past. Izuku ran through the gap. He wasn't defeating the obstacle. He was making lanes. Efficient. Controlled. A pro-hero in the stands leaned forward. "That's the Shadow Kid." Another muttered, "The one from the USJ." Izuku didn't hear them clearly, but he felt the attention. He didn't look up. He moved. The second obstacle, the canyon. A huge gap with narrow platforms, broken beams, unstable footing. Students jumped, fell, recovered. Izuku paused at the edge. The crowd roared. Present Mike shouted, "This is where the weak get left behind." Izuku swallowed. Sunlight hit the canyon hard. Shadows were thinner. He needed a clean method. He stepped back, took a breath, and whispered, "Form." A thin shadow tendril X tended and latched onto a beam across the gap. He didn't swing wildly. He used it like a grappling line, art in controlled bursts, landing lightly on each platform. Uraraka floated past him, eyes wide, trying to balance midair. Midoriya. Izuku reached out and grabbed her wrist briefly. His shadow tendril anchored both of them for a second, stabilizing. "Go," he said. Uraraka nodded and pushed forward. Izuku released. He didn't hold her longer than necessary. He didn't want to be the reason she got dragged into his darkness. The third obstacle, the minefield. Hidden pressure plates. Explosive traps. A section designed to punish people who sprinted without thinking. Bakugo laughed, blasting through with explosions that triggered explosions like fireworks. Todoroki froze the ground, neutrally. Zing traps by turning them inert with ice. Others leapt and stumbled. Izuku crouched at the edge. He looked at the ground. And smiled faintly, not happy, but focused. He sent the bats forward again. They fluttered low, triggering plates harmlessly in front of him. Explosions went off ahead of his path, clearing traps. Izuku walked through the cleared lane like he'd mapped it. Students looked back in shock. How is he doing that? Someone shouted. A hero in the stands murmured, "He's using his quirk like a scout system." Izuku didn't care. He cared about the finish line. Because the top plaque, eminence mattered, more for strategy than pride. If he placed high, he could control who targeted him. If he placed low, he might get stuck with someone who pushed him into mistakes. He sprinted the last stretch. Not first, but close. He crossed the finish line within the top 10. The crowd roared. Present Mike screamed his name. Midoriya Izuku. Top 10. Izuku's chest heaved. His shadow settled. He didn't celebrate. He just breathed. Because step 1 was done. Event 2. Cavalry Battle. This was the dangerous one. Because it wasn't robots. It was people. People with sweat. People with accidental cuts. People who would tackle each other and bleed and scream in the chaos. Izuku's stomach twisted. Midnight explained the rules with a smile too sharp. Teams of up to 4. Protect your headband. Steal others. The top teams advance. Points assigned based on obstacle course ranking. The number 1 headband was worth a lot. And everyone knew who number 1 was. Bakugo. Because of course he was. Zuku's ranking put him high enough to be valuable, but not the main prize. He wanted it that way. He turned to find teammates. Before he could move, someone stepped beside him. Tokiyami. You and I, Tokiyami said calmly. Izuku blinked. We. Tokiyami's gaze was steady. Darkness is stronger in alliance. Izuku hesitated, then nodded. Okay. Uraraka approached next, nervous but determined. Can I? Izuku nodded immediately. Yes. The 4th slot filled with someone practical, Tsuyu Asui, who had already fought beside Izuku at the USJ and trusted results over fear. Ribbit. Teaming up makes sense, Tsuyu said. They formed quickly. Tokiyami is offense and intimidation. Uraraka for mobility and weight manipulation. Tsuyu for agility and rescue. Izuku is the anchor, defense, control, shadow utility. They built the formation. Tokiyami carried the headband on top, dark shadow swirling like a living cape. Izuku crouched as base support, shadow tendrils ready to stabilize. Uraraka floated them slightly to reduce strain. Tsuyu perched ready to snap out and grab headbands. The horn sounded. The cavalry battle began. And immediately, chaos erupted. Teams rushed like packs. Quirks flashed. People shouted. The air smelled like sweat and adrenaline. Izuku's senses sharpened. He hated that part of him like the clarity. A team with a speedster rushed them. Tokiyami's dark shadow flared, pushing them back with a wave of darkness. Another team tried to flank. Izuku's bats scattered around the group, acting as watchers. When they touched someone, Izuku felt it like a ping, movement near his perimeter. Left, Izuku warned. Tsuyu's tongue snapped out, grabbing a headband off the attacker mid-jump. Got one, Tsuyu said calmly. The team retreated. Uraraka's eyes widened. That was. Focus, Izuku said, voice low. They'll come harder. And they did. Because Tokiyami's dark aura scared people, but Izuku's reputation attracted them. Some teams weren't aiming for points. They were aiming to test the vampire kid. A brute-type student from another class charged straight at Izuku's base, trying to topple them. Izuku raised a shadow wall like a shield, letting the brute slam into it and bounce back. No injury. No blood. Good. Then a bladed quirk user tried to slice Dark Shadow. Tokiyami's eyes narrowed, Dark Shadow snarling. Izuku snapped a tendril around the attacker's wrist and yanked them down, hard, but controlled. The attacker hit the ground, headband falling loose. Tsuyu snatched it. Another one, Tsuyu said. The crowd was roaring. Present Mike shouted, the team with Midoriya is holding strong. Izuku heard the attention and hated it. Because attention made pressure. Pressure made hunger. The final minute became brutal. Teams swarmed the top scorers like sharks. Bakugo's team was a warzone of explosions. Todoroki's area was ice and fire and screaming. Izuku's team became a moving fortress of darkness and gravity shifts. Uraraka floated their base over a wave of attackers. Tokiyami's dark shadow slapped away hands like a living guardian. Izuku's tendrils formed a tight net around them, catching and redirecting opponents without ripping or tearing. They held. The horn sounded. Time. Izuku's team advanced easily. Izuku exhaled slowly, sweat sliding down his temple. He felt the hunger stir at the scent of minor injuries around them, scraped knees, bitten lips. He stabilized with a small sip from his approved pack, hidden, discreet, like medicine. Tokiyami noticed but didn't comment. He simply nodded slightly, like he understood survival. Event 3, the 1v1 tournament. This was the part the nation loved. Because it wasn't chaotic. It was personal. One person against another. A spotlight. A ring. And nowhere to hide. Izuku stood in the waiting area, watching the bracket appear. And the universe, as always, decided to be cruelly poetic. His first match. Midoriya Izuku vs. Shinso Hitoshi. The crowd murmured. Shinso was from general studies. Purple hair. Tired eyes. A quirk that controlled minds. People underestimated him. Izuku didn't. He had watched Shinso in the cavalry battle. He had seen how calm he was. How he baited people into responding. How he smiled when they fell silent. Tokiyami leaned toward Izuku. Mind control is dangerous. Izuku nodded. I know. Tokiyami's voice was quiet. Do not answer him. Izuku exhaled. I won't. But inside, Izuku wasn't afraid of being controlled the way others were. He was afraid of what Shinso would see if he touched Izuku's mind. Because Izuku didn't just have thoughts. He had voices. He had an ocean of blood behind his eyes. He had memories that weren't his, buried deep in whatever, Alucard, meant inside his cells. If Shinso walked into that, it wouldn't just be a fight. It would be a disaster. Match 1, Midoriya vs. Shinso. The stadium lights hit Izuku like heat. The crowd noise became a wall. Present Mike shouted their names. Shinso walked out calmly, hands in his pockets, eyes half-lidded. Izuku walked out with his breathing steady, shadows obedient at his feet. They stood across the ring. Shinso's voice carried easily. So you're the vampire. The crowd murmured louder. Izuku didn't answer. Shinso tilted his head. I heard you regenerate. That's convenient. Izuku stayed silent. Shinso smirked. What's it like, knowing you're a freak and still trying to be a hero? Izuku's jaw tightened. He didn't answer. Shinso clicked his tongue. Come on. I know you want to. Izuku's fists clenched. Shinso's eyes sharpened. Or are you too scared to talk because you'll prove me right? Izuku's throat stirred. Behind his eyes, the presence purred. Say it. Let him in. Let him drown. Izuku forced a breath. Then Shinso took a step forward and spoke louder, voice sharp like a hook. Midoriya, do you think All Might was right to reject you? The words hit Izuku like a punch. His chest tightened. The memory flashed. All Might's face, the hesitation, the rejection. Izuku's mouth opened. Uraka's voice in his memory. Please don't scare me on purpose. Tokiyami's voice. Discipline. Aizawa's voice. If you ever feel proud of feeding. Izuku slammed his mouth shut. He didn't answer. Shinso's eyes widened in irritation. TCH. He changed tactics. He charged. Not fast, not strong, but clever. He wanted to force Izuku into a reaction. Izuku stepped back. Shadow tendrils rose, not aggressive, just defensive. Shinso darted left and shouted, "What's wrong, Midoriya? Cat got your tongue." The crowd laughed. Izuku's cheeks heated. His throat tightened. Shinso pressed, circling. If you can't even speak, you don't deserve. Izuku snapped, just a fraction, voice low but real. Shut up. The moment the words left Izuku's mouth, Shinso's eyes flashed. The crowd gasped. Izuku's pupils tightened. And then the world went quiet. Izuku stood still. Not because he wanted to. Because his body had been hijacked. Brainwashed. He felt it like invisible hands gripping his spine. His thoughts were still his. But his actions were not. Shinso smiled calmly. Walk. Izuku's legs moved. The crowd roared. Present Mike shouted, Shinso got him. Izuku's mind screamed. He tried to fight it. But the control was absolute. Then Shinso made a mistake. He spoke again, smug and loud. Guess you really are just a monster pretending to be human. And in that moment, Shinso's quirk didn't just touch Izuku's mind. It sank into it, like a finger dipping into a lake. And Izuku's mind wasn't a lake. It was an ocean made of blood. Shinso's smile faltered. His eyes widened. Inside Izuku's head, Shinso saw. Not vestiges like One for All. Not heroic memories. He saw a sea of crimson stretching endlessly. He saw shadows shaped like corpses. He heard screams, millions, layered so thick they became a constant roar. And at the center of it all, something vast and amused opened red eyes. A presence like a king sitting on a throne made of bones. Hello, the thing purred. Shinso's face went white. His knees buckled. He staggered backward, clutching his head. What is that? Shinso gasped. His brainwashing broke. Izuku's body snapped back under his control. Izuku inhaled sharply, almost falling. He looked at Shinso, who was trembling, eyes wide with genuine fear. Izuku's shadow twitched. He forced it still. Shinso backed away, voice shaking. There are. Izuku didn't move forward fast. He moved carefully. Because Shinso wasn't evil, he was shaken. Izuku whispered, voice rough, get out of my head. Shinso's eyes darted around like he wanted to run. The crowd was confused now, some cheering, some murmuring. Unsure what they'd witnessed. Present Mike shouted, whoa. Shinso's down. Midoriya's moving in. Izuku stepped closer and raised a hand. Not to strike. To end it cleanly. A thin shadowed tendril snapped out and tapped Shinso's ankle, pulling him off balance gently but firmly. Shinso fell out of the ring. Match over. The stadium roared. Izuku stood in the ring, breathing hard, eyes down. He didn't feel victorious. He felt exposed. Because for a moment, someone had seen the ocean behind his eyes. And it had looked back. Next match, Todoroki. The bracket progressed. Izuku watched matches with careful attention, but the crowd noise felt distant now. He could still feel Shinso's fear like a lingering echo. Tokiyami approached quietly. You won. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Tokiyami's voice lowered. He saw something. Izuku swallowed. Yeah. Tokiyami didn't press. He just said, control. Izuku nodded again. Then the board updated. Midoriya Izuku vs. Todoroki Shoto. Izuku's stomach tightened. He remembered Todoroki's words in the classroom. I want to know whether I can stop you. Izuku stood and walked toward the tunnel. Todoroki met him there, expression calm, eyes sharp. You stabilized. Todoroki said quietly, as if that was the first thing he noticed. Izuku blinked. What? Todoroki's gaze flicked to Izuku's throat. You're not trembling. You're not distracted. You took blood. Izuku's jaw tightened. It's approved. Todoroki nodded once. Good. They stepped into the stadium. The crowd exploded. Todoroki was already famous, the son of Endeavor, the half-hot half-cold prodigy. Izuku was becoming infamous, the vampire kid, the shadow monster. Two narratives colliding. Midnight announced the match with a smile. Begin. Todoroki moved first. Ice exploded across the arena, fast, massive. A white tide. Izuku jumped backward, shadow tendrils pulling him sideways, avoiding being trapped. The ice chased him. Todoroki was controlling the field. Izuku raised a shadow wall, letting ice slam into it. The wall held briefly, then the cold seeped in, stiffening the shadow like it was being forced into shape. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Cold affected his darkness. Not hurt it, but changed its behavior, making it heavier, slower. Todoroki advanced, calm, methodical. You're holding back, Todoroki said, voice steady. Izuku didn't answer. He slipped into shadow and reappeared behind Todoroki. Trying to flank. Todoroki didn't even turn. A wall of ice erupted behind him instantly, blocking the approach. Izuku's shadow tendril snapped forward, trying to bind Todoroki's legs. Todoroki's ice spread around it, freezing the tendril in place. Izuku yanked the tendril back and felt it tear free like ripping cloth. His shadow hissed, literally hissed, like it hated being restrained. Behind his eyes, the presence purred. He thinks he controls you. Show him who owns the night. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, he didn't need to own anything. He needed to win without losing himself. Todoroki's voice cut through. Use it. Izuku's eyes flicked up. Todoroki stepped forward, ice cracking under his feet. I can stop you, Todoroki said. But only if I know what you are. Izuku's heart hammered. The crowd roared, sensing tension. Izuku whispered, you don't want that. Todoroki's expression didn't change. Prove it. Todoroki's left side flared. Fire. The stadium gasped. Because Todoroki had avoided fire so far. But now, orange flames surged from his left, evaporating ice into steam. The heat hit Izuku like a wave. And something inside Izuku recoiled. Not fear. Weakness. Sunlight and heat didn't burn him, but they thinned his shadows, made them less solid, less cooperative. It felt like trying to grab smoke. Izuku staggered half a step. Todoroki noticed immediately. "So heat weakens you," Todoroki said quietly. Izuku's jaw tightened. The crowd screamed as Todoroki launched a blast of fire. Izuku threw up a shadow shield. The fire washed through it, scattering the darkness like wind scattering fog. Izuku took the heat full force. Pain flared across his skin. Regeneration surged. Hunger surged with it. Izuku's throat tightened, mouth watering. He smelled his own blood where heat cracked skin. The hunger smiled. Fire makes you bleed. Fire makes you honest. Izuku's vision flickered red. He breathed hard. This was dangerous. He couldn't let the GHT become a spiral of burn regenerate hunger. He needed a decisive move. Todoroki advanced again, fire on one side, ice on the other, like a walking storm. "Midoriya," Todoroki called, louder now. "Stop pretending. If you're a monster, then be a monster with purpose." The crowd roared at the line. Izuku's shadow surged at his feet, agitated, eager. Izuku closed his eyes for half a second. Then opened them. The red was there. Not full. But words he didn't understand fully, but his body did. Restriction. Todoroki paused, eyes narrowing. Izuku's voice dropped lower, almost ritual. Level 3. The stadium fell silent for half a heartbeat. Then Izuku's shadow exploded outward. Not as random tendrils. As a flood. A wave of darkness poured across the arena floor, swallowing ice, creeping around Todoroki's feet. Climbing up like liquid night. Todoroki's fire flared, trying to burn it back. The shadows didn't burn. They moved around the flame, like water refusing to be destroyed. They surged upward, forming dozens of tendrils that reached for Todoroki like hands. Not to kill, to restrain, to own the space. Todoroki's eyes widened as the shadows wrapped his ankles, his knees, his wrists. He burned them off. More replaced them. He froze them. They cracked and reformed. The crowd erupted, screaming at the spectacle. Present Mike shouted, "What is this?" Midoriya just turned the ring into night. Izuku's breathing was harsh. His body was overheating from repeated regeneration. His hunger was climbing again. But for a brief moment, he had control of the arena. Todoroki struggled, eyes sharp. "So this is you." Izuku didn't answer. He stepped forward through his own darkness like it was a carpet. He raised his hand. A shadow blade formed, hovering near Todoroki's throat, not touching skin. A warning. The crowd held its breath. Izuku's voice was low. "I can end you," Izuku said. Todoroki's eyes didn't flinch. "Then do it." Izuku's jaw tightened. Because that was the test. Not whether he could win. Whether he would cross the line when it was easy. Izuku lowered the blade. He didn't strike. Instead, he made a different move. He tried to push Todoroki out of bounds with a wave of shadow, ring out, clean win. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He stopped resisting restraint and instead did something smarter. He blasted fire downward, massive, creating a burst of heat and steam that hid Izuku's shadow flood for a fraction of a second. In that fraction, Todoroki ripped free and slid, ice under his feet, straight toward Izuku. Izuku reacted, raising shadows. But the heat had weakened them. The tendrils were slower. Todoroki slammed a wall of ice behind Izuku. Izuku turned. Todoroki's fire burst forward from the side, not aiming to burn Izuku directly. Aiming to push. The blast hit Izuku like a hammer of air and heat. Izuku flew. His feet left the ground. His shadow reached for the edge. But sunlight and heat scattered it. Izuku's fingers clawed at air. And then, he landed outside the ring. Silence. For half a second, the stadium didn't know how to react. Then Present Mike shouted, "Ring out." Todoroki Shoto wins. The crowd exploded. Todoroki stood inside the ring, chest heaving, eyes locked on Izuku. Izuku lay on the ground outside the ring, breathing hard, skin already healing from the heat burns. His hunger surged, angry now, frustrated, wanting to punish someone for loss. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing it down. Todoroki stepped to the edge of the ring and looked down at him. "I can stop you," Todoroki said quietly. Izuku's chest tightened. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "But you stopped yourself first." Izuku didn't answer. Because he didn't trust his voice not to shake. Todoroki turned away and walked back toward the tunnel. Izuku pushed himself up slowly, wiping sweat from his brow. The crowd still screamed his name, some cheering, some chanting, monster, some chanting, hero. Izuku didn't look at them. He looked at his hands. At the shadows that wanted to rise again. And he whispered to himself, voice barely audible over the stadium noise. I lost, but I didn't feed. For Izuku, that was a victory nobody else could see. The sports festival ended the way most storms did. Not with a clean stop. With leftover electricity in the air. UA students returned to class carrying bruises, new reputations, and the uncomfortable truth that the entire country now had opinions about them. Some opinions were loud and flattering. Some were quiet and dangerous. Izuku Midoriya's were complicated. He heard it in the hallway whispers that cut off the second he walked past. He saw it in the way certain second years stared too long, like they were trying to decide if he was a student or a hazard. He felt it in the way teachers tracked him a fraction more carefully than everyone else, subtle. Professional, but real. And the world outside UA. The world outside had started to label him. Vampire Kid. Shadow Monster. The anti-symbol. Aizawa didn't let them talk about it openly in class. The moment Mineta tried to bring up a headline, Aizawa's stare turned the room into a vacuum. Focus on what matters, Aizawa said flatly. Training. Control. Not what idiots on TV call you. But the names still existed. Names didn't need permission to spread. Izuku sat at his desk, notebook open, pen hovering over pages that were no longer only about heroes he admired. Now the notebook had sections for himself. Triggers. Stabilizers. Shadow behavior patterns. Hunger levels versus stress levels. Safe output thresholds. He hated that he needed those sections. He hated even more that they worked. Uraraka leaned toward him between classes, voice soft. Midoriya, are you getting sleep? Izuku blinked. He hadn't realized his eyes felt that heavy. A little, he lied. Uraraka didn't press. But her frown deepened. If you ever need, like, someone to walk with you to the nurse's office or... I'm okay, Izuku said quickly. Too quickly. Uraraka's expression tightened like she wanted to argue. Then she nodded anyway. Okay. But, I meant it. Izuku nodded back and looked down at his notebook. He didn't trust himself to talk about it. Because talking about it made the hunger feel seen. And the hunger liked being seen. The offers. When internship offers finally arrived, Class 1A turned into a war zone of excitement. Kirishima nearly tore his envelope open in the air. Ka. Minari screamed loud enough to set off someone's phone. Yaoyorozu read hers calmly, but even she looked pleased. Todoroki received a stack. Bakugo received a terrifying amount. He didn't look happy about it. He looked insulted that anyone thought they were worthy to offer him anything less than the number one spot in existence. Iida got polite, reputable agencies that fit him like tailored suits. Tokiyami received offers from darker-themed heroes and looked quietly satisfied. Uraraka received fewer than some, but her smile was genuine. Then Izuku's envelope landed on his desk. Thicker than paper should feel. Not heavy with good news. Heavy with weight. He stared at it for a second too long. Aizawa's voice cut through the room. Open it, Midoriya. Izuku's fingers tightened. He opened the envelope. Letters slid out. Not one. Not two. Several. For half a second, relief loosened his chest. Then he read the first line of the top letter. After careful consideration, we regret to inform you. Izuku's throat tightened. He flipped to the next. Due to concerns regarding public safety and image. The next. We believe your quirk presents a risk. The next. Our agency does not have the facilities to accommodate. The next. We advise seeking specialized support through UA channels. Izuku stared at the pile like it was a joke someone forgot to laugh at. The letters weren't angry. They weren't hateful. They were polite refusals dressed as professionalism. And somehow that hurt more. Because it meant they weren't rejecting him with emotion. They were rejecting him like a defective product. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. He clenched them under the desk. Don't let the shadow spike. Don't let the hunger react. Don't. Kaminari leaned over, trying to be casual, but failing. Midoriya. You got a lot. Yeah, Izuku said. Kaminari's eyes flicked to the rejection header visible on one letter. His smile died. Oh, Kaminari whispered, subdued. Kirishima leaned over too, brow furrowed. Wait, those are. Izuku slid the letters back into the envelope quickly like hiding them would stop them from existing. It's fine, Izuku said. It wasn't. He could feel it in the room. The shift. People didn't know what to say. Some looked guilty, like their excitement had become rude by accident. Some looked relieved, like it confirmed what they already feared. Mineta didn't even try to hide his discomfort. He shrank back like proximity was dangerous. Tokiyami didn't move. He just watched Izuku with quiet, steady eyes that didn't flinch away. Todoroki glanced once at Izuku's envelope and then looked away like he'd already predicted it. Bakugo snorted loudly. Of course, Bakugo said, voice sharp enough to cut. Who'd be stupid enough to hire a freak? The word hit like a slap. Izuku's shadow deepened under his desk. The hunger stirred. The presence behind his eyes purred, pleased. Say something. Make him bleed. Izuku forced his fingers to relax. He looked up slowly. His voice came out calm, too calm. Funny, Izuku said, coming from someone who can't go 10 minutes without threatening to explode somebody. Bakugo's eyes widened. The room froze. Bakugo's palm sparked. What did you say, Deku? Izuku didn't raise his voice. I said you're loud. Bakugo leaned forward, furious. You want to test me right now? Aizawa's capture scarf snapped once, an invisible warning without violence. Bakugo, Aizawa said. Bakugo's jaw clenched. He sat back down like he was swallowing rage. Izuku exhaled slowly. His shadow settled. He didn't feel proud. He felt tired. Aizawa's eyes stayed on Izuku longer than the others. Not accusing. Assessing. Then Aizawa spoke again. Midoriya, he said, voice flat. Stay after. Izuku's stomach dropped. Again. The problem with being special. After class ended, the room emptied fast. Uraraka lingered at the door, glancing back with worry. Tokiyami stayed too, quietly, without being asked. Aizawa didn't comment on Tokiyami's presence. He just waited until the last student left. Then shut the door. Izuku stood beside his desk, envelope of rejection letters in his hands like dead weight. Aizawa didn't sit. He walked toward Izuku and held out his hand. Izuku hesitated. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Give it. Izuku handed over the envelope. Aizawa pulled out the letters and skimmed them quickly. His expression didn't change, but something in his posture hardened, like irritation settling in his bones. He put the letters back. This was expected, Aizawa said. Izuku's throat tightened. So I'm just not allowed to intern. Aizawa's gaze cut into him. Don't put words in my mouth. Izuku swallowed. Aizawa continued, heroes are cowards about optics. They'll praise you when you're useful and hide from you when you're inconvenient. Izuku felt heat rise, anger, shame, both. Then what am I supposed to do? Aizawa's voice stayed flat. You'll intern. Izuku blinked. With who? Aizawa didn't answer immediately. He turned and walked to his sleeping bag, rummaging briefly. Then he tossed a single card onto Izuku's desk. Old-fashioned. Worn edges. A simple hero logo. Gran Torino. Izuku stared at it. His brain tried to catch up. Gran Torino. As in, All Might's mentor. As in a retired, harsh, tiny old man who moved like a rocket and yelled like a drill sergeant. Izuku looked up. He offered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't offer you. Izuku's stomach sank. Aizawa's voice stayed calm. I offered you to him. Izuku froze. You, what? Aizawa stepped closer. I contacted him after the USJ. Izuku's throat tightened. Why? Aizawa's eyes stayed sharp. Because someone needs to teach you how to operate without relying on your worst instincts. And because Gran Torino doesn't care if you're scary. Izuku swallowed hard. He might care if I'm dangerous. Aizawa's expression didn't soften. He's useful dangerous. Tokiyami spoke quietly from the side. Gran Torino is known for ruthless efficiency. Aizawa nodded. Exactly. Izuku stared at the card. A part of him felt relief, someone willing to train him. Another part felt dread, because if Gran Torino was willing, it meant Gran Torino believed Izuku was a problem worth handling personally. And that was not the kind of attention Izuku wanted. Aizawa's voice cut in again. One more thing. Izuku's chest tightened automatically. Aizawa didn't blink. You will not feed during the internship. Izuku's jaw clenched. I don't plan to. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Don't plan. Promise. Izuku swallowed. I promise. Aizawa held his stare for a long beat, then nodded once. Tokiyami didn't speak. But his presence felt like reinforcement, like someone else had heard the promise too. Aizawa turned toward the door. Your meeting is tomorrow. Don't be late. Izuku looked down at the card again. Gran Torino. Internship with the executioner. Because Gran Torino didn't train heroes like a coach. He trained them like he was preparing them to survive a war. Izuku didn't know if he was ready. But then again, he hadn't been ready for any of this. The meeting, the address Gran Torino gave him wasn't a shiny hero tower. It wasn't a modern glass building with branding. It was a small, weathered office tucked above a quiet street, the kind of place you'd walk past without noticing. Izuku arrived early. He always arrived early. He stood in the hallway outside the door, breathing slow. Cooler bag secured under his arm with approved packs inside, notebook in his backpack. He knocked. A long pause. Then the door opened, and Gran Torino stared at him like Izuku was a stain on the floor. You're the kid, Gran Torino said. Izuku bowed quickly. Yes, sir. Midoriya Izuku. Gran Torino squinted. He was small, wrinkled. His yellow hero cape looked like a relic. But his eyes were sharp enough to peel skin. Come in, Gran Torino said. Izuku stepped inside. The office smelled like old books, machine oil, and mint candy. There weren't trophies. There weren't posters. There was a desk, a couch, and a wall covered in handwritten notes that looked like someone had been thinking about war for decades. Gran Torino shut the door and turned around slowly. He looked Izuku up and down. TCH. He clicked. You smell like trouble. Izuku stiffened. He hated that his first thought was blood. He forced it down. I'm here to learn, Izuku said. Gran Torino snorted. Everyone says that. Gran Torino walked closer, slow, like he was circling prey. Let's start simple, Gran Torino said. Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku didn't hesitate. To save people. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. That's the brochure answer. Izuku swallowed. Because, I know what it feels like to be powerless. Gran Torino paused. His gaze sharpened. Izuku continued, voice quieter, realer. And I don't want anyone else to feel that way. Gran Torino stared for a long beat. Then he reached into his pocket, pulled out a mint, popped it into his mouth. Fine, Gran Torino said. Now the second question. Izuku nodded tensely. Gran Torino's voice dropped, direct as a punch. Do you want to be a hero even if people call you a monster for it? Izuku's throat tightened. Images flashed, Mineta shrinking away. Headlines. Shinso's fear. Shigaraki's grin. All Might's careful eyes. Izuku forced himself to breathe. Yes, Izuku said. Gran Torino squinted. Quick answer. Dangerous. Izuku's fists clenched. I mean it. Gran Torino stepped back and jabbed a thumb toward a small training mat area in the corner. Show me your quirk. Izuku froze. Here. Gran Torino snorted. You think I invited you for tea? Izuku swallowed. He raised his hands slowly. He let shadows pee trolled, quiet. A thin tendril rose like a rope. A shadow hound formed briefly and sat like a trained dog, eyes glowing faintly. Gran Torino watched without expression. Then he asked, blunt and sharp. How many people are in there? Izuku flinched. What? Gran Torino pointed at Izuku's shadow. Souls. Voices. Whatever you've got. How many? Izuku's stomach turned. He hadn't told anyone that part directly. Aizawa suspected. Tokiyami sensed. But Gran Torino said it like he'd read the back of Izuku's DNA like a book. Izuku forced his voice steady. I don't know. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Wrong answer. Izuku's jaw tightened. I can't count what I can't. Gran Torino was suddenly gone. A blur. Izuku's eyes widened. A fist hit Izuku's gut like a cannonball. Izuku flew backward, slammed into the wall, and dropped to one knee, gasping. Pain flared. Regeneration surged. Gran Torino's voice snapped like a whip. Don't heal fast. Izuku froze mid-breath. He could feel his body trying to knit the bruise instantly. He forced it to slow, like clenching a muscle that wanted to twitch. It hurt more, but it also calmed the hunger. Gran Torino stood in front of him like he'd teleported. How many times do you get hit in a real fight? Gran Torino barked. Izuku coughed. A lot. Gran Torino leaned down, eyes sharp. And every time you heal, you pay. Izuku swallowed hard. Gran Torino straightened. Your problem is not power. Izuku forced himself up. Gran Torino jabbed a finger at him. Your problem is you fight like a wall. You let people hit you because you think you can take it. Izuku's cheeks heated. It works. Gran Torino snorted. It works until it doesn't. Until you face someone whose quirk doesn't care about your healing. Or until you heal so much you turn into the thing you're afraid of. Izuku's throat tightened. Gran Torino stepped back. Today's lesson, efficiency. Izuku blinked. Gran Torino moved again. Izuku barely saw him, just a blur, then a tap on Izuku's shoulder, then Gran Torino was behind him. Izuku spun, shadow tendril snapping out. Gran Torino was already gone, and Izuku's tendril hit empty air. Gran Torino's voice barked, too slow. Izuku tried again, shadow forming a net. Gran Torino slipped through the gap like smoke. Too predictable. Izuku's frustration spiked. The hunger stirred in response to irritation. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Feel that. Izuku stiffened. Gran Torino leaned forward. You're getting emotional. And your quirk is getting happy. Izuku clenched his jaw. I'm fine. Gran Torino snorted. Liar. He stomped the ground once. Rule, Gran Torino said. If you're strong enough to survive, then stop fighting like you have nothing to lose. Izuku's heart hammered. Gran Torino pointed. Move. Izuku ran. Gran Torino pursued like a missile. Every time Izuku tried to block with shadow, Gran Torino hit him from an angle he didn't expect. Every time Izuku tried to vanish into shadow, Gran Torino anticipated where he'd emerge and was already there. Izuku's breathing turned ragged. Regeneration wanted to surge. Izuku forced it down. He felt his hunger growl. Gran Torino's voice snapped again. Good. You're uncomfortable. That means you're learning. Izuku stumbled, nearly tripping. Gran Torino stopped suddenly and stared at him. You want to prove All Might wrong. Gran Torino said. Izuku froze. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Don't deny it. It's written all over you. Izuku swallowed. I just want to be a hero. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Same thing. For you. He stepped closer, voice quieter but heavier. All Might didn't reject you because you're evil, Gran Torino said. He rejected you because he's terrified of making mistakes with power. Izuku's chest tightened. Gran Torino continued, and you? You're terrified you'll prove him right. Izuku couldn't speak. Gran Torino stared for a long moment. Then he turned away, walking back to his desk like the conversation was done. Fine, Gran Torino said over his shoulder. We do this my way. Izuku's voice finally returned, rough. What's your way? Gran Torino didn't turn around. Simple. Gran Torino said. You learn to win without feeding your addiction. Izuku flinched at the word. Gran Torino glanced back, eyes sharp. If you don't like that word, Gran Torino said. Then don't give it power. Izuku swallowed hard. Gran Torino tossed him a small notebook, older, battered. Right, Gran Torino ordered. Every time you feel hunger. Every time you feel pride. Every time you feel your shadow move without permission. Izuku caught it clumsily. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. And if you lie in it, I'll know. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay. Gran Torino gestured toward the door. We start fieldwork today. Izuku's stomach dropped. Today. Gran Torino snorted. Did you think villains take weekends off? Fieldwork. Gran Torino didn't take him to a big villain raid. He didn't take him to a dramatic rescue. He took him to a normal city block. Crowds. Traffic. Convenience stores. Life. Izuku's senses sharpened immediately. So many people. So much blood moving beneath skin. So many heartbeats. The hunger stirred like a dog sniffing a buffet. Izuku tightened his grip on his cooler bag. Gran Torino walked beside him with tiny steps that somehow still felt faster than Izuku's stride. Rule, Gran Torino said. You don't stare at people like they're food. Izuku stiffened. I wasn't. Gran Torino snorted. Liar. Izuku looked straight ahead. Gran Torino's voice stayed calm. You're going to learn something today. Izuku swallowed. What? Gran Torino pointed at a group of teenagers across the street. Loud, aggressive, pushing a smaller kid against a wall. Problem. Gran Torino said. Izuku's chest tightened. That's not a villain, Gran Torino interrupted. Not yet. Izuku moved instinctively. Gran Torino grabbed his collar, holding him back with absurd strength for someone so small. Rule, Gran Torino said. You don't rush. Izuku's jaw clenched. They're hurting him. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. And if you rush, you'll look like a monster attacking kids in public. Izuku froze. Gran Torino leaned in. Think. Izuku's mind raced. He swallowed. Separate them, Izuku said quietly. Without hurting them. Gran Torino nodded once. Go. Izuku moved. Not with shadows exploding. Not with intimidation. He stepped close and spoke, voice firm, controlled. Hey, Izuku said. Back off. One of the teens turned, sneering. Who are you? Izuku kept his posture calm. I'm a UA student, Izuku said. And you're about to make your life worse. They laughed. Izuku's shadow twitched under his feet. He forced it still. The teen shoved him. Izuku staggered half a step. His body wanted to react, regenerate, strengthen, retaliate. He didn't. He simply stepped back and let his voice drop. Last warning, Izuku said. The teen raised his fist. And suddenly Gran Torino was there, appearing between them like a glitch. He tapped the teen's forehead. The teen dropped like his legs forgot how to work. The other teens froze, shocked. Gran Torino looked at them, eyes cold. Run, Gran Torino said. They ran. The smaller kid slid down the wall, trembling. Izuku knelt beside him. Are you okay? The kid nodded quickly, eyes wide. Why yeah. Izuku offered a hand. The kid took it. No blood. No fear. Just relief. Izuku exhaled. Gran Torino watched him for a long moment. Good, Gran Torino said. Izuku blinked. That's it. Gran Torino snorted. You wanted applause. Go join a circus. Izuku's cheeks heated. Gran Torino continued walking. Lesson 1. The world doesn't care what you can do. It cares you did. Izuku followed, quieter. Gran Torino kept talking, voice steady like he was teaching math. You have a power that scares people, Gran Torino said. So your discipline has to be visible. Your restraint has to be obvious. If people can't see your control, they'll assume you don't have any. Izuku swallowed. Gran Torino glanced at him. And you don't get to sulk about it. Izuku's jaw tightened. I'm not sulking. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Liar. Izuku looked away. Gran Torino stopped suddenly. Izuku almost bumped into him. Gran Torino pointed down an alley. Villain, Gran Torino said. Izuku's stomach tightened. A man was dragging a bag. Looking around nervously. The man's hands were stained, red-brown. Blood. Izuku's senses flared. His hunger rose. Gran Torino snapped, control. Izuku clenched his fists. Yes, sir. Gran Torino didn't move. You handle it. Izuku's heart pounded. This was the real test. Not the bully situation. This. If the man had blood on his hands, Izuku's instincts would want to pounce. Izuku breathed slowly. He stepped into the alley, posture calm. Sir, Izuku said, voice firm. Stop. The man spun, eyes wide. He wasn't a supervillain with dramatic costume. He was just, desperate looking. He bolted. Izuku didn't chase like a predator. He moved efficiently, just like Gran Torino told him. He stepped into shadow, vanished, reappeared ahead of the man. The man skidded back, panicked. What? Izuku kept his hands visible. Sit down. Hands where I can see them. The man's breath hitched. He looked around wildly, trapped. Izuku's shadow stirred at his feet, eager. Izuku forced it still. The man's eyes flicked to Izuku's shadow, and fear spilled across his face. Please, the man stammered. I didn't, I'm not. Izuku's senses sharpened. The blood smell was there. But it wasn't fresh. It smelled like meat. Raw meat. The man's bag shifted. Izuku's brain clicked. Grocery store theft. Not murder. Not assault. Just theft. Izuku's stomach tightened with shame, his instincts ached. Ad assumed the worst because of the scent. Gran Torino's voice echoed in his head, think. Izuku exhaled slowly. You stole from a butcher, Izuku said. The man froze. Izuku continued, voice calm. You're not bleeding. You're carrying raw meat. The man's shoulders collapsed. My daughter, she's sick. I didn't have money. Izuku's throat tightened. He didn't trust himself to respond emotionally. Emotion fed hunger. Hunger fed mistakes. So he did the hero thing anyway. He kept his voice steady. Put the bag down, Izuku said. We'll return it. Then you're going to explain what happened to the police. The man trembled. They'll arrest me. Izuku nodded. Yes. The man stared, desperate. Then why? Izuku's voice didn't change. Because stealing doesn't fix your problem. It just adds another one. The man's eyes filled. Izuku held his gaze. Then added quietly, but there are systems. There are people. There are ways to ask for help. If you can't find them, you can. The man swallowed hard, then slowly set the bag down. Izuku didn't pounce. He didn't threaten. He simply restrained the man with a thin shadow band around his wrists, gentle, visible. The man didn't fight. Gran Torino appeared at the alley entrance like he'd been there the whole time. He looked at the man, then at Izuku, then clicked his tongue. You didn't bite him, Gran Torino said. Izuku's jaw tightened. I wasn't going to. Gran Torino stared. Good. Then Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. But you wanted to. Izuku flinched. Gran Torino stepped closer. Don't lie. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes, Izuku admitted quietly. For a second, Gran Torino nodded, satisfied in a grim way. That's the work, Gran Torino said. Not pretending you don't want it. Not pretending you're pure. The work is wanting it, and not doing it. Izuku's chest tightened. Gran Torino looked at him, expression hard. Hero society loves symbols, Gran Torino said. All Might is a symbol. Endeavor tries to be. Kids like Bakugo think being loud makes them strong. Gran Torino jabbed a finger into Izuku's chest lightly, still painful somehow. You, Gran Torino said, are not a symbol. You're a problem that needs discipline. Izuku stared. Gran Torino turned away. If you want to be a hero anyway, you learn to be useful without becoming a headline. Izuku followed, carrying the cooler bag tighter. His hunger simmered, but his control held. And for the first time in days, Izuku felt something that wasn't fear. It was direction. The night lesson. That evening, back at Gran Torino's office, Izuku sat on the mat, exhausted. His muscles ached from constant restraint. His mind ached from constant calculation. Gran Torino tossed him a mint. Izuku caught it automatically. Gran Torino sat on his desk like it was a throne and stared at him. You're different from All Might. Gran Torino said suddenly. Izuku blinked. What? Gran Torino snorted. All Might wanted to be a hero because he wanted to save everyone. Izuku swallowed. Isn't that? Gran Torino cut him off. You want to save everyone too. Izuku nodded slowly. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. But you also want to prove something. Izuku's throat tightened. Gran Torino leaned forward. Not to All Might. Izuku froze. Gran Torino's voice dropped. To yourself. Izuku couldn't speak. Gran Torino watched him for a long moment. Then he said something Izuku didn't expect. That's good. Izuku blinked. Good. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. If you're fighting yourself every day, you better have a reason. Izuku swallowed, eyes burning. Gran Torino waved a hand like emotions were inconvenient. Tomorrow we train movement. No shadow spam. No hiding. You learn to move like a hero, not a haunted house. Izuku let out a breath that was half laugh, half pain. Yes, sir. Gran Torino squinted. In Midoriya. Quote. Izuku looked up. Gran Torino's eyes were sharp. If you ever use your power because it feels good. Izuku's stomach dropped. Gran Torino continued, voice like steel. I'll knock you out myself and drag you back to UA in a box. Izuku nodded slowly. Understood. Gran Torino popped another mint into his mouth and looked away like the conversation was done. Izuku sat there, staring at his own hands. His shadow lay still on the floor. For once, it wasn't twitching. It wasn't reaching. It wasn't hungry. It was quiet, not because it was satisfied. Because it was being watched by someone who didn't fear it. Someone who would punish it. Izuku didn't know if that made him feel safer. But it made him feel possible. And in the quiet, with tomorrow's training hanging over him like a blade, Izuku wrote in Gran Torino's battered notebook. Today I wanted to. I didn't. That counts. But I can't live on counting. I need to live on control. He closed the notebook. Outside, the city lights glowed like distant stars. And somewhere in that city, Izuku knew there was a man who smelled blood from miles away, someone whose ideology was sharp enough to cut. He didn't know the name yet. But the world was already shifting toward Hosu. Toward Stain. Toward the next test. Hosu City smelled like blood before Izuku ever set foot in it. That was the first sign something was wrong. He was in Gran Torino's office, On the mat, sweating through another movement drill, when his throat suddenly tightened and his senses snapped into that cruel, hyper-clear focus he hated. Not hunger yet, not the full craving, just the signal, like a bell ringing somewhere far away that only he could hear. Izuku froze mid-step. Gran Torino's cane tapped the floor once. Oi, don't stop unless you're dead. Izuku swallowed, jaw tense. I smelled. Somo squinted. You smell plenty of things. You're weird. Izuku forced a breath. No, this is, he hesitated, then admitted the truth. It's blood. Fresh. A lot. Not here. Quote. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. The old man didn't laugh this time. He didn't brush it off. He turned his head slightly like he was listening. Not with ears. With experience. What direction? Gran Torino asked. Izuku closed his eyes, focusing like he'd practiced. The scent wasn't a single point. It was a smear. A trail. A mess of panic and injuries, layered with smoke. East, Izuku said. Far. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Hosu. Izuku's eyes snapped open. Hosu City. Gran Torino was already moving, grabbing his jacket and his phone. Good. Your nose isn't useless. Izuku's stomach tightened. What's in Hosu? Gran Torino glanced back, eyes sharp as razors. A hero killer. The words hit Izuku like cold water. Stain. The name that had been crawling through the news like a shadow for weeks. The man who ambushed heroes in alleys, left them bleeding, and made the public question whether heroes' society deserved to exist. Izuku's mouth went dry, not from fear, from the way his hunger reacted to the idea of that much blood. Gran Torino pointed a finger at him. Control. Izuku clenched his fists. Yes, sir. Gran Torino's phone buzzed. He looked at it, expression tightening. Then he answered without greeting. Yeah. A voice crackled through the speaker, urgent, strained. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Izuku caught fragments. Multiple incidents. Stain sighting. Nomu reports. Manual's agency. Student. Izuku's spine went cold. Student. Gran Torino's gaze flicked to him. Stay here, Gran Torino said sharply. Izuku's chest tightened. What? Why? Gran Torino snapped. Because you're not ready to be on camera in a bloodbath. Izuku flinched. Gran Torino ended the call and shoved the phone into his pocket. Something's happening, Gran Torino muttered. And kids are involved. Izuku's heart hammered. Kids, as in UA. Gran Torino didn't answer immediately. He moved to the window, looked out like he could see Hosu through concrete and distance. Then he clicked his tongue hard. Iida, Gran Torino said. Izuku's stomach dropped. Iida, what about? Gran Torino spun. That engine kid, he's been acting wrong since the sports festival. Too stiff, too angry, too quiet. Izuku remembered it, the way Iida's eyes had looked slightly hollow lately, like he was running on something that wasn't motivation. Izuku's throat tightened. His brother. Gran Torino nodded once. Stain crippled him, and that idiot kid thinks he can fix it with revenge. Izuku's shadow twitched at his feet. Not eager. Worried. Gran Torino jabbed a finger at Izuku again. Rule. You do not chase blood. Izuku swallowed. I won't. Gran Torino stared at him like he was reading his bones. And you do not play hero alone. Izuku's jaw clenched. Then take me with you. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Why should I? Izuku didn't hesitate. Because if Iida's there, he'll die. Silence. Gran Torino stared. Then he huffed, irritated. TCH. Fine. Izuku's chest loosened, barely. Gran Torino leaned in, voice low and dangerous. But you follow my orders. Not your stomach. Izuku nodded hard. Yes, sir. Gran Torino's grin was mean. Good. Let's go. Hosu City, the sirens and the smell. They didn't take a train. Gran Torino didn't believe in normal transportation when panic was involved. He launched out the window like a human bullet. Izuku followed, shadow hooking onto rooftops. Pulling himself forward in controlled bursts. Hosu spread beneath them like a living maze, streets, alleyways, neon signs, and now, sirens. Police cars screamed past. People ran. Smoke rose in the distance. And the smell. Izuku's throat tightened as soon as they entered the city airspace. There was blood everywhere. Not puddles. Not rivers. But traces. A cut here. A torn lip there. A broken nose. Panic sweats. The entire city smelled like fear trying to hold itself together. The hunger stirred behind Izuku's ribs, stretching like something waking up from a long nap. So much noise. So much life. So much spilling. Izuku clenched his teeth until his jaw hurt. Gran Torino glanced back mid-leap. Control, kid. Izuku forced a breath. Yes. Gran Torino landed on a rooftop and crouched, scanning the streets like a hawk. There, Gran Torino said, pointing. Below, a group of heroes and police were corralling civilians away from a cordoned-off block. Izuku spotted familiar uniforms. Manuel's agency. And Iida wasn't with them. Izuku's stomach sank. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Idiot. Izuku swallowed. Where would he go? Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Where Stain hunts. Izuku's shadow twitched. He already knew. The blood smell wasn't random. It was a trail. A path of violence. And somewhere inside that path was a sharper, older scent, like iron and cold conviction. Stain. Gran Torino's voice snapped. Follow me. They moved again, roof to roof, faster than traffic, faster than fear. Izuku's senses narrowed, tracking the freshest blood scent like a compass needle. The hunger tried to take over the tracking, tried to turn it into craving. Izuku turned it into work. Not food. Evidence. Not hunger. Direction. They dropped into a quieter district, narrower streets, more alleyways. Fewer crowds. The city grew darker. The smell grew sharper. Izuku stopped suddenly. Gran Torino landed beside him. Izuku's voice was tight. Here. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. You sure? Izuku nodded, swallowing hard. Blood. Fresh. A lot. And someone else. Gran Torino sniffed once, then grimaced. Yeah, I smell idiot kid. Izuku's heart slammed. They moved toward the alley. Iida's mistake. The alley was narrow, dim, and smelled like wet concrete and rust. Izuku stepped in and felt the air change. Not just blood. A presence. Like a blade drawn in the dark. Then he saw him. Tenya Iida lay on the ground, one arm curled wrong, uniform torn, glasses cracked. His breathing was ragged. His face was bruised. And he was trying, still trying, to push himself up like willpower could replace broken limbs. Across from him stood a hero in a patterned suit, native, knees buckling, eyes wide, frozen in place. And behind them, a man with a stained scarf, messy hair, and eyes like a fanatic's prayer. Stain. He stood calm, sword in one hand, knife in the other. Blood stained the steel. His stance wasn't flashy. It was efficient, like someone who had killed so many times that drama had become boring. Izuku's throat tightened. The hunger inside him surged violently at the scent of so much spilled blood in one tight space. So close. So warm. So easy. Izuku's shadow began to rise. Gran Torino's cane tapped Izuku's ankle hard. Pain snapped Izuku's focus back. Control, Gran Torino hissed. Izuku forced his shadow down, barely. Iida's eyes lifted, glassy and desperate. Midoriya, Iida rasped, like he couldn't believe his own vision. Stain's gaze slid to Izuku. Then to Gran Torino. Stain's mouth curled slightly. A student and a relic. Gran Torino snorted. Still alive, you edgy idiot. Stain didn't react. His eyes stayed on Izuku. You smell, Stain murmured. Wrong. Izuku's chest tightened. Stain's voice sharpened. Are you one of them? One of the fake ones wearing hero uniforms like costumes. Izuku stepped forward slowly, hands visible, voice controlled. We're here to stop you. Stain laughed, soft and ugly. Stop me. His eyes flicked to Iida. This one came to stop me too. Came screaming about justice, while dripping with revenge. Iida's teeth clenched, shame and rage mixing in his expression. Gran Torino's voice snapping. Iida tried to move anyway. Stain's smile sharpened. He can't. Not right now. Izuku's eyes narrowed. What did you do? Stain held up his knife, its blade wet. I tasted him, Stain said simply. And now he can't move. Izuku's stomach turned. Bloodcurdle, Stain's quirk. Paralysis through licking blood. A simple mechanism. A terrifying effect. Stain looked at Izuku again. So, Stain said, what kind of hero are you, Shadow Boy? Izuku's jaw tightened. A hero who doesn't kill. Stain's laugh was harsher now. Then you're a liar. He stepped forward. Fast. Not Nomu fast. Human fast, but trained, lethal. His sword slashed toward Izuku's throat. Izuku dropped into shadow and slipped sideways, blade cutting air. Gran Torino moved like a rocket, cane cracking against Stain's wrist. Stain twisted, barely avoiding the strike, eyes sharpening with interest. "You're fast," Stain said. Gran Torino snorted. "You're slow." Stain's knife flicked toward Gran Torino's face. Gran Torino ducked and slammed a kick into Stain's ribs. Stain skidded back, boots scraping concrete. Izuku stepped forward, shadows pooling. He didn't explode them. He shaped them, thin restraints, low and visible. Stain watched the shadows like he was studying a specimen. "You're disciplined," Stain said. Izuku's throat tightened. Stain's voice softened in a way that was somehow more threatening. "Or you're afraid." Izuku clenched his jaw. "Both." Gran Torino barked, "No talking." Izuku nodded, moving. He sent a shadow tendril low, aiming to bind Stain's ankle. Stain jumped back, blade slicing downward. The tendril snapped, severed clean. Izuku felt the cut in his shadow-like pain. Stain moved forward again, knife first, aiming not to kill, but to draw blood. Izuku tried to block. Stain's blade nicked Izuku's forearm. A shallow cut. Barely anything. But blood surfaced. Warm. Fresh. Izuku's pupils tightened. The hunger surged like a wave. His shadow jerked violently, almost lunging on instinct. Izuku forced it down, breathing hard. Stain's eyes flashed. He smiled. "There." Stain whispered. "That's the truth." Stain darted forward and grabbed Izuku's wrist. Before Izuku could pull away, Stain's tongue flicked out. And licked Izuku's blood. Time slowed. Izuku's heart slammed. He expected paralysis. Expected his muscles to lock. Expected the world to tilt into helplessness. But instead, Stain froze. Not Izuku. Stain's eyes widened. His pupils shrank. His mouth opened slightly like he'd inhaled something toxic. His entire body stiffened, not from his own quirk, but from shock. Then Stain staggered back, one hand gripping his fac. Like he was trying to claw his own thoughts out. "What?" Stain choked. "What is?" Izuku blinked, shocked. You're not." Gran Torino's eyes widened slightly for the first time. "Huh." Stain stumbled, breathing fast. His gaze was unfocused now, like he was staring at something Izuku couldn't see. But Izuku knew. Because he'd felt Shinso's reaction. He'd seen what happened when someone reached into his blood and touched what lived behind it. Stain's voice cracked. "So many." He shook his head violently. His sword trembled in his hand. His fanatic calm shattered. "You're cursed," Stain whispered, horrified and fascinated at once. "Your blood, it's full." Izuku's throat tightened. Behind his eyes, the presence purred, deep, amused. "Ah, a zealot. Let him taste the ocean." Stain's knees buckled for half a second. He didn't fall. But he looked poisoned. Shaken. Like he'd swallowed 1,000 screaming ghosts. Gran Torino didn't waste the opening. He lunged, cane cracking toward Stain's jaw. Stain barely raised his sword in time to block, the impact ringing through the alley like metal bells. Stain stumbled back again, still fighting, but his rhythm was broken. Izuku stared at his own bleeding forearm. His body had already started sealing the cut. Regeneration, quiet. But the hunger wasn't quiet anymore. It was excited. Not because he'd fed. Because someone else had tasted him and suffered for it. A dangerous kind of satisfaction tried to rise in Izuku's chest. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing it down. No pride. No pleasure. No slipping. Iida rasped from the ground, voice shaking with rage and shame. Midoriya, don't let him. Native, still paralyzed, tried to speak but only a strained breath came out. Stain's eyes snapped back into focus, burning now, feral. "You're not a hero," Stain hissed at Izuku. "You're a walking grave." Izuku's jaw tightened. "Maybe." Stain's smile returned, twisted. "Then prove me wrong." He charged again, faster, furious now. Gran Torino intercepted. But Stain pivoted and aimed his knife toward Gran Torino's thigh. Izuku moved instantly. A shadow hound erupted from the ground and slammed into Stain's side, throwing off the stab. Stain rolled with it, barely cutting the hound's neck shadow mass apart with a slash. Izuku sent 2 more hounds, one from the left, one from behind, forcing Stain to keep moving, keep cutting, keep reacting. Stain's breathing was harsher now. Not tired. Angry. He hated being controlled. Gran Torino shouted, "Kid. Don't surround him, cut his options." Izuku snapped his tendrils into a narrow funnel, shaping the alley space like a trap. Stain tried to leap to the wall. Izuku's shadow latched onto his boot and yanked it slightly, just enough. Stain landed wrong, knee jolting. Gran Torino's cane cracked against Stain's shoulder. Stain grunted, stumbling. Then Stain did something dangerous. He threw his knife. Not at Izuku. At Iida. Izuku's blood went cold. The knife spun toward Iida's throat. Izuku's shadow snapped like a whip, catching the knife mid-air and crushing it into the wall. Metal shrieked. Izuku's gaze locked onto Stain. Stain smiled like that was what he wanted. Good, Stain whispered. You react like a hero. Then he lunged again, and this time, Stain aimed his sword straight for Izuku's chest. Izuku didn't dodge. He didn't block. He stepped into shadow and appeared behind Stain, one hand raised. A shadow restraint wrapped around Stain's wrist, twisting the sword's angle away at the last second. Stain's blade still grazed Izuku's ribs, slicing fabric and skin shallowly. More blood. Izuku's hunger surged. Izuku's vision flickered red. Stain inhaled sharply, smelling it, eyes bright. I don't need to lick again, Stain hissed. I already know what you are. Izuku breathed hard. His shadow swelled, level 3 pressure threatening to spill. Gran Torino's voice snapped like a slap. Midoriya, don't flood. Izuku clenched his jaw, forcing the shadows tighter, smaller. Control. Precision. Visible restraint. Izuku raised his hands. 2 shadow handguns formed, support constructs mimicking the shape, not the lethality, firing compressed bursts of darkness that hit Stain like blunt bullets. Stain dodged 2, blocked 1. Took another to the shoulder, staggering. He snarled. You use weapons like a murderer, Stain spat. Izuku's eyes narrowed. And you use ideals like an excuse. Stain's smile sharpened. Ideals are all that matter. Gran Torino lunged again. Stain met him. Steel rang. Cane struck. Shadow snapped. The fight compressed into a deadly rhythm, Stain's blades carving lines through air. Gran Torino's speed cracking angles, Izuku's shadows shaping space to deny Stain clean exits. Stain was losing ground, but he wasn't panicking. He was watching, learning, waiting for one mistake. Izuku felt it. Stain didn't need raw power. He needed one cut and one lick. And Izuku was bleeding more now, small cuts from near misses. Nothing fatal, but enough scent to make his hunger gnaw at his ribs. Gran Torino shouted, Kid, end it clean. Izuku swallowed hard. He couldn't kill. He wouldn't. So he did what Gran went for efficiency. Izuku snapped a tendril around Stain's ankle and yanked hard, off balance. Gran Torino struck Stain's elbow with the cane, numbing the arm. Stain's sword slipped. Izuku's shadow hounds slammed Stain backward into the wall. Stain hit hard. His breath left him. Izuku's shadow restraint wrapped around his wrists and pinned them to the wall like dark cuffs. Stain's chest heaved. His eyes burned with fury and excitement. Izuku stepped forward slowly, keeping his hands visible. Voice steady. It's over, Izuku said. Stain coughed, then laughed. You think it's over because you pinned me. Stain rasped. Heroes always think the fight is the whole story. Izuku's stomach tightened. Stain's eyes gleamed. The story is what comes after. Sirens grew louder in the distance, police closing in, heroes responding. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Stain smiled at Izuku, voice low like a confession. You're not like them, Stain whispered. You're not like the smiling fakes. Izuku's jaw tightened. Don't compliment me. Stain laughed softly. It's not a compliment. It's a test. Stain's gaze slid to Iida, still on the ground, trembling with rage. Will you stop him? Stain asked Izuku, when he becomes what he hates. Izuku's chest tightened. Iida's eyes widened, like he'd been punched by the question. Gran Torino snapped, shut up. Stain didn't stop. He stared at Izuku like he was trying to carve truth out of him. You smell like death, Stain said. But your eyes still look like a child trying to save people. Izuku's throat burned. Stain's smile turned sharp again. So prove it. Prove you're not just hunger wearing a uniform. Izuku clenched his fists. His hunger roared. His shadow writhed. His body wanted to end this the easy way, feed, drain, silence. Izuku forced himself to breathe. In, out, in, out. He stared at Stain and spoke quietly. I'm not your kind of hero, Izuku said. But I'm still a hero. Stain's eyes narrowed, fascinated. Then Stain did something unexpected. He tilted his head back and shouted, loud, toward the alley entrance. Endeavor. Izuku's blood went cold. Gran Torino's eyes widened. Heat flared at the mouth of the alley, orange light flickering, flames reflecting off wet pavement. A heavy presence approached. Stain's grin widened. Despite being pinned, "You hear that?" Stain whispered to Izuku. "The real heroes are coming." Izuku's stomach tightened. Because if Endeavor arrived, then Todoroki might not be far behind. And if Todoroki saw Izuku bleeding and shadows writhing in the dark with Stain calling him, death, the public narrative would tighten like a noose. Gran Torino's voice snapped, urgent. "Kid, we're leaving, now." Quote. Izuku blinked. "What? But." Gran Torino's eyes were hard. "Police can take him. You and I do not need to be here when cameras arrive." Izuku's jaw clenched. He looked at Iida, broken, shaken, alive. He looked at Native, paralyzed but breathing. He looked at Stain, pinned, smiling like he'd won something anyway. Izuku swallowed hard. He hated it. But Gran Torino was right. The fight wasn't the only danger. The story after was too. Izuku tightened the shadow cuffs one last time to ensure Stain couldn't move. Then he stepped back. Stain's eyes followed him, gleaming. "You'll remember this," Stain whispered. "Your blood remembers too." Izuku's throat tightened. He turned away, because if he stared longer, the hunger would start bargaining. Gran Torino grabbed at Izuku's collar and launched them both upward, out of the alley like rockets. Below, sirens screamed closer. Heat grew stronger, and Stain's laughter echoed like a blade scraping stone. They didn't land gracefully. Gran Torino never did anything gracefully. They slammed onto a rooftop 3 blocks away from the alley, the impact jarring Izuku's bones even through regeneration. Izuku stumbled, catching himself on the ledge. Chest heaving. Below them, Hosu City screamed with sirens and chaos. Orange light flickered across rooftops. Endeavor's flames or fire units, hard to tell. The smell of blow. OD still clung to Izuku's nose like smoke. And worse. Stain's words clung too. "Your blood remembers." Izuku clenched his jaw until it hurt. Gran Torino crouched beside him, eyes narrowed. "Drink," Gran Torino snapped. Izuku blinked. "What?" Gran Torino yanked Izuku's cooler bag open and shoved a sealed approved pack into his hand. "Now," Gran Torino ordered. "Before your eyes go red and you do something stupid." Izuku's throat tightened. He hated that Gran Torino could read him that easily. Izuku tore the seal and drank fast, not for comfort but for control. Cold, metallic, clinical. Not satisfying, not real, but it stabilized the edge. The hunger receded from a roar to a simmer. Izuku exhaled shakily. Gran Torino watched him like a soldier checking ammo. "Good," Gran Torino muttered. "Now listen." Izuku wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "We left Iida and Native. They're alive," Gran Torino snapped. "Stain doesn't kill on impulse. He kills for his ideology. That makes him predictable." Izuku's stomach tightened. Predictable doesn't mean safe. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. "No. It means he wants an audience." Izuku stared. Gran Torino pointed toward the smoke and lights. He called Endeavor. That means he wanted a big name. He wanted to turn that alley into a stage. Izuku's throat tightened. So, he wanted to be caught. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Or he wanted to show the world something. Izuku's hands clenched. The story comes after. Stain had said it like a prophecy. Izuku looked down at the streets, at the flashing lights, at people running. "If Endeavor gets there," Izuku started. Gran Torino's voice cut in. "Then the cameras arrive. Then the narrative gets written by idiots who weren't there." Izuku swallowed. "So what do we do?" Gran Torino's eyes sharpened. "We go back." Izuku froze. "What? You just said." Gran Torino snorted. "We don't go back to pose for TV. We go back to end it." Izuku's heart slammed. Gran Torino's tone was ruthless. "You think I am letting that fanatic talk to you again and crawl into your head?" "No." Izuku's throat tightened. "But Endeavor." Gran Torino jabbed a finger into Izuku's forehead, hard enough to sting. "Endeavor is strong. Endeavor is loud. Endeavor is also a walking arson hazard with an ego problem." Izuku flinched. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. "But Endeavor isn't stupid. If Stain is pinned, Endeavor will keep him pinned." Izuku swallowed. "And Iida." Quote. Gran Torino's gaze hardened. "You're going back for the kid." Izuku's chest tightened with relief. Gran Torino stood, cracking his neck. But you do it my way. Izuku nodded. Okay. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. No shadow theatrics. No floods. No red-eyed staring. You act like a hero, not a horror movie. Izuku's jaw clenched. Yes, sir. Gran Torino launched off the rooftop. Izuku followed. Back to the stage. They returned to the alley from above, landing on the rooftop edge like shadows. The scene below had changed. Police lights painted the concrete in flashing blue and red. Heroes crowded around the alley entrance. Civilians had been pushed back, but the crowd was still thick enough that camera drones hovered like metal birds, hungry for footage. Endeavor stood at the mouth of the alley like a bonfire given human shape. Flames flickered around his shoulders, casting harsh light onto everything. His presence alone made the air feel heavier. And inside the alley, Stain was still pinned against the wall by Izuku's shadow cuffs. Native lay stiff on the ground, still paralyzed. Iida was still down too, blood on his uniform, face twisted with rage and shame. Stain looked calm, not scared, like the police and hero's word summoned. Endeavor's voice boomed, furious. Hero killer Stain. Stain smiled through blood-stained teeth. Endeavor. Endeavor stepped closer, flames rising. You wanted me here. Stain's eyes burned. I wanted to see if you'd dare call yourself a hero to my face. Endeavor's expression twisted. Shut up. Stain laughed softly. That's what fake heroes say when they don't have answers. Endeavor's fire flared, and Izuku felt the heat lick his skin even from above. His shadows tightened instinctively, shrinking under the bright light. The hunger stirred again, irritated. Gran Torino's cane tapped Izuku's ankle as a reminder. Control. Izuku nodded. Then he saw it. Iida's eyes. Not just rage. Desperation. The K-ine that meant if someone didn't stop him, he'd throw himself at Stain again the moment paralysis wore off. And he'd die. Izuku swallowed hard. Gran Torino muttered, "Go." Izuku dropped down from the rooftop into a darker corner of the alley, away from Endeavor's direct flame light. Some pro-hero noticed and moved to intercept. Endeavor's gaze snapped toward Izuku, eyes narrowing instantly. Izuku froze. Because that look was familiar. It was All Might's careful calculation, but sharper. More suspicious. Endeavor's voice barked. Who the hell is that? Gran Torino stepped into view beside Izuku like a shield. It's handled. Gran Torino snapped back. Focus on the villain. Endeavor's eyes narrowed further. Gran Torino. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Long time. Endeavor's jaw tightened, annoyed. This isn't your jurisdiction. Gran Torino waved a hand dismissively. Jurisdiction is for paperwork. This is for survival. Endeavor scowled, but he didn't push, because even Endeavor Rico. GNIZED Gran Torino's rank in the invisible hierarchy of hero history. Izuku moved quickly toward Iida and Native. He knelt beside Native first, because Native's chest rose and fell, but the man's eyes were wide with panic. Native couldn't move, couldn't defend, couldn't even scream properly. Izuku hated that helplessness. It reminded him too much of himself. I'm going to move you, Izuku whispered. Don't panic. Native's eyes flicked toward him. Fear flashed across Native's face when he saw Izuku's shadow. Izuku forced his shadow still, flattening it, keeping it calm. Native's breathing slowed slightly. Izuku carefully slipped a shadow tendril under Native's back like a support strap. He lifted Native gently and dragged him away from the center of the alley, toward the edge where medics waited. One paramedic gasped when they saw Izuku. Is that? Izuku ignored it. He set Native down. A medic immediately moved to stabilize him. Izuku turned back toward Iida. Iida's jaw was clenched so tight it looked painful. His eyes were wet, not from fear, from rage. Midoriya, Iida rasped. Izuku crouched beside him. Don't talk. Iida's throat worked. I failed. Izuku's voice was firm. I said don't talk. Iida flinched. Izuku's fingers trembled slightly as he checked Iida's arm, dislocated, bruised, not shattered. Iida's face twisted, shame pouring out like blood. I wanted to kill him, Iida whispered. Izuku's chest tightened. He didn't judge, because he understood that feeling too well. Izuku kept his voice steady. I know. Iida's eyes widened. You. Izuku didn't look away. Quote, you think you're the only one who's wanted to cross a line. Iida's lips parted. Izuku leaned in, voice lower. You're not. Iida's throat tightened. Izuku exhaled slowly. But wanting it isn't the same as doing it. Iida swallowed hard. Izuku looked at him firmly. Stay alive. Iida's eyes shook. Then he nodded once, tiny, broken, but real. Izuku lifted Iida carefully with a shadow strap, supporting his weight without stressing his injuries. Iida gritted his teeth but didn't scream. Izuku moved him out of the alley and placed him beside the medics. Iida's breathing was ragged. Izuku whispered, "You're going to regret this. And that's good. Regret means you still have a conscience." Iida's eyes squeezed shut, tears leaking out. Izuku stood slowly and turned back toward the alley. The stage. Because Endeavor and Stain were still talking. Still posturing. And Izuku could see it now. Stain wanted Endeavor to react. Wanted him to burn. Wanted him to prove Stain's point. Endeavor's flames were rising higher, his temper climbing. Izuku's stomach twisted. Gran Torino stepped beside Izuku again. "You see it?" Gran Torino asked quietly. Izuku nodded. "He's provoking him." Gran Torino clicked his tongue. "He provokes everyone. That's the point. He turns people into evidence." Izuku swallowed. Endeavor stepped closer to Stain, voice rumbling with fury. "You crippled heroes. You murdered them." Stain's eyes gleamed. "I killed fakes." Endeavor's fist clenched, flame bursting. "They were trying to save people." Stain laughed. "Were they?" Endeavor's flame surged again. Izuku felt the heat make his shadows shrink. The hunger stirred, annoyed by the burning. And then Stain's gaze flicked past Endeavor. Straight to Izuku. Stain smiled. Like he'd been waiting. "You," Stain called out, voice carrying through the alley. "Shadow boy." Endeavor whipped his head toward Izuku, eyes narrowing again. Gran Torino's posture shifted slightly, protective. Izuku's stomach tightened. Stain's smile widened. "Did you hear me, vampire?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd outside. Someone whispered, "Vampire." Camera drones tilted, focusing. Izuku's blood ran cold. The story. Stain was writing it right now. Gran Torino muttered under his breath, "Don't answer him." Izuku's jaw clenched. Stain's eyes gleamed. "Tell them," Stain said, voice almost gleeful. "Tell them what you are." Endeavor's voice snapped, suspicious. "What is he talking about?" Gran Torino growled, "Ignore it." Stain laughed. "Ignore it? You can't ignore rot in the walls, old man. It spreads." Izuku's shadow twitched. The hunger rose, angry now, defensive. "He is naming you. He is claiming you." Bite his tongue out. Izuku forced it down. He stepped forward, carefully, into the edge of the alley's light, where everyone could see him. He kept his hands visible. He kept his posture calm. He did what Gran Torino taught him. Visible restraint. "I'm a UA student," Izuku said, voice steady, clear enough for the cameras to catch. Stain's smile sharpened. "And the blood?" Izuku didn't flinch. "My quirk requires medical blood packs to regulate." A murmur rippled again, shock, disgust, fascination. Stain's eyes brightened. "Regulate. Or feed." Izuku's voice stayed calm. "Regulate." Stain laughed softly. "Then why do you smell like death?" Izuku's jaw tightened. Endeavor stepped forward slightly, flames crackling. "Kid," Endeavor growled. "What is he talking about?" Izuku didn't look at Endeavor. He looked at Stain. Because Stain was the blade aimed at his story. "I smell like death," Izuku said quietly, "because I fight to stop people like you." Stain's smile faltered for half a second, surprised. Then he laughed louder. "Oh," Stain breathed, delighted. "You're serious?" Izuku's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Stain's gaze burned into him. "Then answer me this, why didn't you kill me when you had the chance?" Izuku's throat tightened. Because that question had two answers. The hero answer, because killing is wrong. The Mons. Tear answer, because he didn't want to feed. Izuku chose the truth that mattered. "Because it's not my job to decide who lives and dies," Izuku said. Stain stared. Then, unexpectedly, Stain's eyes softened just slightly. "Not kindness. Recognition. Conviction," Stain murmured. Endeavor's expression twisted. "Conviction. He's a kid." Stain ignored him. "Dion Izuku. You have conviction," Stain said softly. "But you are cursed." Izuku's jaw clenched. Stain continued, voice intense. "You will either become a symbol of fear, or a symbol of truth." Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't want to be any symbol. He just wanted to save people. Gran Torino stepped forward, cane tapping sharply. "That's enough talking." Stain's grin returned. Old man, still afraid of words. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. Words don't scare me. Your mouth is just annoying. Stain laughed. Then he moved. Fast. Not because he was free, his wrists were still pinned. But because Stain didn't need hands to be dangerous. He snapped. Ed his head forward and bit down on his own forearm, drawing blood with his teeth. The crowd gasped. Endeavor's eyes widened. Izuku's stomach dropped. Stain swallowed his own blood. His quirk could paralyze himself if he chose. No, he was doing something else. He was spitting blood toward Izuku. A spray of red droplets. Reflexively, Izuku's shadow surged up to shield him. And the blood splattered across the shadow barrier. The smell hit Izuku like a punch. Fresh, hot, human. The hunger roared. Izuku's pupils tightened. His vision flickered red. The presence behind his eyes purred, delighted. He offers. Take. Izuku's mouth watered. He clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. Gran Torino's cane cracked against Izuku's ankle again, pain snapping his focus. Control. Gran Torino barked. Izuku forced his breathing slow. The shadows trembled. He forced them down. Stain laughed, eyes gleaming. See, that's what you are. Endeavor's flames surged, furious. That's enough. Endeavor stepped forward, fire roaring. Gran Torino snapped. No. Don't burn him. You'll make him a martyr. Endeavor froze, teeth clenched. Stain smiled through blood. Too late. Sirens howled. More heroes arrived. Camera drones hovered closer. Stain's grin widened as if he could taste the attention. You hear them? Stain whispered. The world is watching. Izuku's hands trembled. Not from fear, from restraint. Because every part of his body wanted to lunge and end Stain the way the monster inside him did best. Fast, violent, consuming. But Izuku didn't. He forced himself to stay still. Gran Torino leaned in, voice low. Kid, this is the difference. Izuku swallowed. Difference between what? Gran Torino's eyes were hard. Between being a monster, and being a hero who has monsters inside him. Izuku's throat tightened. Endeavor barked orders at the police, voice furious but controlled. Stain remained pinned, blood running down his arm, smile still sharp. And then, a familiar voice cut through the crowd. Todoroki. Someone shouted. Izuku's blood went cold. Because he saw him, Shoto Todoroki, pushing through responders, eyes sharp, scanning. Todoroki's gaze locked onto Izuku. Then flicked to the blood on the shadow barrier. Then back to Izuku's eyes. Todoroki's expression didn't change much. But his stare sharpened, like a calculation being updated. Izuku swallowed hard. Stain noticed too. He laughed softly. Ah, Stain whispered. The audience grows. Izuku's chest tightened. Because he could feel it now. This wasn't just a battle. It was a seed, a rumor, a story that would spread. Stain licked the vampire kid's blood and went mad. Stain called him cursed. Endeavor looked wary. Is making monsters now. Izuku hated it, but he couldn't stop the story. All he could do was keep his own hands clean. Endeavor finally moved, fast, and slammed Stain down harder, pinning him fully, flames flaring just enough to intimidate without burning. Police rushed in with specialized restraints. Stain didn't resist. He smiled like he'd won anyway. As they dragged him away, Stain's eyes stayed on Izuku. And he spoke one last time, quiet, but clear enough for Izuku to hear. Your blood is a battlefield, Stain whispered. Win it. Then he was gone, dragged into sirens and cameras. Izuku stood in the alley light, breathing hard, shadows finally settling. Todoroki stepped closer, voice quiet. You didn't lose control, Todoroki said. Izuku swallowed. No. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. Good. Then Todoroki added something that made Izuku's stomach twist. But they're going to make you a story anyway. Izuku's chest tightened. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. Yep. Izuku looked at the blood splatter on his shadow barrier. He felt the hunger still humming. He felt the eyes on him, heroes, police, cameras, classmates. And he realized, he hadn't fed, he hadn't killed, he'd done everything, right. And still, the world looked at him like he was one bad moment away from becoming exactly what Stain wanted. Izuku clenched his fists, not in anger, in resolve, because if Hero Society wanted to fear him, then he'd make his restraint louder than their fear. The week after Hosu didn't feel like a victory. It felt like a bruise you couldn't stop pressing. UA tried to keep the incident contained, but containment was a joke when cameras had already captured the outline of the story. A villain, a hero killer, a student with shadows, blood in an alley, Endeavor's suspicious stare, Stain's final words. The public didn't know details. They didn't know the careful restraint, the controlled breathing, the way Gran Torino's cane kept Izuku tethered to his humanity. They only knew the headline shape. A vampire student was present during Stain's capture. And Hero Society didn't like mystery attached to a first year. Izuku felt it in the increased security checks, in the way even some teachers' eyes lingered on him as if verifying he was still himself. He also felt it in his classmates. Some were kinder now, almost protective, like Kirishima, who treated Izuku's restraint as strength. Some were cautious, still unsure, like Aoyama, who smiled too brightly and stepped too far away. Some were curious, like Tokiyami, who watched Izuku with the calm of someone who understood living with darkness. And Bakugo. Bakugo was worse. Not scared, Bakugo didn't do fear. But furious. Because Izuku was changing. Because the world was watching Izuku. Because Bakugo could smell the shift in the power dynamic and it made him feel like his universe was being rewritten without his permission. And Izuku didn't have time to deal with Bakugo. Because UA gave them no time. Final exams were announced like a guillotine. Written tests. Practical tests. And for the practical test, the teachers would be the opponents. Aizawa wrote it on the board like it was a normal assignment. Final practical exam. Student teams versus faculty. The class buzzed with nervous excitement. Kaminari groaned. We have to fight teachers. That's illegal. Mina laughed too loudly. It's legal if it's UA. Iida stiffened. We must treat this with utmost seriousness. Todoroki stared at the board, expression unreadable. Back. Yugo grinned like someone had offered him violence as a gift. Izuku didn't grin. He felt the weight in his chest shift. Teachers weren't villains. Teachers had authority. Teachers also had experience. And teachers would push until they found your breaking point. Izuku's breaking point had a name. Hunger. Aizawa handed out team assignments. Names were read. Pairs formed. Some were obvious. Some were cruel. Then Aizawa's eyes lifted toward Izuku. Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa said flatly. Bakugo Katsuki. The room went silent. Bakugo's grin widened like a knife. Izuku's stomach sank. Aizawa continued without blinking. Your opponent, All Might. A ripple of shock ran through the class. Kirishima's eyes widened. Dude. Kaminari whispered, that's unfair. Uraraka's face went pale. Midoriya. Izuku felt his throat tighten. All Might. Not just any teacher. The symbol. The one who had rejected him. The one whose presence still made Izuku's chest ache with something he refused would be his final exam. Bakugo laughed. A sharp, delighted sound. Yes, Bakugo said, fists clenching. Finally. Izuku swallowed. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. This is not a spar for your ego, Bakugo. Bakugo snarled. Shut up. Aizawa didn't react. He looked at Izuku instead. Midoriya, Aizawa said, voice flat. Your objective is to pass. Izuku nodded slowly. Yes, sir. Aizawa's gaze sharpened. Passing does not mean winning. Passing means meeting the requirements. Either escape the arena or incapacitate your opponent. Izuku swallowed. Escape, or incapacitate All Might. Both sounded impossible. Bakugo scoffed. We're winning. Izuku didn't answer. Aizawa's gaze stayed on Izuku, heavier now. And Midoriya, you will be graded on restraint. Izuku's blood went cold. He nodded. Understood. Before the storm. The day of the practical exam. The halls felt colder. Like the building itself was holding its breath. Students were assigned time slots and arenas. Izuku and Bakugo waited in a prep room, UNIF. Arms crisp but nerves fraying under the surface. Bakugo paced like a caged animal. Izuku sat on the bench, hands clasped, breathing slow. Bakugo glanced at him, sneering. Stop acting calm, Deku. Izuku didn't look up. I am calm. Bakugo scoffed. No you're not. You're terrified. Izuku's jaw tightened. I'm focused. Bakugo stepped closer, eyes blazing. You're always focused. Always analyzing. Always pretending you're some strategic genius. Izuku looked up slowly. Bakugo's eyes locked on his like they were trying to start a fire just with hatred. You're going to hold me back, Bakugo growled. I know it. Izuku's shadow twitched under the bench. Izuku forced it still. I'm not here to hold you back, Izuku said quietly. I'm here to pass. Bakugo's lip curled. No. You're here to impress him. Izuku froze. Bakugo leaned down, voice venomous. You're here to make All Might look at you and finally say, good job, Midoriya. Izuku's throat tightened. His chest ached. Bakugo saw the reaction and smiled like he'd landed a hit. Pathetic, Bakugo hissed. Izuku's jaw tightened. He wanted to argue. He wanted to deny. But denial wouldn't change the truth. A part of him still wanted All Might's approval. Not because All Might was a celebrity. Because All Might had been his dream. And now All Might was also his judge. The door opened. All Might's voice boomed. Young Bakugo. Young Midoriya. Bakugo straightened instantly. Grinned sharp. Izuku stood, heart pounding. All Might stepped into the room in his hero form, larger than the doorway, smiling as always. But his eyes were serious. This wasn't a classroom smile. This was a battlefield smile. All Might, Izuku said quietly. All Might nodded. You know the rules. Bakugo cracked his knuckles. Yeah, we win. All Might's smile tightened. You may try. All Might stepped aside and gestured toward the arena entrance. Proceed, All Might said. Bakugo walked first without hesitation. Izuku followed, cooler bag tucked. Inside his gear pouch, approved packs inside, a safety line. He could feel the hunger already humming, like it sensed the coming stress. Izuku breathed slowly. Control. Always control. The arena. The exam arena was a mock city zone. Concrete streets, buildings, alleys, obstacles. An escape gate sat at the far end. The objective was clear. Either reach the gate, or defeat All Might. The horn sounded. All Might didn't move immediately. He stood in the middle of the street like a mountain with a smile. Bakugo moved first. He launched forward with explosions, closing distance instantly. All Might. Bakugo roared, throwing a massive blast. All Might raised one arm. The blast hit, and the shockwave rippled around All Might like wind around a boulder. All Might didn't flinch. He stepped forward. One step, and Bakugo's whole attack felt small. Izuku moved to the side, staying out of direct view. Not hiding. Positioning. Bakugo attacked again, rapid-fire explosions, trying to overwhelm. All Might moved like he was dancing. He slipped through blasts, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Bakugo's eyes widened. All Might's fist snapped out, not a full punch, controlled. But still enough. It hit Bakugo's chest like a truck. Bakugo flew backward, slammed into a wall, cracking it. Bakugo coughed, but he laughed, because Bakugo was insane. That's it. Bakugo snarled. That's what I want. Izuku's stomach tightened. All Might's gaze flicked toward Izuku, briefly. Then back to Bakugo. All Might spoke calmly. Young Bakugo. You're fighting to win, but you're not thinking to pass. Bakugo's teeth clenched. Shut up. Bakugo charged again. Izuku moved. He sent thin shadowed tendrils into alley corners, not to trap All Might, but to create escape routes, anchors, grappling points, quick cover. He also sent his bats, tiny scouting shadows, into building gaps. Information. Always information. All Might advanced. Bakugo attacked. All Might dodged. Bakugo tried to flank. All Might pivoted. The gap between them widened and closed like All Might controlled gravity. Izuku's mind raced. Option A. Fight All Might directly. Impossible. All Might was too strong. Option B. Escape to the gate. Possible, if they worked together. But Bakugo would not run. Bakugo would rather die than retreat. Izuku's jaw tightened. He could drag Bakugo. But forcing Bakugo would trigger a fight within the team. And All Might would exploit it. All Might moved again. He appeared near Izuku's position suddenly. Not to strike. To pressure. Izuku's heart slammed. All Might's shadow fell over him like a wall. All Might's voice was calm. Young Midoriya. Izuku stiffened. Yes, All Might. All Might's eyes narrowed slightly. You are thinking too much. Izuku swallowed. All Might didn't let him speak. All Might moved his hand. A gust of air, controlled, hit Izuku like a wave and shoved him backward out of cover. Izuku slid across concrete, catching himself, shadows stabilizing him. Bakugo saw the opening. He launched a blast aimed at All Might's back. All Might twisted and blocked it with one arm. Then All Might's other hand snapped out and grabbed Bakugo's wrist mid-explosion. Bakugo's eyes widened. All Might squeezed just enough. Bakugo's explosion fizzled. All Might's voice remained calm. Young Bakugo, your power is impressive, but your control is not. Bakugo snarled and tried to jerk free. All Might shoved him. Bakugo flew again. Izuku's shadow jerked, instinctively reaching to catch Bakugo. Bakugo screamed, "Don't touch me." Izuku froze. The shadow tendril hovered, then withdrew. Bakugo hit the ground hard and rolled. Izuku's chest tightened. Teamwork was dying in real time. All Might's eyes narrowed. He stepped forward, voice lower now. "You two are the most volatile pairing in this class," All Might said. "And that is why you are together." Bakugo spat blood, grinning. "You think this is therapy?" All Might's smile tightened. "No. This is evaluation." All Might stepped toward Bakugo again, and Izuku saw it. All Might was going to end Bakugo. Not permanently, but incapacitate him, remove him, force Izuku to choose. Izuku's stomach twisted. He moved, not toward All Might, toward Bakugo. He grabbed Bakugo's arm and pulled. Bakugo tried to yank away, furious. Izuku leaned in, voice sharp. "Stop fighting me and start fighting him." Bakugo's eyes blazed. "I don't need." Izuku snapped, "Yes you do." Bakugo froze, shocked by the tone. Izuku's eyes were steady, cold. "You can't brute force All Might alone." Bakugo's jaw trembled with rage. All Might's voice boomed. "Young Midoriya. Good." Izuku flinched. Bakugo snarled, Don't talk to him like that." All Might stepped closer. Izuku's mind raced. He had one path. Bakugo, Izuku said quickly, "we're escaping." Bakugo's eyes widened. "What?" Izuku tightened his grip. "We run." Bakugo's expression twisted with disgust. "No." Izuku's voice stayed firm. "If we fight him head on, we lose. If we run, we pass." Bakugo's hands sparked. "I'm not running from All Might." Izuku's jaw clenched. He didn't have time for Bakugo's pride. All Might moved, and slammed Bakugo into the ground with a controlled udar that cracked concrete. Bakugo's eyes rolled back for a second. He didn't fully black out. But he was stunned, vulnerable. Izuku's chest tightened. The hunger inside him surged at the smell of Bakugo's blood, small, but real. Izuku's pupils tightened. His shadow jerked. Izuku forced it down. All Might stood over Bakugo, gaze sharp. "Bakugo is down," All Might said. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might looked at him, fully now. No smile. No symbol. Just a teacher measuring a student. "What will you do?" All Might asked quietly. Izuku swallowed hard. He could run to the gate alone. But that would fail. Teams passed together. He needed Bakugo moving. And Bakugo was bleeding. Just a little. But enough to make Izuku's hunger perk up like a dog hearing a whistle. The presence behind Izuku's eyes purred. "Bite him. Drink. Heal him. Carry him. Pass." Izuku's heart slammed. That was the temptation. It wasn't even evil. It was practical. If he fed, he would stabilize instantly. He could then lift Bakugo easily, carry him, sprint. He could even drain All Might a little to slow him down. A tiny bite. A small sip. Nothing lethal. Just enough to pass. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might watched him. Bakugo groaned on the ground, half conscious. Izuku's hands trembled. The hunger roared, offering solutions. "Bite the symbol too. Drink the legend. Taste the sun." Izuku clenched his fist so hard his nails bit his palms. He forced his breathing slow. In, out, control. All Might's voice was low. "Young Midoriya." Izuku looked up. All Might's eyes were hard. Not cruel. Concerned. As if All Might was not only testing Izuku's strategy, but testing what kind of person Izuku was under pressure. Izuku swallowed. His mind flashed back to Hosu, Stain's blood splatter. To USJ, villains bleeding. To the sports festival, Todoroki's fire. To every moment where he had wanted to give in. Every moment where the monster whispered, "Take." Izuku exhaled slowly. He made his decision. He didn't bite Bakugo. He didn't drain All Might. He didn't even reach for blood packs. He chose the hardest path. He chose to lose clean. Izuku lowered his hands. He turned toward the gate, not to run, but to create distance. He raised his shadow. Not a flood. Not a massacre. A ramp. A sloping shadow path that would let him drag Bakugo faster. He wrapped a shadow strap around Bakugo's torso and began pulling him backward toward the gate. Bakugo groaned, eyes half open. Deku, what? Izuku didn't answer. He just pulled. All Might moved. He closed the distance in a second. All Might's hand reached out and grabbed the shadow strap. Izuku, you felt the resistance like a snapping rope. All Might's eyes locked onto Izuku. You chose to save him, All Might said quietly. Izuku's voice was strained. He's my teammate. All Might nodded once. Then All Might yanked. Izuku stumbled forward. All Might didn't punch. He simply placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. And applied force. Not enough to break bones. Enough to pin. Izuku hit the ground on one knee. His shadow trembled, trying to surge. Izuku forced it still. All Might's voice was softer now, almost private. You could have bitten me, All Might said. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might continued. You could have drained my stamina. You could have passed. Izuku swallowed, eyes burning. Yes. All Might's hand tightened slightly. Why didn't you? Izuku's voice came out rough. Because, I don't want to win like that. All Might's eyes widened slightly. Izuku's chest heaved. If I start using people like fuel, I'll never stop. Silence. All Might stared at him. Then All Might's expression shifted. Not fully warm. But, something opened. A crack in the wall. All Might released him. Izuku blinked, confused. All Might stepped back. The horn sounded. Time. All Might's voice boomed again, official. Time's up. The gate remained untouched. Izuku and Bakugo failed the escape. The exam ended. Bakugo lay panting, furious and humiliated. Izuku sat on the ground, breathing hard, chest tight. He'd lost. He'd failed the exam, but he hadn't crossed the line. All Might looked down at Izuku. His smile returned, smaller, realer. Not a stage smile. A teacher's smile. All things considered, All Might said quietly. You did well. Izuku's throat tightened. He looked up. All Might's eyes were steady. And for the first time, Izuku didn't see fear there. He saw recognition. Not approval of the power. Approval of the restraint. Bakugo groaned, hearing it, and snarled faintly. TCH. All Might glanced at Bakugo. Young Bakugo. Your strength is immense. Your teamwork is non-existent. Bakugo's eyes burned. I don't need teamwork. All Might's smile tightened. Then you will continue failing until you learn it. Bakugo's fists trembled. Izuku didn't gloat. He couldn't. Because he knew what today had really been. Not an exam. A message. All Might had tried to see if Izuku would become a monster when pressured. Izuku had answered the only way he could. By losing. And All Might had finally seen it. Izuku's heart was human, even if his body was not. Failing an exam at UA didn't feel like failing a test. It felt like the school quietly turning its head and asking, so, what are you, really? Izuku sat in the dorm common room with a pencil between his fingers, staring at a blank page in his notebook like it had personally offended him. Across from him, Bakugo sat like a storm trapped in human skin. He wasn't sad about failing the practical. Bakugo didn't do sadness. He did anger that was so intense it became a lifestyle. He'd refused to talk to Izuku since the exam ended. Not one word, not one insult, which somehow felt worse. Because Bakugo's silence wasn't peace. It was punishment. Kirishima tried. He always tried. Hey, Bakugo, Kirishima said carefully, like approaching a wild animal. We can train together for the makeup. It's not the end of the world, bro. Bakugo didn't respond. Kaminari tried joking. At least you got to fight All Might. That's like an honor fail. Bakugo's glare could have peeled paint. Kaminari shut up instantly. Uraraka hovered near Izuku like she wanted to help but didn't know how without making things worse. Iida, arms still bandaged from Hosu, stood stiffly with a face full of guilt that never seemed to leave anymore. I take full responsibility, Iida said, for the 5th time that day. My actions in Hosu created a risk that should never have reached. Bro, Shiro said gently, we know. You said it. Like, a lot. Iida bowed anyway. I will say it as many times as necessary. Todoroki watched quietly from the couch, expression calm. Eyes sharp, like he was observing a fire he refused to name. Tokiyami sat in the shadows of the room, reading, but his presence was steady, an anchor for the people who needed one. Izuku felt like he was floating between all of them. Too normal to be a monster. Too monstrous to feel normal. Aizawa's message about the makeup exam had arrived that morning. Makeup practical, scheduled. Passing requirements, revised. Evaluation includes control under pressure. Which was Aizawa speak for? We're watching you, Midoriya. We're watching you, Bakugo. And if either of you break, we'll break you first. Izuku didn't mind being watched. He minded being watched like a bomb. Bakugo finally spoke, one word, without looking up. Deku. The roid was almost funny. Izuku looked up immediately. Yeah. Bakugo's jaw flexed. Then, like it physically hurt him, Bakugo said, "You think you're better than me?" Izuku blinked. What? Bakugo's eyes snapped up, blazing. You didn't bite him. Izuku's throat tightened. Bakugo's voice lowered, dangerous, ugly. You didn't bite All Might. You didn't bite me. You let us fail. Kirishima leaned forward, alarmed. Bakugo. Bakugo ignored him. Bakugo star. Edit Izuku like he was trying to carve truth out of him with his eyes. You wanted him to praise you, Bakugo hissed. You wanted that stupid recognition so badly you threw the match. Izuku's fingers tightened around his pencil. His shadow twitched under the table, reacting to the heat of Bakugo's anger. Izuku forced it still. I didn't throw the match, Izuku said quietly. Bakugo's laugh was sharp. Then why didn't you do it? Izuku swallowed. He could feel everyone watching now. Uraraka's worry. Kirishima's tension. Iida's guilt. Todoroki's quiet calculation. Tokiyami's steady gaze. Izuku exhaled slowly. Because if I start using people like fuel, Izuku said, voice calm but strained, I won't stop. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly, like he hadn't expected honesty. Izuku kept going. And because, Izuku added. Looking Bakugo dead in the eye, if I drained All Might, I'd win. If I drained you, I'd carry you. But then what? Bakugo's fists trembled. Izuku's voice didn't rise. I'd be a hero who wins by feeding. Izuku said. And I don't want to become that. Bakugo's jaw clenched hard. For a second, Izuku thought Bakugo might explode the table. Then Bakugo looked away. TCH. Just that. But the room exhaled like a held breath. Kirishima forced a grin. Okay. Cool. We're doing emotional growth now. Manly. Kaminari whispered to Shiro, I thought he was gonna kill him. Shiro whispered back, same. Uraraka looked at Izuku with something like relief. Not full comfort, she still worried. But relief that Izuku said it out loud. Bakugo stood suddenly, chair screeching back. He stalked toward the door. At the doorway, he paused and threw something over his shoulder like a weapon. Don't get used to it, Bakugo snapped. I'm still winning next time. Then he left. The door slammed. Silence. Izuku sat there, breathing carefully, and realized his hands were shaking. Not from fear. From restraint. Tokiyami spoke quietly without looking up from his book. A step forward, Tokiyami said. Izuku swallowed. It doesn't feel like it. Tokiyami's tone remained calm. It rarely does. The mall trip. The next day, UA allowed a supervised break. Not because they were kind. Because the dorms were still new. And students needed supplies. Also, after Hosu and the exams, everyone was wound too tight. Aizawa didn't say, for mental health. Aizawa said, don't die in public. Which, honestly, was the same thing in UA language. Izuku went with a small group from Class 1A. Uraraka, Iida, Todoroki, Tsuyu, and Kirishima, who insisted Izuku shouldn't be alone in a crowd right now. Kaminari tried to join too, but Aizawa's stare made him rethink his life choices. The mall was huge. Bright lights, loud music, people everywhere. Bags, laughter, escalators, food courts. Normal life. Izuku walked through it like a ghost trying to pretend he was alive. The smells were overwhelming. Perfume, fried food, sweat, and beneath it all, blood, not spilled, just present, in every heartbeat, in every person. Izuku kept his breathing slow. Not food, not prey, people. Uraraka walked beside him, holding a small shopping list. This is kinda exciting, she said softly, trying to sound normal. Like, dorm life, you know. Izuku forced a small smile. Yeah. Kirishima pointed at a store. Bro, we gotta get you normal stuff too. Like, comfort stuff. Izuku blinked. I'm fine. Kirishima frowned. That's what people say right before they collapse. Suyu nodded. Ribbit. He's right. Izuku sighed. Okay. Maybe, a blanket. Todoroki glanced at him. You don't sleep much. Izuku froze. Uraraka shot Todoroki a look like bro, tact. Todoroki didn't flinch. It's not an insult, Todoroki said calmly. You look tired. Izuku swallowed. I'm okay. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. You always say that. Izuku didn't respond. Iida cleared his throat too loudly. We should remain alert. This is a public location. Kirishima laughed. Bro, it's a mall, not a battlefield. Iida's expression didn't change. Villains do not respect locations. Izuku felt his stomach twist. Because Iida was right, and because Izuku had started to notice a pattern. Villains weren't just attacking UA. They were testing it, poking it, watching it, and Izuku could feel eyes on him sometimes, too long, too curious. He couldn't tell if it was paranoia or instinct. They split briefly for supplies. Kirishima and Suyu went for cleaning stuff. Uraraka dragged Izuku toward a home goods section. Todoroki wandered like he was studying human shopping behavior as a foreign concept. Iida insisted. Dion checking exits and security cameras like a walking rulebook. Izuku ended up alone for a moment in front of a shelf of blankets. He stared at them like they were strange creatures. Soft, normal, warm, things that didn't make you hungry. Uraraka held up a fluffy one. This one. Izuku blinked. It's pink. Uraraka's cheeks reddened. I just meant it looks warm. Izuku smiled faintly. It does. He reached out. And then the air changed. Not smell. Not sound. Something else. A pressure. Like the crowd's noise suddenly became distant. Izuku's fingers froze above the blanket. His shadow on the tiled floor deepened slightly. He didn't move. Slowly, he turned his head. And saw him. A man standing near the end of the aisle, half hidden by a display. Messy blue hair. Pale skin. A hand covered in scratch marks. A posture that looked like it had never learned how to relax. Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku's blood ran cold. Uraraka didn't notice at first. Then she followed Izuku's gaze and stiffened. Midoriya, she whispered. Shigaraki stared at them like a starving person staring at a locked fridge. He smiled faintly. Not friendly. Hungry. Found you, Shigaraki said softly. Uraraka's hand trembled. Izuku's heart hammered. But his voice came out surprisingly steady. Shigaraki, Izuku said. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. Oh, you remember me. Cute. Uraraka took a half step back instinctively. Izuku shifted slightly in front of her. Shigaraki's gaze flicked to Uraraka, then back to Izuku. That's sweet, Shigaraki murmured. Protective instincts. Hero instincts. Still playing human. Izuku's jaw tightened. Shigaraki stepped closer. People in the mall walked past them, laughing, shopping, unaware. Because Shigaraki wasn't wearing a giant villain sign. He looked like a creepy guy in a hoodie. Which was the worst kind of villain in a crowded public place. Izuku's senses sharpened. He smelled Shigaraki's dry skin. His sweat. And something else. Decay. Not a smell exactly. A feeling in the back of Izuku's head like rot. Shigaraki tilted his head, scratching his neck until it reddened. You're famous now, Shigaraki said. The vampire kid. The cursed blood. The rumor that broke Stain's brain. Uraraka's breath hitched. Izuku kept his voice calm. What do you want? Shigaraki smiled. What I want. He laughed softly, and it sounded wrong in a mall aisle. I want to destroy what you love, Shigaraki said simply. Izuku's stomach tightened. Shigaraki stepped closer, lowering his voice like they were sharing secrets. But right now, Shigaraki whispered, I'm curious. Izuku's shadow twitched at his feet. Uraraka's hand hovered near her belt, ready to use her quit-out looking back, don't. Uraraka froze, confused. Izuku kept his eyes on Shigaraki. If you float him, he'll touch something on the way down. Uraraka swallowed hard. Shigaraki's grin widened. Oh, Shigaraki said, delighted. You are smart. Izuku's voice stayed flat. Leave. Shigaraki laughed again. You think you can order me? Izuku's red eyes flickered for half a second, just a hint. Shigaraki noticed instantly. And his expression turned gleeful. There it is, Shigaraki whispered. That thing inside you. Izuku's jaw clenched. Behind his eyes, the presence stirred. He smells like rot. He thinks he is the predator. Cute. Shigaraki stepped closer until he was only an arm's length away. Then he did some thing that made the entire world narrow into a single point. He reached out and placed his decaying hand on Izuku's shoulder. Uraraka gasped. Izuku didn't move, not because he was brave, because he had trained this exact scenario in his nightmares. Shigaraki's fingers pressed into fabric. Decay activated. Izuku felt it immediately. Not pain. Unmaking. His shirt fibers began to crumble. Skin at the contact point began to gray. Uraraka's eyes widened in horror. Izuku's shadow surged, but Izuku forced his body to do something else. He stepped into shadow and shed the shoulder. Not literally rip, ping flesh, his regeneration didn't work like that cleanly, but peeling away the decaying layer like shedding burned skin and replacing it instantly. The decay ate what it touched. And Izuku replaced what was eaten. Shigaraki blinked. For the first time, his grin faltered. He pressed harder, eyes widening. The decay spread. Izuku's skin cracked, gray flaking. Then grew back. Fast. Too fast. Shigaraki's pupils tightened. What? Shigaraki whispered. What are you? Izuku's throat tightened. Because he felt it too. Shigaraki's quirk should be terrifying. It was terrifying. But against Izuku, it was like trying to drown a fish. Shigaraki stepped back half a pace, staring at his own hand like it had betrayed him. Then his grin returned, wider, more manic. Oh, Shigaraki breathed. That's interesting. Uraraka grabbed Izuku's sleeve. Midoriya. Izuku kept his voice low. Call Iida. Uraraka nodded instantly and stepped back, hand shaking as she pulled out her phone. Shigaraki watched her like a cat watching prey. Izuku's shadow deepened. Shigaraki's eyes flicked to it. Don't, Shigaraki warned softly. If you attack me here, I touch a crowd. I touch a child. I touch. Izuku's stomach twisted. Shigaraki smiled. And you'll be the monster who caused it. Izuku's jaw clenched hard. He hated how smart Shigaraki was about fear. Shigaraki leaned in, voice almost gentle. So let's talk, Shigaraki said. Izuku's voice was tight. Talk about what? Shigaraki's grin sharpened. About you. The mall lights flickered slightly. Not actually flickering, just Izuku's vision narrowing from stress. And then Shigaraki's earbud crackled. Izuku didn't see the device clearly until Shigaraki tilted his head slightly. A calm. Shigaraki's grin grew. You're listening, right? Shigaraki murmured. A voice came through the calm. Smooth. Old. Controlled. Not Shigaraki's chaotic hiss. This voice was calm like a knife on a table. Yes, the voice said. Izuku's blood went colder than it had any right to. Because the voice felt like authority without law. Like something that had never been told no. Shigaraki smiled at Izuku. Say hello, Shigaraki whispered. All for one. Uraraka's breath caught. Izuku's stomach dropped. All for one. The name that sat behind every villain's story like a shadow behind a curtain. The puppet master. The one All Might had warned the world about without ever saying his name aloud in public. And now his voice was in a mall aisle, speaking casually like he owned the air. All for One's voice came through again, amused. Midoriya Izuku, the voice said. How fascinating. Izuku's jaw clenched. You're watching me. I have been, All for One said gently. You are, an anomaly. Shigaraki scratched his neck, eyes wide with excitement. Told you. All for One continued, voice measured. You are not a simple quirk mutation. Not a standard factor. Not even a hybrid type. Your biology is wrong. Izuku's shadow twitched. The presence behind Izuku's eyes purred softly, almost entertained. All for One's voice lowered slightly, like he was savoring curiosity. I have read about something like you, All for One said. Once. In old medical archives. Not in quirk research. In folklore-adjacent biological studies. Shigaraki giggled, teeth showing. He likes you. All for One ignored Shigaraki's tone. You regenerate, All for One said. You carry an ecosystem of darkness that behaves like an organism. Your blood repels certain neurological intrusions. Izuku remembered Shinso collapsing. He remembered Stain staggering. His throat tightened. All for One's voice turned warmer, more dangerous. And you can't be stolen, All for One said softly. I cannot simply take what you are. Izuku's skin prickled. Shigaraki's grin widened again, delighted by the idea At Izuku was special, in a way even All for One couldn't steal. All for One continued, calm and certain. So I will not steal you, All for One said. I will reshape you. Izuku's stomach twisted. I'm not joining you. All for One chuckled. No. Of course not. Then his voice sharpened, still polite, but colder. You will be taken, All for One said. Not persuaded. Uraraka's phone beeped. She was calling, her eyes wide. Shigaraki glanced at her, then back at Izuku. Ida's coming, Shigaraki guessed. Uraraka's breath hitched. Shigaraki's grin turned playful. That's fine, Shigaraki said. He can watch. Izuku's chest tightened. He couldn't let this become a crowd incident. He couldn't fight freely. But he also couldn't let Shigaraki walk away thinking Izuku was helpless. Izuku's mind snapped into strategy mode. Make it personal. Make it contained. Make it controlled. Izuku stepped forward. Shigaraki's eyes widened slightly, surprised Izuku moved first. Izuku's shadow rose, not a flood. A single shadow hand. It formed behind Shigaraki like a quiet ghost. Then it wrapped around Shigaraki's throat. Not crushing. Not choking. Just holding. A clear message. Shigaraki froze. His fingers twitched toward Izuku's neck. He could decay Izuku. He could try. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The shadow hand tightened just enough to make Shigaraki understand. I can end this faster than you think. Shigaraki's lips parted, eyes gleaming with excitement. And he did it anyway. Shigaraki grabbed Izuku's neck. Decay flared. Izuku's skin grayed instantly, cracking like dry clay. Pain flashed. Hunger surged. The presence behind Izuku's eyes laughed softly. Izuku's shadow hand tightened around Shigaraki's throat. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Decay kept chewing. Izuku's neck regenerated as fast as it was being destroyed. Shigaraki's expression shifted from playful to shocked. He pressed harder. Izuku's regeneration surged harder. Izuku's hunger roared at the internal strain. He forced it down. He forced control. And in that locked moment, Shigaraki's hand on Izuku's neck, Izuku's shadow hand on Shigaraki's throat, All for One spoke again. A soft, delighted sound. He truly cannot kill you fast enough, All for One murmured. Wonderful. Shigaraki's breathing turned ragged. He wasn't used to opponents who didn't fear his touch. He wasn't used to decay being insufficient. His eyes flicked around, calculating. Then he smiled again, wider. Crazier. I don't need to kill you, Shigaraki whispered. I just need to make you slip. Izuku's jaw clenched. All for One's voice was calm. Tamura. Do not break the toy, and pouted slightly. Then laughed. Izuku's throat was half gray, half healed. Uraraka stood frozen, terrified. People were starting to notice. Two boys standing too close, tension too sharp, air too heavy. A few shoppers glanced over. One woman frowned, sensing something wrong. Izuku's chest tightened. He needed an exit plan. Now. Iida's voice echoed from the end of the aisle like a siren. Midoriya. Iida sprinted toward them, eyes wide, bandaged arm swinging. Behind him, Todoroki appeared too, moving fast, calm but deadly. Tsuyu and Kirishima followed, alarmed. Shigaraki's grin widened. Oh, Shigaraki whispered. More witnesses. Izuku's shadow hand tightened slightly. Shigaraki's fingers tightened on Izuku's neck. Izuku's regeneration kept pace, but the hunger inside him snapped like an angry animal. So much stress. So many hearts. So many warm throats. Feed. Izuku's eyes flickered red. Uraraka saw it and went pale. Izuku forced his breathing slow. Control. All for One's voice softened, almost kind. See. All for One murmured. Your body is a battlefield. And battlefields are meant to be conquered. Izuku's jaw clenched. You're not conquering anything. All for One chuckled. Not today. Then, gently, like giving instructions for tea. Tamura, All for One said, withdraw. Shigaraki's smile twisted. Ah. All for One's tone didn't change. Withdraw. Shigaraki sighed dramatically. Then he leaned closer to Izuku, whispering so only Izuku could hear. You're mine now, Shigaraki murmured. Whether you like it or not. Izuku's shadow hand tightened one last time. Shigaraki's eyes gleamed. Then Shigaraki released Izuku's neck and stepped backward. Izuku's skin healed rapidly, gray cracking away and reforming. Shigaraki lifted his hands like he was surrendering. To everyone else, it looked like awkward teens fighting. But Izuku felt the rot in the air. Shigaraki smiled at the incoming group. Oops, Shigaraki said lightly. Guess I should go. Todoroki's eyes narrowed, heat shimmering on his left side, frost forming on his right. Iida skidded to a stop, engines roaring. Villain. Kirishima tensed, fists up. What the? Tsuyu's tongue flicked nervously. Ribbit. Uraraka's hands were shaking. Shigaraki didn't fight them. He simply stepped back into the crowd. Like he belonged. Like fear was a cloak. And the moment he blended into the moving bodies, it became impossible to attack without risking civilians. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly, realizing the trap. Damn, Todoroki muttered. Shigaraki's grin was the last thing Izuku saw before he disappeared between shoppers. All for One's voice crackled once more through the calm, soft and satisfied. Midoriya Izuku, All for One said, I look forward to harvesting you. Then the calm went silent. Aftermath. For a few seconds, nobody moved. Then Uraraka's knees buckled slightly, and she grabbed the shelf for support. Iida stared at Izuku's neck, eyes wide. That decay, Iida stammered. Kirishima looked like he was trying to decide whether to punch something or hug Izuku. Tsuyu's eyes were huge. Midoriya, your skin. Todoroki stepped closer, gaze sharp. He touched you. Izuku swallowed hard. His throat felt fine now. But the memory of unmaking still crawled under his skin. Izuku nodded slowly. Yeah. Uraraka's voice trembled. How are you standing? Izuku exhaled shakily. Because, it doesn't work fast enough. Kirishima's face twisted. That's not reassuring, bro. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. Iida clenched his fists, shaking. This is my fault. If I had not pursued. Izuku cut him off gently. Iida, stop. Iida froze. Izuku looked at him, steady. He was going to come for us anyway. Iida's eyes burned. Todoroki's gaze narrowed. All for One. Izuku's stomach tightened at the name. Todoroki's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharper than usual. He spoke. Izuku nodded slowly. Through Shigaraki. Uraraka whispered, terrified. He knows you. Izuku's jaw clenched. Yeah. Tsuyu swallowed. Ribbit, that's bad. Izuku stared at the floor, shadow finally calm again. Because the truth had settled into place like a chain around his ribs. All for One didn't want him because he was a student. All for One wanted him because he was useful. Not as a hero. As a weapon. As a template. As the missing piece for something worse. Kirishima stepped closer, voice softer. Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku wanted to say yes. He wanted to say it so badly it hurt. But lying didn't help anymore. Izuku swallowed hard. No, Izuku admitted quietly. But I'm still me. Todoroki watched him for a moment, then nodded once. Good. Iida took a shaky breath, trying to regain his class representative composure. We must report this immediately to UA staff. Uraraka nodded quickly. Yeah, right now. Izuku's hands trembled slightly. Not from fear. From the hunger that had surged under decay pressure and never fully settled. The presence behind his eyes purred, amused. Mastermind. Puppet. Rot boy. They want you. How flattering. Izuku clenched his jaw. Not flattering. Terrifying. Because now he understood something very clearly. Shigaraki wasn't just a random villain encounter. It was a message. A handshake made of threats. A reminder that the League wasn't only chasing All Might anymore. They were chasing Izuku. And somewhere ahead, waiting like a store. Behind the horizon, was the next place that would force Izuku to choose what kind of monster he could become. Not by feeding, not by killing, but by deciding what he was willing to do to protect the people around him. The forest didn't care about rumors. It didn't care about headlines, or hero rankings, or what the internet decided you were allowed to be. The forest only cared about what you did when no one was watching. That's what Izuku thought as the bus rolled away from the city and into the green. Class 1A sat scattered through the seats, half asleep, half hyped, carrying duffel bags and snack stashes and the fragile illusion that this training camp would be normal. It wasn't. Nothing was normal anymore, not after Hosu, not after the mall, not after All for One's voice crawled through Shigaraki's calm like a cold hand. UA staff had tightened security so hard it felt like the world was being shrink-wrapped around them. More patrols. More check-ins. More, don't wander alone. Aizawa hadn't lectured Izuku directly. But he didn't need to. Aizawa's gaze said everything. The League knows you. The League wants you. And if you make one mistake, everyone around you pays for it. Uku stared out the window at the passing trees and kept his breathing slow. He could feel the hunger humming under his ribs like a quiet engine. Not loud, not desperate, but awake. Gran Torino had drilled a routine into him. Eat even if it tasted like ash. Drink approved packs at set intervals. Never let the hunger become a surprise. Never let it become a decision. Because once it became a decision, it became temptation. And temptation became a habit. Uraraka sat 2 seats over, whispering with Suyu about dorm chores like they were trying to force normality into existence through conversation. Kirishima leaned across the aisle to talk with Shiro and Kaminari, laughing too loudly like noise could drown out fear. Todoroki sat near the back, quiet as always. Tokiyami sat in a shaded corner. Dark shadow unusually calm in the morning light. Iida sat stiffly, still carrying the weight of Hosu like a wound that wouldn't close. And Bakugo. Bakugo sat near the front, arms crossed, scowling at the concept of trees. He hadn't apologized to Izuku. Bakugo didn't apologize. But after the makeup exam, after they'd passed, barely, through a brutal forced cooperation drill, Bakugo had stopped looking at Izuku like prey. Now Bakugo look he didn't understand. Which was, progress. In Bakugo language, Aizawa's voice cut through the bus. Listen up. The class quieted. Aizawa stood in the aisle, hair messy. Eyes half-lidded, but the air around him was sharp. This camp is meant to push your limits, Aizawa said. Not break you. If you break anyway, recovery girl isn't here. Mina blinked. Wait, she's not. Aizawa didn't blink back. No. Kaminari's smile died. That's terrifying. Aizawa continued, you'll be training under the wild pussycats and additional staff. Take it seriously. Then Aizawa's gaze flicked, just briefly, to Izuku. And follow the rules, Aizawa said. Especially in the forest. Izuku nodded once. He didn't miss the way some classmates tensed at that line. They didn't mean to. But fear had reflexes. The bus turned up a winding road. Trees thickened. Shadows deepened. Izuku's senses sharpened. More quiet, less city noise, more animal life, more damp earth smell. And under it all, the constant low choir of human blood. His throat tightened. He forced it down. People. Teammates. Not food. The bus stopped. The door opened. And the wild pussycats greeted them like a hurricane of energy. Pixie Bob waved enthusiastically. Mandalay smiled warmly. Tiger looked like he could bench press a building. And Ragdoll, quiet, sharp-eyed, studied the class like she was reading their souls. Welcome to the forest training camp. Pixie Bob shouted. Some students cheered. Some students flinched. Izuku stepped off the bus and felt the forest air hit his lungs like cold water. Different. Cleaner. Less distraction. More danger. Because out here, if you lost control, there were fewer walls to stop you. And fewer cameras to shame you. Only you. Only the dark. Only what you chose. Training. When darkness feels like home. The first day was structured punishment. They trained quirk endurance, movement, teamwork, reaction timing, everything designed to drag their comf. Ort zones into the mud and stomp on them. Pixie Bob's earth-based exercises were brutal. She made terrain shift under their feet. Raised walls. Opened pits. Forced them to adapt. Mandalay communicated instructions telepathically when distance separated teams. Tiger ran close quarters drills with the kind of intensity that made even Bakugo respect him. Izuku trained like someone running from a clock. Gran Torino's lessons had changed him. Not just physically, though his movement was sharper now, less, tank the hit and heal. But mentally, he kept his shadows tight and controlled. No floods. No dramatic displays. Small constructs. Precise tools. The bats for scouting. The tendrils for anchoring. The shadow straps for controlled movement. He practiced doing less on purpose. It was harder than doing more. Tokiyami watched him during a break, head tilted slightly. You compress your darkness, Tokiyami observed. Izuku wiped sweat from his forehead. I have too. Tokiyami's voice was calm. Because if you expand, it expands you. Izuku stared. Tokiyami didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. Izuku felt it every time the hunger rose. The shadow didn't just obey. Sometimes, it suggested. Sometimes, it wanted. And that was the line he lived on. During lunch, Izuku sat on a log with a water bottle and a bland rice ball that tasted like paper. Uraraka sat nearby, chewing slowly. Kirishima Tree. Dita lightened the mood by debating snacks with Kaminari like their lives depended on it. Bakugo ate like he was angry at food. Aizawa and the pussycats watched from a distance. Ragdoll's gaze lingered on Izuku longer than the others. Not fear. Analysis. Like she was checking where his center was. Izuku kept his posture relaxed. He didn't want to look like a bomb. But he also didn't want to look like a liar. Then Mandalay's telepathic voice brushed across the class. Remember, your weakness isn't what hurts you. It's what you hide. Some students nodded thoughtfully. Izuku's jaw tightened. Beck. His weakness wasn't a bruise or a stamina issue. His weakness was hunger. And hunger loved being hidden. Kota. The kid appeared late afternoon like a small storm cloud with legs. Kota Izumi. He stood at the edge of the training area. Arms crossed, scowling at everyone like heroes were personally offensive. Pixie Bob waved. Kota, say hi. Kota scowled harder. Wow, Kaminari whispered. He hates us. He hates heroes. Iida corrected automatically, like stating a law of physics. Izuku noticed something else. Kota's anger wasn't playful. It was grief wearing teeth. Later, Izuku found Kota near a stream, sitting on a rock. Throwing pebbles into the water like he was trying to sink the world. Izuku approached slowly, hands visible, not wanting to spook him. Kota glanced up, glare sharp. What do you want? Izuku hesitated. The old him would have rambled awkwardly. The new him picked simpler words. I'm not here to lecture you, Izuku said. I just noticed you're mad. Kota scoffed. You're a hero student. That's the same thing. Izuku sat on a different rock, not too close. You don't have to like heroes, Izuku said quietly. Kota blinked, suspicious. Huh. Izuku looked at the stream. People like me get told what we're supposed to be. What we're allowed to be. Kota's eyes narrowed. You're weird. Izuku almost smiled. Yeah. Kota stared at him. Izuku didn't push. Silence stretched. Then Kota muttered, voice low. Like admitting weakness was disgusting. My parents were heroes. Izuku's chest tightened. Kota's pebble paused in his hand. They died, Kota said flatly. Saving people. Everybody clapped. Everybody called them brave. And then they were gone. Izuku swallowed hard. Kota's voice cracked for half a second, then hardened again. So heroes are stupid, Kota snapped. They leave people behind. Izuku didn't argue. Because he understood what it felt like to be left behind by someone the world called good. Izuku spoke softly. I'm sorry. Kota's glare returned. Don't pity me. I'm not. Izuku said. I'm listening. Kota looked away. Then, quietly, almost unwillingly, he asked, why do you still want to be a hero? Izuku's throat tightened. Because the real answer was complicated. Because it included blood and fear and a voice behind his eyes that purred when people screamed. Izuku chose the part that mattered. Because people still need saving, Izuku said. Even if it hurts. Kota stared at him like he was trying to decide if Izuku was lying. Then he scoffed again. That's dumb. Izuku nodded. Maybe. Kota threw another pebble. But his shoulders loosened slightly. Just a little. It wasn't friendship. It was a crack in the wall. Izuku stood. If you ever need to yell at someone, Izuku said, I'm not easily scared. Kota blinked. Izuku walked away. He didn't notice Kota watching him until he was already leaving the stream. And when Kota whispered, barely audible, idiot, it didn't sound as sharp as before. Night. The forest holds its breath. That evening, the camp settled into uneasy quiet. Students showered, ate, collapsed into sleeping bags. The forest outside the cabins looked peaceful under the moonlight. Peaceful like a knife that hadn't been used yet. Izuku lay awake longer than he wanted to. He stared at the ceiling. He listened to the breathing of his classmates. He listened to the forest. And he listened to the hunger. Which was quieter tonight, almost too quiet. Quiet hunger was dangerous. It meant it was waiting. A soft tap hit the cabin window. Izuku stiffened. Then he realized it was just a moth. He exhaled slowly. Stop spiraling. Gran Torino would have smacked him with a cane for that thought alone. Izuku closed his eyes. Sleep came in fragments. And then, Mandalay's voice slammed into everyone's minds like a siren. Villains have invaded. Stay calm. Protect each other. Ed open. The cabin erupted with shouting and scrambling. Kirishima sat up instantly. What? Kaminari's voice cracked. The villains. Here. Iida sprang up, already trying to impose order. Everyone remained together. Bakugo was on his feet like this was Christmas. Finally, Izuku stood, heart hammering. The forest air through the window smelled different now. Not just damp earth, smoke, chemical, and beneath it, fear, blood. A lot of it, scattered through the trees like broken glass. Izuku's throat tightened. The hunger woke fully. Poison gas has been released. Mandalay's voice continued, strained but controlled. Avoid inhaling. Move to higher ground. Teachers are engaging. Outside, a purple fog crawled between trees. Students shouted and coughed. The air became chaos. Pixie Bob raised earth walls, trying to block gas flow. Tiger roared orders. Aizawa's voice cut through physical sound like a blade. Move. Izuku followed his training. Not panic. Not sprinting blindly. He grabbed Kirishima's shoulder, steadying him. Stick close. Kirishima nodded hard. Got it. Uraraka clutched Tsuyu's sleeve, eyes wide. Todoroki's eyes flared briefly, creating a cold draft that pushed some gas away. Bakugo launched upward, explosions clearing a path through the treetops. Bakugo. Aizawa barked. Bakugo ignored him, of course. Then the forest erupted. Villains dropped from branches. Figures moved between trees with predatory confidence. And Izuku felt it, the moment when training became war. Mandalay's voice snapped again. They're targeting specific students. Do not separate. A blast rocked the ground. A scream cut through. The class scattered anyway. Because villains didn't attack politely. Izuku's shadow surged instinctively, wanting to expand. Wanting to become a blanket of darkness. Izuku forced it tight. Control. He moved through the trees, following the sound of panic and the smell of blood, because those were where people needed help. His bats flew ahead, scouting. Then one bat pinged. Something, movement fast, sharp, approaching. Izuku turned. A figure rushed him with blades. Spinner. Izuku recognized him from the League's USJ attack. Spinner swung. Izuku stepped into shadow, sidestepping, tendril snapping out to bind Spinner's wrist. Spinner snarled and yanked back, stronger than Izuku expected. Izuku didn't escalate. He used a second tendril, wrapped Spinner's ankle, and pulled. Spinner fell. Izuku pinned him with shadow straps. Stay down, Izuku said, voice low. Spinner's eyes widened when he saw Izuku's red flicker. Vampire Kid, Spinner hissed. We found you. Izuku's stomach twisted. So it was true. They weren't just here for Bakugo. They were here for him too. Izuku tightened the straps and moved on, leaving Spinner restrained for teachers or backup. He didn't have time. The forest was full of screams. Koda runs. Izuku smelled it before he saw it. Koda's fear. Small, sharp, panicked, like a kid trying to be brave and failing. Izuku's heart slammed. He sprinted through trees, boots slipping on damp ground, shadows anchoring his footing. Then he saw him. Koda running, eyes wide, breath ragged. Small hands clutching his shirt like he was trying to hold himself together. Behind Koda, a man moved like a nightmare. Huge, muscles bulging in unnatural patterns, expanding and compressing like living armor. Muscular. Izuku recognized him instantly from the League intel. Not just a villain, a murderer, the kind who enjoyed it. Muscular's grin was wide and ugly. Run, kid. Muscular laughed, voice loud enough to shake leaves. Come on. Make it fun. Koda stumbled. Izuku's blood went cold. He moved. Fast. Not heroic dramatic. Just urgent. Koda. Izuku shouted. Koda's head snapped toward him, eyes widening. You. Koda gasped, terrified. Izuku threw a shadow strap around Koda's waist and yanked him sideways behind a tree just as Muscular's fist slammed into the ground where Koda had been. The impact cracked earth. Trees shook. Birds screamed and fled. Izuku planted himself between Koda and Muscular. Muscular straightened, eyes gleaming. Well, Muscular said. The creepy kid. Heard about you. Izuku's jaw clenched. Koda trembled behind him. Muscular rolled his shoulders, muscle fibers swelling visibly along his arms like extra layers. You protectin' him? Muscular asked, tone playful. That's adorable. Izuku's shadow rose. Not a flood. A wall. A barrier between Muscular and the kid. Muscular punched it. The shadow wall buckled. Izuku felt the impact like a bruise. Muscular laughed. That's it. Come on. I was promised a monster. Izuku's throat tightened. He could smell Muscular now. Sweat. Old blood. Violence. And beneath it, something that made Izuku's hunger react differently. Muscular wasn't just prey. Muscular was danger. The hunger liked danger. It liked the idea of removing it from the world. Izuku forced that thought down. You're not touching him, Izuku said. Voice steady. Muscular grinned. I am absolutely touching him. Muscular lunged. Izuku dodged sideways, shadow tendrils whipping out to bind Muscular's legs. Muscular's muscle fibers surged, tearing through the tendrils like rope snapping against a machine. Izuku's eyes widened. Muscular moved faster than his size should allow. A fist slammed into Izuku's ribs. Pain flashed. Izuku flew backward into a tree. Bark cracking. Regeneration surged. Hunger surged with it. Izuku's vision flickered red. Kota screamed, "Stop." Muscular laughed, thrilled. Yes, that's it. That's the sound. Izuku stood, breathing hard. He tasted blood in his mouth, his own. The hunger woke fully, snarling. Feed. Heal. End him. Izuku forced his breathing slow. He couldn't kill. He wouldn't. He had to end this without becoming what the world feared. Izuku raised his hands. Two shadow hounds formed and lunged at Muscular's arms. Muscular flexed, muscles swelling, and swatted them aside like they were stuffed animals. The hounds dissolved. Izuku's jaw clenched. Muscular was too durable. He didn't bleed easily. He didn't break easily. He just kept coming. Muscular charged again, swinging wide. Izuku slipped into shadow, reappearing behind Muscular. Tendril aiming for Muscular's neck to restrain. Muscular twisted faster than expected and backhanded Izuku across the face. Izuku staggered. Regeneration surged again. Hunger rose again. Muscular stepped closer, grinned sharp. You regen, huh? That means I can hit you as much as I want. Kota shook behind the tree, eyes wide with horror. Izuku's chest tightened. Muscular wasn't targeting Izuku just to win. He was enjoying it. And Kota was watching. Kota, the kid who hated heroes because heroes left people behind. Izuku couldn't leave. He couldn't fail here. Muscular raised his fist again. Izuku's shadow surged harder this time, less polite. A web of darkness snapped out, wrapping Muscular's arm, pulling it down. Muscular's muscles flexed, fighting the restraint. Izuku strained, teeth clenched. For half a second, the restraint held. Muscular's grin widened. Oh, that's better, Muscular purred. Then Muscular flexed violently and tore free. The shadow snapped. Izuku stumbled, breath ragged. Muscular slammed a punch into Izuku's shoulder. Bone cracked. Izuku hissed. Regeneration surged, mending it instantly. Hunger spiked so hard Izuku's stomach lurched. He could smell Muscular's blood now. Not a lot, but a little. A scrape from the shadow restraint cutting skin. A thin line of red along Muscular's forearm. The hunger locked onto it like a magnet. Muscular noticed Izuku's gaze, and smiled wider. Oh, Muscular breathed, delighted. You really are a monster. Kota cried out, voice shaking. Leave him alone. Muscular laughed. Kid, I'm gonna crush you after I'm done playing with him. Izuku's heart slammed. This wasn't just a fight down. Muscular would break Izuku eventually through sheer force and exhaustion. And then he'd go for Kota. Izuku's shadows trembled. His hunger roared. And behind his eyes, the presence, quiet for days, stirred like a king waking up bored. Hero methods. Restraint. Promises. How noble. How fragile. Izuku clenched his fists. He tried one last, hero, solution. He shot shadow bursts, compressed blunt rounds, into Muscular's joints, aiming to disrupt movement. Muscular tanked them. Izuku tried binding Muscular's legs again. Muscular tore through. Izuku tried a full-body shadow net. Muscular ripped it apart like tissue. Muscular stepped closer, breathing hard, excited, not tired. You're running out, Muscular said, grinning. You feel that? That weakness? That panic? Izuku breathed hard. He felt it. Not physical weakness yet, but emotional. The kind that made the hunger surge. The kind that made mistakes. Muscular raised his arm for a finishing blow aimed at Izuku's head. Izuku's eyes widened. Kota screamed. And Izuku realized, with sudden brutal clarity. If he kept fighting like a hero in the safe way, Kota would die. There wasn't time to be gentle. There wasn't time to be polite. There wasn't time to care what Hero Society would think. Because Hero Society wasn't here. Only a kid. Only a monster. Only Izuku. Izuku's breathing slowed. Something in him went quiet. Not peace. Focus. He looked at Muscular. Then he looked at Kota behind him, small, shaking, terrified. And Zuko made a decision he'd been avoiding since the day the sludge villain woke the darkness inside him. He would become terrifying on purpose. Not for pride. Not for hunger. For protection. Izuku stepped back, planting his feet firmly in the dirt. He lowered his hands to his sides. Muscular paused, confused. Given up. Izuku didn't answer. Instead, he whispered, voice low and steady, words that felt older than him. The bird of Hermes. Muscular blinked. What? Izuku's shadow deepened. The forest shadows responded like they'd been waiting. Leaves stilled. Air thickened. Even the distant EAMS of other battles seemed to fade for half a heartbeat. Izuku's voice continued, not louder, but heavier. Is my name. Kota stared at him, eyes wide. Muscular's grin faltered slightly, instincts finally sensing something wrong. Izuku's pupils tightened. A red glow flickered, then stabilized. And Izuku finished the line like a vow. Eating my wings, to make me tame. For a moment, nothing happened. Muscular laughed nervously. That's, what, some edgy poem. Then the ground beneath Izuku's feet turned black. Not like a shadow cast by moonlight. Like ink poured into reality. The darkness spread outward in a perfect circle, silent. Fast, swallowing grass and dirt and roots. Muscular stepped back half a pace, eyes widening. Kota stopped breathing. Izuku's shadow rose behind him, towering, layered. Forming shapes that didn't belong to any normal quirk. Not hounds. Not tendrils. Something bigger. Something that looked like it had worn too many faces over too many years. The presence behind Izuku's eyes opened fully. And it smiled. Izuku's voice dropped to a near whisper. Restriction. Muscular's grin vanished. Released. The forest went silent. No wind. No birds. No insects. Just sound of Muscular's breathing turning uncertain. And the sound of Izuku's darkness rising like a throne being built. Kota's small voice trembled behind Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku didn't look back. Because if he looked back, he might remember he was still a kid. He might remember fear. He might remember rules. Right now, he needed to be the thing Muscular couldn't outmuscle. He needed to be the nightmare that made nightmares flinch. Muscular swallowed hard, eyes darting across the spreading darkness. What are you? Muscular whispered. Izuku finally answered. His voice was calm, too calm. I'm the thing, Izuku said. That doesn't let you touch him. And the shadows moved. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you all are enjoyed this video. So let's end this video here. Until then, see you in next video. They held, like they were waiting for permission.